Is he compromised? It's a good question. It's a question worth asking, right? We need to update that software. Might have some Russian It might have some Russian viruses on that software by the sound of it. It's Nikolic claimed the emails were not written on his behalf or at his request, sure. During the town hall, Gates admitted he spent time with Epstein in New York, Germany, France, and Washington, but he never visited his island. Oh, I just visited him in New York, Germany, France, and Washington. I never went to that island, though. Like, it's cool. It's cool. I'm so sorry, but I didn't do anything. Bro, it's cat. All of these guys talking about, nearly nobody's had the hubris to just come out and say, yeah, I was freaking off with Epstein. Every single one of these men, you need to tell me every single one of these men that went to his parties, linked up with him in every single country across the globe, even the ones that went to his island. I never saw anything untoward. Oh, give me a break, come on. Gates acknowledged how his ex-wife had always been wary of his links with Epstein. Yeah, maybe she knew what she was talking about, you big dummy, right? To give her credit, she was always kind of skeptical about the Epstein thing. What a sentence. Well, I'm going to read it again, I'm going to reload that. To give her credit, she was always kind of skeptical about the Epstein thing. No shit. I know shit. And you're apologising. Gates also admitted how his links with Epstein had impacted others within the Gates Foundation. I apologise to all the other people I've drawn into this because of the mistake I made. What mistake? Which mistake? It's like all this apology, but like you're not really apologising. You can't really even speak about what you did because you cap in. It's definitely the opposite of the values of the foundation and the goals of the foundation. An organisation spokesperson said Gates spoke candidly and took responsibility for these actions. What actions? Gates previously said it was foolish to spend any time with Epstein. I thought it would help me with global health philanthropy. In fact, it failed to do that. It was a huge mistake. He caught an STD. It did not help with your global health. We're travelling with him to multiple countries. You just think we're a bunch of dummies. I think we're a big bunch of dummies. So he apparently apologised to his people, right? He apologised to his staff. He basically explained, basically just explained, he's sorry, I'm sorry. Right, in a town hall at Microsoft, he said, I'm sorry. So let's just look at some of the reaction on Reddit, because no one's buying it. I've got reaction from a whole bunch of subreddits here, and absolutely nobody is buying it. Bill Gates is forced to apologise to his foundation over the Epstein ties. Bill Gates finally addressed the Epstein files, admitting to meetings and flights with Epstein, but insisting he never touched victims. How ridiculous is this, the wording, the word suit? He should just shut up. He should just shut up. That he knows he did wrong, he wants to apologise because he's feeling guilty. He is guilty. Feeling guilty of sin. It's a joke. You met Epstein 3 years after he was convicted of soliciting minors, right? He said he didn't properly check Epstein's background and was unaware of the extent of his crime. My personal opinion is he knew, and that's what he was there. That's my personal opinion. He flew on his private jet and spent time with him in Germany, France, New York, Washington, D.C., Russians coming and going. But he thought the meetings were normalised because other billionaires were present. Oh, it was okay to be freaking off with Jeffrey Epstein because the other billionaires, Peter Thiel's doing it. Oh, I just want to freak off on the island. Peter Attia's doing it. Oh, can't I just freak off on the island? Prince Andrew's there, please. How pathetic. And he admitted to having these affairs. The I didn't know defense simply does not work. People like Gates have competent and efficient staff to run their lives. They do background checks, strategize, plan, organize. Unlike us, he knew, of course he fucking knew. People like Gates can't just say, I didn't know. You can't. And on the off chance he didn't, start naming names at the very least. But then, you might have a little accident like the rest of them. They're saying, chicken shit loser, I'm glad his legacy is tainted by this. Honestly, I don't care he had an affair with Russia because that doesn't epic minors, right? Look, he shouldn't have been there, he shouldn't have been supporting this guy, shouldn't have been hanging around with this guy with his history. End of story. Prince Andrew's in a lot of trouble just for taking a picture with the dude in 2010 after he had his case. End of story. Shouldn't have been over there. Don't care. Don't care. I never touched them. I just witnessed them get R-worded and kidnapped. I just didn't say a word. I never touched them, aka they touched me. There's a reason his wife divorced him. She knew what the lizard was up to. I only tried to slip her antibiotics without her knowing to. He tried to give her the Norton antivirus without telling her. I must admit, I find it implausible they just meet with people with no consent to who they might be, what alignments they might have politically or within the business realm, what they might have. What about his personal safety? Are we saying that his security detail didn't conduct a single simple background check to run a risk profile? You think I can just get a meeting with Bill Gates? Because apparently he meets with anybody without background checking. He just accidentally, just goes to Germany, just goes to fucking Washington DC with these guys. You think I can get a meeting with Bill Gates? Maybe not now. But they're not checking people up. They're not checking into people, right? In Virginia's book, she talks about being sent to a billionaire's house to give massages. She talks about what year it was and that she gave the pregnant wife a normal massage and then went downstairs and had to have S with him. I cross-checked the years and I believe it to have been Gates as Melinda gave birth that year. What are we doing here? That's insane. That is insane. Okay, what was wrong? Should I have not done that? Normalised because other billionaires were present, right? We're all exceptional people and it's never expected to happen by the law. And by the way, messing with kids wasn't a crime. Just hanging out. We're just hanging out. Bill Gates admits affairs with 2 Russian women while married to Melinda Gates and apologises that Epstein touched. The fact that he's bringing the affairs into this and mixing it all up with the Epstein thing and apologising just shows his guilt. It's obvious, right? That whole situation just feels messy all around. The Epstein connection alone was a terrible look, and then adding the affairs on top of it doesn't exactly help. Mixing these two things together, you're basically indicating to everybody these things are connected. And we could have accepted those weren't connected. You could have treated those two things completely separate, and arguably, you having an affair and losing your marriage, not really any of our business. The Epstein thing's our business because the files are public now, right? He said at best it looks like Gates made himself an incredibly easy mark for blackmail and foreign influence campaigns. He says when he says affair and also women, yeah, that's why I generally avoid using girls to describe adults. That's what they mean. And the same Epstein trafficked adults too, not only children. If he had the S workers on deck that were from Russia and they were of age, he's still trafficking. There's still a car in traffic jam. Let's just put it that way. Okay, admit what you cannot deny. Deny what you cannot admit. Right? Plus, didn't he already deny it 3 weeks ago? They always deny first, then something happened behind the scenes which made them think if he admits part of it, then he can cover up something worse. That actually sums it up so well. If I admit to the Russian women, maybe people won't ask questions about the other far worse things. Maybe, not sure. They'll have some amazing PR, wow. You can't un-PR this, right? You can't un-PR this. I would pay good money to hear that apology. I bet you it included bullshit like, sorry if my actions offended you, right? If this was a town hall, this was probably an in-person, I bet he makes sure that nobody had their phones there. Okay, it's crazy. Right, it's actually crazy. So this is in the r/conservative subreddit. Okay, let's see what these guys are saying about it, right? I had lunch with him once, I never spoke to him again. Turns into, golly, I sure wish I never went to those lunches and get Epstein. Turns into, okay, I needed Epstein's help because I gave my wife an STD. Turns into, alright, I had sex with 2 Russian S workers, but that's all. Can't wait for the next episode. He really did switch it up. 2, sure. Affairs, sure. Grown women, sure. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. He's sorry he got caught. People saying, I think everyone assumed something like this is why Melinda divorced him. It took a while for it to become public, but the assumptions happened. But what a way to take your legacy. It's actually very sad. I'm waiting for one of these guys to show real repentance and help with the investigation. Turn over all their stuff. Go public with everything. Turn over them Windows computers, man. Turn over them personal computers. Absolute. So he's going with a limited hangout. A partial hangout. The limited hangout, partial hangout is a tactic in media relations. A tactic originated in the espionage. The partial hangout, modified limited hangout. It's a limited hangout. What even is this? This is basically spy jargon for a favourite, frequently used bullet gimmick of clandestine professionals. When their veil of secrecy is shredded, they can no longer rely on a phony cover story to misinform the public, so they resort to admitting, sometimes even volunteering some of the truth, while still managing to withhold the key and damaging facts of the case. The public, however, is usually so intrigued by the new information, it never thinks to pursue the matter further. That's genius. He's doing the limited hangout. He's doing limited hangout. Okay, that's crazy. Right, that's crazy. This is just insanity. I've never heard of the limited hangout before. I thought they were going to say that he was just having limited hangouts with chicks. Turns out that's the whole thing. This admission means that Bill Gates lied when he said he did absolutely nothing. Bill Gates is a lying sack of dirt. Neither Epstein or Ghislaine was charged with trafficking adult women. For sure, this is a partial admission that he can obfuscate things. So the Epstein emails are true. Bill Gates trying to save his own ass just confirmed culpability of those who think it. It's ironic, right? Because him admitting that he had affairs with 2 Russian chicks kind of makes the Epstein thing kind of adds up now. Kinda adds up. Linked to his comment from an AMA. Oh no. Oh no. This isn't going to be what I think it is it? Oh, 4 years ago. No! Oh! This is an actual AMA with the real Bill Gates on Reddit. That I'm Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the author of How to Prevent the Next Pandemic. How about you prevent yourself needing to check in with it, alright? Ask me anything. And they asked him just what was Epstein's Island like? What did you do there? said, I never visited any of its islands. How do you even know he had 2 islands? I only know that's investigating. I did have meetings where global health funding was discussed. By global health funding, do you mean some antibiotics from factory or the Russians? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What? He definitely did have some meetings where global health funding was discussed. And in retrospect, I did regret meeting with him. Meetings. You met with him in 2011, 6 years after his first arrest. What took you so long? Realised it was too bad to hang out with a convicted child sex trafficker. Oh, he said funding, discussed getting money from him. This is what he said in the past. I had several dinners with him, you know, hoping that what he said about getting billions of philanthropy for global health through contracts that he might emerge. When it looked like that wasn't a real thing, the relationship ended. You met with him quite a few times. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. I never visited any of his islands. That's smart, right? I did have meetings with global health funding and stuff in retrospect. I regret meeting with him. Bro, stay off of Reddit. You shouldn't have done that. Oh, that's so crazy. People are getting banned. Oh my god. Gates Closing X basically called Bill a lying sack of shit. Called him a lying sack of shit. It is insanity, man. What the hell? What the hell? It said, this man spent decades warning us about computer viruses and he still clicked on the wrong attachments in real life. You're not supposed to click on them emails from JE Vacation. You're not supposed to click the attachments in those, right? They're the wrong kind of attachments. They ain't the type of attachments the press would be sending to you, right? If anyone gets that joke, you're a real one. I bet those affairs were jobs for the women. No way, Bill is a Moscow 10. This is excruciating. I'm going to wrap it up soon, right? I'm going to wrap it up soon. But basically, this is throwback footage of Melinda Gates basically admitting that these accusations are why she left. Maybe she didn't even know about it. No, that's alright, but this is really sad. Look at this.
The email.
This is just, I've already discussed this in a previous video. Let's just refresh
in the file suggests that Bill Gates had additional affairs and that he tried to get medication to treat a sexually transmitted infection. And
when she nodded and swallowed, you know it's true.
And give you the medicine without you knowing. His representative has said all of this is false. It is not on you to have to respond to the details of that alleged behavior, but I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles with these details.
Sad. Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right?
Three things separate Aqueon Pro fish tanks from all the others. How they're made, where they're made, and who makes them. Simply put, Aqueon Pro is made right here in Wisconsin, by dedicated, hard-working people who take pride in their work. Many have been here for 20 years or more, crafting our tanks, one at a time, by hand. Aqueon Pro. Go with the pro.
Here at Glendale Middle School to honor physical education teacher Coach Mack. She inspires her students every day with her activity. She's the sole income provider for her family, plus she is courageously battling breast cancer.
She's just always happy. Like, the kids are so excited to be there with her. And I think she tries not to show that she's, in pain or struggling, and she just makes sure that they're having a good time.
Magdalene Martin is a physical education teacher for Mountain View Elementary School. Back in June, Coach Mack was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer and has been battling the illness with grace and determination ever since.
She comes to work each and every day, whether she's feeling good or feeling like she...
Holy shit!
Johnny Smiley update, because just a few hours ago, one of the last trial dates for Johnny Smiley just ended, and it seems like he got absolutely destroyed in court. Like, it went really, 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 really bad for him. So, I guess we'll just recap and figure out what's going on, because it seems like there'll be some labor imprisonment here. So, oh boy. I was not able to attend to this one because I'm currently attending the whole TikTok psychic court case. So, because of Gabe, he sent 2 people there, one Korean translator and one English speaking person, and they were there to cover everything and give me a full document, or basically a transcript of everything that happened for it. So we're going to be going through that today as well. So I know I streamed earlier today where I went through the transcript of the TikTok psychic case, but now we're going through the Johnny Somali one. We do a little bit of multitasking here. So what happened? Well, at 5:20 p.m., this is actually a pretty late quarter, at 5:23 p.m., Johnny enters the court, and this is apparently the earliest appearance to date. He's wearing a black suit this time and glasses, so probably the same outfit as last time. No MAGA hat this time. At 5:27 p.m., the interpreter enters, and then Johnny's lawyer enters at 5:28 p.m. Then at 5:29 p.m., judge calls Johnny and lawyer to the stand. So now it's real for him. At 5:30 p.m., they say, in a deepfake case against Johnny, prosecutor submits a correction to the date and the time of the crime, which happened 2 days earlier than stated in the indictment at midnight. So Johnny thought that he was going to have that charge dropped, but instead of dropping the charge, they just made a slight amendment to it. Johnny posted a video the other day saying, "How I got a charge dropped." According to this, that charge was not dropped. It's still there. So, I don't know what happened. Regardless, Johnny asks for an explanation of the date change. Prosecutor asks for confirmation of the date change. Johnny denies it took place on the 28th of October. It actually happened on the 31st of October, 2024. This happened ages ago. Like, he's been in Korea for over a year. No, I don't sleep a lot, as you notice. That's kind of how you upload every day. You just don't sleep that much. Anyway, the judge corrects the record regarding the dates and the deepfake crimes. And the Youngman deepfake charge, that one remains in effect. So actually, I take that earlier. He thought that the Youngman charge was dropped. No, it's staying in place. It's right here. So that's not looking too good. So the judge corrects the record regarding the dates of the deepfake crimes, and the Youngman deepfake charge remains in effect. The deepfake settlement was apparently not worth the paper it was written on. Because remember, they had this whole settlement where they were like, okay, we'll drop each other's charges. Right, guys? Right? But apparently, the prosecutor and the judge have to accept. Or else, yeah, nothing's going to happen. So that's crazy. So the prosecutor is asking for a sentence of 3 years imprisonment with labor and a fine of 150,000 won, which is essentially the max fine you can get, which is like 120 bucks. But he's not going to foreign prison, so he's going to Korean prison if the judge gives him a guilty verdict now. So you have, that's what the prosecutor is recommending. The prosecutor wants 3 years with labor. Then on top of that, 2 cell phones will be seized as evidence, and they will remain confiscated, so he won't get his phone back. And then additionally, which is pretty crazy, the prosecutor wants to add him to the S offender registry in South Korea for 5 years. Yeah, they're putting him on the register for 5 years. So I guess he can be doing the S offender shuffle in prison while doing labor, if he's actually given a guilty verdict by the judge. Because that's coming up now soon. So you have employment restrictions, personal information disclosure. So what the registry gives them is employment restrictions. So if he goes to prison there and he has to do labor, he's actually restricted on what kind of labor he can do because he's on that registry, if they actually put him on that registry. And then you have class attendance restrictions. So overall, that will just affect his imprisonment. So he can't do the cushy jobs, and apparently he can't do the vocational training if he's on that list and he goes to prison. So there are a bunch of ifs. This is just what the prosecutor is recommending. So that was said. So then Johnny's lawyer went up and had his closing argument. So the closing argument from Johnny's lawyer was Johnny's ignorance of Korean culture led to attacking shopkeepers. He blamed the noodle. The noodle incident was blamed on his ignorance of Korean culture. Dude, come on. And then he claims that Youngman doesn't want punishment. That was the note they wrote, right? So Youngman doesn't want the punishment. And then claims Bong Bong provoked it and also showed the video. So by them going, oh hey, look, but Bong Bong did what we did, that's them admitting to doing it. So I don't know what kind of defense that is. But hey. So at 5:37 p.m., Johnny speaks. And I am paraphrasing here a bit because obviously this is going through a few people and then getting to me. But this is pretty much what he said. We had two different people typed down and we compared their notes. And it looked pretty accurate. So, or both were pretty much identical. So he says, I sincerely apologize for my actions in Korea. I express remorse for the incident for which I was charged. I have been held captive in Korea for a year and a half, during which time I committed no crimes, and I learned to integrate into society during that time. Dude, you were running around in your underwear. You were prank calling the police. Nothing about your behavior showed that you were integrated into Korean society. Like, come on, dude. Don't even, like, alright, whatever. So he goes on, he says, I did some foolish things under the influence of alcohol, and I realized the consequences. I sincerely apologize for this. Okay, so he's blaming alcohol. He's not really taking full accountability here. And then he follows it up. Having been born and raised in the United States, I did not realize how serious the consequences of these actions, which would not be considered criminal in the United States, could be in Korea. Dude, commentary channels have been telling you since 2023 that this is an awful idea to be doing in Japan, in Korea, in Thailand, and any of the countries you're traveling to. Once you leave the United States, guess what? U.S. rules, they don't apply anymore. Sorry, you left your borders. You have to obey the laws in the country that you're currently in. You don't act out in a country you don't know the rules in. And you definitely don't act out in a country that is way harsher on crime. Like, in reality, yes, if he threw noodles around the U.S., there wouldn't be, like, what? Maybe they'd, like, at worst case, they'd be like, okay, disturbing the peace. You wouldn't get anything in the U.S. But if you goof around and go to Asia, you'll find out. Like, come on. But he continues. I reached an agreement with Lee Jung-chan, which is, what was his name? That's the guy he did the settlement with. I forgot what his streamer name was. But he reached an agreement with him regarding the two deepfake cases, and he no longer seeks punishment. Again, what you didn't consider here, Youngman, that's correct. So he reached an agreement with Youngman, and what he, I guess, didn't consider, and what we've been saying the whole time is, the prosecutor and the judge has to accept that, or else, I mean, that paper is worthless. So, yeah. And Bong Bong made it clear in court that she herself was unaware that distributing deepfake videos was a crime, and initially viewed them as not as content, but as a funny image. So, okay, Bong Bong doesn't see it as content, but as a funny image. If she, a Korean, didn't recognize the same act as a crime, how could I, an American, have known it was? Also, when I asked Bong Bong whether she had the defendant's consent to distribute the videos, Bong Bong replied, no. So, again, he's kind of using that same argument. He's going like, but she did what I did. And he's saying that she did it. So then indirectly he's also saying that he did it. So, I don't know what's going on there. Then, okay, but he continues by saying, the law is unfair, since the police didn't do anything when I tried to report Congo. All I'm asking is for the law to apply fairly. I want to appeal the prosecution and the police. That's a little late though, because apparently both of them are done with their jobs. Like the police were done about a year ago, and the prosecutor just finished her part. But he continues by saying, it's unfair if Bong Bong and I receive different punishments. I'm still young, and I want to see my family and go home. Please show some leniency. Dude, why didn't you come to court the first day, behaving, actually showing remorse, and you would have probably gotten out of here, like, pretty quickly. But instead, you showed up late, drunk, with a Trump hat, before the court, and you, like, threatened the judge and the judge's family. Like, this guy has done everything in the worst way possible, because he's just so desperate for attention on the internet. And where's this got him? Absolutely nowhere. Apparently, the prosecutor wants him in prison for 3 years with labor. So that's where this behavior gets you. Like, it's so not worth it. But I don't know. It's not like other people have been kind of telling him for years now that this is where this is going to end up. So yeah, he's asking for leniency. So the judge asks him, do you want a swift decision? And he went, yes. So yeah, he set the sentencing date for April 15th. That's not swift at all. A swift decision is normally like 2 weeks. You want a swift one? Yes. Alright, here's a not swift one. Okay. So apparently the judge gave Johnny the side-eye when Johnny talked about not knowing Korean culture. So it's just him deflecting, he's trying to find excuses. Like, come on, dude. Are you not a little too old for this right now? You're at their mercy. Why are you goofing around? Why are you not taking full accountability? You should have just fully locked in, like, over a year ago. But here we are. So, apparently, a quote from someone in the audience was, while Johnny was talking, I was thinking, this is not an apology, and I'm pretty sure the court isn't going to take it as one either. The judge was not impressed by the no apology. He was flippant during his closing statements, but Johnny left court with the face of, apparently he looked a little shell-shocked. So, I don't think he was a fan of the recommended sentence here. So, from everything I've heard, the judge normally lands pretty close to the recommended sentence of the prosecutor here. So, anywhere from 2 to 4 years is what I'm hearing right now. If the recommended sentence is 3 years. So, yeah. This will be very interesting. The only problem is, he hasn't given any reason for them to give him any leniency at all. So, it's not like the judge is going to really want to give him a light sentence. The prosecutor is recommending a 3-year sentence with work and putting him on the S offender registry in Korea. That's crazy. Well, I guess that's what happens when you F around and find out. So, April 15th, we'll finally know what happens. But now we know exactly what the prosecutor wants. So, until then, I'll see you guys in the next stream. Actually, I have to be in court soon, so I don't know how much sleep I'm going to get, but I'll stream again tomorrow with the updates to the TikTok psychic. Is that trial is also finished tomorrow, so that's going to be crazy. But until then, I'll see you guys next one. Peace.
Icon has the tools pros trust, from wrenches to storage solutions, diagnostic tools, and more. Built to last and backed for life. Pick yours up today. Icon, tool truck quality, unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Thank you for a great season, football fans.
Every year, 100,000 people disappear in Russia, and 25% are never found. That is roughly 25,000 people who simply vanish without a trace. Many people know of the stories of the National Forest in America. Just talked about the Appalachian Trail in my video last week, but the stories from the vast and unforgiving landscapes of Siberia aren't often covered online. This landscape swallows any trace of these people who have gone missing, leaving endless questions about what could have happened and where these people may have gone. And like most missing persons related stories and topics and tales, the numbers only tell part of the story. And while the Moscow region of Russia reports the highest number of missing persons, the Siberian regions of Irkutsk and Krasnoyarsk rank among the top 5. And in Siberia, when someone disappears, they face odds that would terrify even the most prepared survivor. So today's video is about the horrors of Siberia. There is so many rabbit holes of terrifying areas around the world. Also, the beauty. We're going to be talking a bit about the beauty of Siberia and showing you guys something. One thing pretty crazy about Siberia is how big it is. It isn't just a large remote area. It is 9% of Earth's land surface. It's a 5.2 million square mile frozen tundra hell, basically. And for those of you who use kilometers, it's 13.4 million square kilometers, 5.2 million square miles. So you get the point. Siberia is gigantic. If it were its own country, it would be the second largest country in the world. But like Canada, there's only like 30, 40 million people, something like that. In Siberia, there's 36 million people there. That is 3 people per square kilometer. For comparison, even Mongolia has a similar population density. And Mongolia is very remote. Parts of northern Siberia have less than 1 person per square kilometer, which is not a lot of people per square kilometer, to be honest. To be clear, when we're talking about statistics, it's not like certain kilometers that are squared only have like a torso or a waist or a combination or a few limbs or anything like that. It's just numbers, percentages, to help put it into perspective. Or maybe they are, I'm not sure. Maybe there could be a few torsos out there. I'm not sure. The point is, you can walk for a really long time and never see another human being. I'm talking long. Really, really, really long. The vast majority of Siberians cluster in cities that sprang up along the Trans-Siberian Railway in the south, this beautiful area. The rest of Siberia is wilderness. There are 10 million square kilometers of taiga, which is the world's largest contiguous forest. It is big, dude. It's so impressive. I did not know enough about Siberia, and now I'm like fired up about Siberia. I got a Siberian flag. I don't have a Siberian flag. I don't know what that looks like, but Siberia also contains the most extensive peatlands in the world, which that might mean something to you. It means nothing to me. My dog's named Pete. Mountain ranges in Siberia create areas so remote that cities like Petropavlovsk and Kamchatka can't be reached by roads or railroad at all. How are they cities? I have no idea at that point. Siberia also holds the title of the coldest inhabited place on Earth. The towns of this name and Verkhoyansk, I don't know how to say, Onyakon, I don't know how to say that. These towns complete for the pole of cold, where temperatures plunge to minus 67.8 degrees Celsius, which is 90 degrees below zero Fahrenheit. Oh my gosh! It's cold as fuck! How are people even out there? How are people even out there in that cold? And in December of 2023, northeastern Siberia recorded a low of minus 73.7 degrees Celsius, aka 100.6 below zero Fahrenheit. That is the coldest temperature in 40 fucking years, and my nipples are hard just thinking about it. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, at least it doesn't get hot. Hey bud, it does. Summer brings brutal extremes in Siberia as well. The temperature swing between winter and summer can exceed 100 degrees Celsius, making it the most extreme seasonal variation on the planet. Yakutsk was clawing its way to 100 degrees Fahrenheit in July 2011. That is unbelievable. So when someone goes missing in a Siberian winter, the window for survival isn't days, it's just hours. Medical examiners found that 5-year-old Liza Fomkina, discovered after 10 days lost near Moscow, died of hypothermia. In this case, she would have most likely survived if she had been found 1 day earlier. Her death led to the foundation of the Liza Alert, which is essentially the Russian Amber Alert. It's a 24/7 alert system that conducts search and rescue missions for missing people, similar to our Amber Alert, Silver Alert for old folks. Liza died near Moscow, which is the capital of Russia, and in Siberia, where temperatures drop far lower and rescue infrastructure is far worse, the window around Moscow shrinks to a terrifying sliver of time. There's a phrase that haunts volunteers that tells the whole story. They said this was Moscow, not somewhere in Siberia. And even where search and rescue efforts are at their best in Moscow, Russia, they're still inadequate. According to their quotes, there was no equipment, no experience. They just walked on the streets and yelled. So if Moscow is that bad, imagine Siberia. The response time alone for search and rescue teams to arrive at a missing person's last location may already mean the search for a body rather than a survivor. We've learned before in these videos that in wilderness survival, 3 days is the critical threshold for finding someone living. And after those 3 days, the probability of finding someone alive drops sharply. In Siberia's summer, the dense taiga forests confuse orientation and make land nav difficult. Look at this. It's almost alien looking. From June to September brings mushroom and berry foraging season.
You do this. You can be the first millennial with a trip on their phone. How? Kayak. It can vet hundreds of sites, so you know you're getting the right flight, hotel, or rental car. Kayak. Got that right.
Every dinner comes with a side. There are sides that stretch, that stand out, that tumble, and disappear. Quick, easy, and always delicious. Main Street Bistro sides pair with every side of dinner. Main Street Bistro, for every side of dinner.
In Siberia, and this time frame sees hundreds of people disappear into the woods, never to return. The math from Siberia's missing persons is absolutely brutal. If you take 100,000 annual disappearances and spread them across 13 million square kilometers and factor in temperatures that kill in hours, then add Soviet-era rescue infrastructure that's made for a different century, subtract visibility in forests that are so dense that even helicopters miss bodies lying in plain sight, and it paints a pretty grievous picture. This is a place where people's vanishing is a statistical certainty. If you get lost, you are almost guaranteed to not be found. And this definitely means that there are some bad people who have spent quite a bit of time in this area for more sinister and perhaps even unexplainable reasons to attribute to these disappearances throughout the year. For example, we know that serial killers, evil people will go to areas where they're not going to be found if they kill somebody. There is some wild and tragic stories, legends, and cases that have come out of Siberia. Take, for example, the case of Kamar Devan. It is a case that investigators hate. There are multiple victims with conflicting testimony and a timeline that doesn't make any sense. It snaps under the idea of having common sense. On August 5th, 1993, 7 experienced hikers were descending the Kamar Daban mountain near Lake Baikal after a successful trek. They had survived the worst night, which was the 4th of August, when freezing rain and high winds battered their exposed camp, and now, in the late morning of August 5th, they'd eaten breakfast and begun their descent towards safety. And within minutes, 6 of them were dead. There were 7 in the group, and 6 of them were students from the Azimut Tourist Club from Petropavl, Kazakhstan. Their ages ranged from 15-year-old Timur Bapanov to 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko. And a prestigious hiker led the student group, a woman by the name of Ludmila Korovina. She was a 41-year-old hiking instructor who had spent years teaching wilderness survival and knew the Kamar Daban range very well. She held the Master of Sports in Hiking title, which is the highest Soviet athletic classification. By the way, this is 1993, 2 years after, the Berlin Wall comes down, and so on and so forth. So still those titles are very relevant at this time. In spite of Korovina's experience, she was not the only person to survive this disaster. Among the group was 17-year-old Valentina Valya Udachenko. She would be the only one to walk off that mountain in 1993. And their original planned path would have them meeting another group of hikers, including Natalia Korovina, Ludmila's daughter. When Natalia's mother initially didn't arrive, she wasn't worried, believing that the weather had simply delayed them a bit. After all, the wetness of the year would add weight to each load of the hikers and, visibility and all that. But what Natalia at that time didn't know was that 6 bodies, including her mother, were lying on the mountainside, all dead. And at the same time, the group's sole survivor, Valya, had drifted far off course, either out of desperation or fear, or a combination of both of those things. And on August 10th, 1993, 5 days after the group had set out on the return journey, a group of kayakers near the foot of the Kamar Daban mountains saw a lone girl covered in dried blood staring at them from the riverbank. That girl was Valya. And the story she tried to tell the kayakers was so horrifying that she couldn't compose herself enough to recall it for days afterwards. She went through so much trauma and was so distressed that she simply could not recount the events. And when she finally did, the story she told was something straight out of a horror movie. Shortly after breakfast, they began their trek back, and soon after, from the back of the line of hikers, a scream pierced the air of the mountainside. 23-year-old Alexander Krisin was frothing at the mouth with blood pouring from his eyes and ears. Sasha collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably before suddenly becoming motionless. And the group's leader, Ludmila Korovina, rushed over to Sasha while urging the rest of the group to continue onward down the mountain. Not long after the remaining group had departed, another scream was heard. The group, now 5, returned to find Korovina exhibiting similar symptoms to Sasha, blood rushing from her eyes and nose and foam spewing from between her lips. She shook violently before collapsing on top of Sasha, who had died in the same way. Korovina was the leader of the group. She was the expert hiker and survival instructor of the group of people there. They needed her, and so they rushed to her aid. Tatiana, the second oldest of the group, reached Korovina first, and not long after, she grasped at her throat as she was also unable to breathe. Horrifyingly, she didn't simply shake before collapsing. Tatiana reportedly went to a rock and began bashing her head against it repeatedly until she, too, went still. Obviously frightened by what they had seen, the 2 youngest of the group, 16-year-old Victoria Zelasova and the young 15-year-old Timur Bapanov, ran away. And while fleeing, before they could get too far, they both collapsed, throwing up blood and clawing at their own throats, and in their final moments tore themselves free of their clothing before also becoming motionless. So the only 2 of the group of 7 that are left are Denis Shvachkin and Valya. And after witnessing this, they begin running as well. And not long after, Valya was on her own, as Dennis had fallen as well. Fearing for her own life, Valya left her friends entirely behind and ran for days. Valya had left in such a rush that she left behind almost everything that she needed. She only brought her clothes and tent, so she could do nothing but pitch a tent and sleep during the night. She obviously needed supplies, so the next day in the morning she returned to the location of the bodies of her friends. Everyone was still laying where they had fallen, and Valya closed their eyes and recovered as many supplies as she could that she needed to survive. She followed power lines down the mountain over the next 4 days before being rescued by the kayakers we mentioned earlier, who treated her as best as they could and helped her to safety. And when the formal search for the fallen members of the party began on August 24th, 1993, following the extensive period where Valya was too distressed to recall what she'd been through, the bodies were recovered within 2 days. Alexei Levinsky, a rescuer who came across the scene from inside a search helicopter, recalled what he saw. He said, clothes and backpacks were bright. The group lay on a clear slope 250 meters below the mountain ridge towards the Chesnaya River basin. There were also 200 to 300 meters left to the forest border. I don't remember birds or crows singing or flying there at the site of death. It's well purged, the bodies were partially mummified, and there was not even a corpse smell. According to an autopsy, all of the hikers had died from hypothermia, except for Ludmila Korvina, who had died from cardiac arrest. The autopsy revealed other abnormalities such as bruised and fluid-filled lungs, as well as protein deficiencies in some of the mummy's muscles, suggesting possible starvation. What's strange about this is that it was a relatively short trip, and Valia had scavenged food from their bodies in fear, so she had food. They had food. 25 years after the events on the mountain, in 2018, a reporter tracked down Valia, who had buried her days there so deeply that not even her own husband was aware of this story from 1993. And her 2018 account contradicted her 1993 testimony. She now denied that there was any blood. She said there were no screams. She also attributed the deaths to pulmonary edema and strongly defended Korovina against theories of negligence, which there were plenty, and cared for them even to the end. So what possibly could have happened here? Her story, many years later, changes drastically when compared to her testimony. Her testimony is just, trauma and how she's envisioning it, and she's just sort of out of her mind, which obviously you can't blame her. As a result of these conflicting testimonies, there are a ton of theories. Maybe it's a supernatural phenomenon stemming from this occurring near Lake Baikal, the deepest lake in the world, in the center of Siberia's Baikal Triangle. That's what some people who breathe out of their mouth might say. Or maybe it was a result of some remnants of Soviet military testing that went awry. Let me know what you think happened down below. The official explanation is hypothermia with paradoxical undressing, which is a phenomenon that occurs when you're dying from hypothermia. Victims often remove clothing due to temperature regulation failure in the brain. You just start undressing even though it will kill you faster. The group had endured days of freezing rain and spent August 4th collecting medicinal golden root while soaked and exhausted. They couldn't build a fire that night and showed classic signs of hypothermia deaths. But the timing of it is a bit confusing. Why would hypothermia strike suddenly and fatally within minutes on the morning of August 5th after they'd survived the coldest, wettest conditions and just eaten breakfast? That part's confusing. Maybe it's the testimony is incorrect. I'm not totally sure. Rescuers Valery Tatarnikov and Vladimir Zinov believe that it would have been impossible for the hikers to die of cold given those conditions. Zinov instead suggested that it was perhaps altitude sickness that had been responsible, but even that is suspect. It's the highest point in the...
At Einstein Bros Bagels, hot honey schmear, the cream cheese everyone's buzzing about. It's sweet, it's spicy, it's spicy. You'll want it on everything. Hot honey schmear, be spicy.
Now we're baking.
The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back? You've got some nerve showing up with your all-beef patties, grilled peppers, and jalapeno ranch. Oh, we just missed you, that's all. The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back. Download the app. What a burger!
Archibald range is big. This Podkova, I don't know how to say this word. Utolskaya. Podkova. I don't know how to speak Russian or pronounce anything, so I apologize. But that's 2,396 meters or 7,861 feet, which is not really that high into altitude in which your air would be too thin, and that would cause altitude sickness. And for further clarification, this group hiked the Retranslator Peak at 2,301 meters, so still not quite that high. And altitude sickness most often occurs above or around 8,000 feet or 2,438 meters. One of the most disturbing theories suggests that the group was exposed to a Soviet nerve agent, and the symptoms that Udachenko initially described and reported make sense. For that, there's frothing, foaming at the mouth, convulsions, bleeding from orifices like the eyes, ears, and nose, along with respiratory distress, cardiac arrest. These things seem to match the effects of nerve gas poisoning perfectly. As it turns out, a new nerve agent was being developed in the years leading up to the 1993 deaths of the hiking group. Novichok, also known as the newcomer, is a class of nerve agent that was first synthesized in 1989 and was being manufactured into the 1990s. It's among the deadliest nerve agents ever created, estimated to be 5 to 8 times more toxic than the VX nerve agent. VX being the nerve agent that was used in the assassination of Kim Jong-un's half-brother, Kim Jong-nam. Novichok agents are also very stable and will not evaporate or break down in water. And with Siberia being a primary region for weapons testing in the USSR, obviously what else is going to happen out there? Is it possible that residual Novichok dormant in the area was reactivated by severe storms the night before the group died? Not exactly sure. Some people on the internet seem to think that a flaw in this theory, I shall say, is that this is a popular area for tourist hiker groups, especially during peak season, which would make it an unlikely candidate for a secret testing site for a new nerve agent, to be honest. Another theory focuses on what they ate for breakfast. Korovina was a known forager who taught mushroom identification, maybe, and this leads into the negligence theories of maybe not her, but maybe another hiker picking a poisonous mushroom, thinking it's safe, and then mixing it in with their breakfasts, and everybody just dies from mushroom poisoning. And Valia may have escaped death by luckily not consuming any of the poisonous fungoid, either by chance or by intentionally avoiding mushrooms in her meal, because some people just don't like mushrooms. I'm a big mushroom guy. Press like for mushrooms. I should say most deaths from poisonous mushrooms are caused by amanitas, which have delayed symptoms that don't manifest until 6 to 24 hours after consumption. So it's very unlikely that you're just going to die from a mushroom immediately. So the swift timeline from eating breakfast to the onset of symptoms is perplexing to say the least, especially with how quickly their deaths followed. Now, this story might sound like the Dyatlov Pass incident, which the internet is quite familiar with, and anyone familiar with that may be aware of the theories surrounding that in regard to katabatic winds and infrasound. The infrasound theory in particular is very interesting to me, and that theory circulates in conversation of the Kamar Divan group theory 2 as well, or whatever. Katabatic winds create cold airflows down a mountain, which could have quickly caused hypothermia to the group, and infrasound are sound waves undetectable to the human ear, so they can cause psychological distress in the form of panic and hallucinations, or even cardiac arrest. You've probably heard of Savannah syndrome. That's the idea of ENF and magic invisible shit killing people. So if katabatic winds had frozen the group, why not Valia? If infrasound caused Korovina's heart attack or Tatiana's hysteria leading to her bashing her own head on a rock, why not the rest of the group? No possible explanation fully explains everything. The story is unbelievable, and the ridge where they fell overlooks a body of water that births even further explanations of its own, Lake Baikal, which isn't just deep, it's also very odd. From magnetic hiccups to strange lights beneath the water, Baikal may offer answers to the questions raised on the mountainside. Lake Baikal is called the Pearl of Siberia. It's beautiful and holds a ton of records. At about 20 to 25 million years old, it is the oldest existing freshwater lake on Earth at a maximum depth of 5,315 feet, or 1,620 meters. It is the deepest lake in a continental body of water on Earth. Not to mention its staggering size. It's 395 miles long with an average width of 30 miles. It's also the largest lake in the world, holding 5.5 thousand cubic miles of fresh water, which is about 20% of Earth's unfrozen fresh water. That's crazy. Siberia is big. And this lake is big. What's up with Siberia? 20% of Earth's unfrozen fresh water. That's 100 cubic miles of water more than all of the Great Lakes combined. Its water clarity also offers some of the deepest visibility in the world. You can see 40 meters deep into the amazing clear water, allowing you to observe some of the most beautiful freshwater ecosystems, as well as it being home to 1,700 endemic species found nowhere else on Earth. It's magical, dude. I would want to go visit here after doing this video. It's also one of the strangest places on Earth. The folklore in the area goes back for centuries. Lake Baikal's indigenous peoples, primarily the Buryat and Evenk, view the lake as a living, sentient being inhabited by powerful spirits, and they invoke the spirit of the lake for guidance and healing. The most famous spirit is Lusud Khan, which I'm absolutely saying all this totally incorrectly, but it's the water dragon. It's often described as a massive sturgeon with armor plates and a long snout, and it embodies the lake's power and unpredictability. In early Chinese chronicles mention gods of the lake and dragonfishes, while Russian explorers documented indigenous fear and reverence for
Pittsburgh is built to perform. From America's #1 selling floor jacks to sockets, ratchets, and shop equipment, Pittsburgh delivers the reliability you need at prices that can't be beat, only at Harbor Freight.
this being. Lake Baikal holds profound spiritual significance as the sacred center of North Asian shamanism. The Evenk people, dispersed across vast Siberian territories, including areas south of Lake Baikal, all maintain their own distinct relationship with the lake. Evenk traditions describe the Lord of the Waters as a serpentine or fish-like creature embodying the powerful and unpredictable nature of Siberia's rivers and lakes. It's incredible. Historical accounts document that before complete Russian colonization in the 18th century, Evenk princes sent envoys with rich gifts to Lake Baikal. They would send furs, cattle, and precious stones loaded onto special boats as a tribute to the powerful creatures that live deep beneath the surface of the lake. And if we compare the old accounts of indigenous folklore to more modern occurrences, it can offer us a different perspective and a different answer as to what could possibly be hiding there. There are plenty of reported UFO sightings. Russia is known for its unique UFO sightings and all the crazy alien shit that happened during the Soviet era. One such event being the claim that the KGB shot down a UFO with a surface-to-air missile before then being turned to limestone by the 5 aliens that emerged from the downed craft. But what happens at Lake Baikal in particular is reported so frequently that it's hard to ignore or dismiss as a simple hoax, like a lot of these other things, the limestone man. Now, one-off stories that don't offer any sort of definitive corroboration can be pretty hard to believe on their own merit, like the story of the supposed military encounter from 1964 with a UFO near Lake Baikal, where an anti-aircraft missile unit witnessed an unexplained glow over the lake before a fiery orange sphere broke through the surface, or a 1965 sighting where a cigar-shaped object flew across Baikal, releasing several spheres, then disappeared near the Kamargavan Mountains, which, you know, that's pretty strange. We've been hearing a lot about cigars and UFO spheres recently here in America, so that's kind of freaky. By the way, those are the same mountains in which the hikers died in an unexplained manner. I'm not saying aliens did it. People online are. Okay. But the most documented incident occurred in the summer of 1982. 7 Soviet naval divers were conducting routine training exercises at a depth of 50 meters when they encountered humanoid-shaped creatures. The divers described them as approximately 3 meters tall, which is 9 to 10 feet, and wearing silver metallic suits and transparent spheres on their heads, like helmets, like aliens from the alien stuff. The helmets have also been described as resembling open umbrellas on the heads of these creatures, which became known as the Lake Baikal swimmers. Otherwise, they had no kind of equipment of any kind. They were just, swimming around stylish as shit with their umbrella head clear things or whatever, I don't know. When this was reported to their commander, they were ordered back in the water to catch one of the swimmers. It didn't go well. Reportedly, after trying to capture a swimmer with a net, the entire group was launched out of the water by a magic invisible force. The men surfaced too quickly and were unable to properly decompress and required decompression chambers, but still, 3 of the 7 ended up dying from decompression sickness because they didn't have suitable chambers. Large hyperbaric chambers can hold 7 or more people, but it said they were using smaller models and cramming the men in, where suspending disbelief and taking the story at just magical face swimmer value. I'm not really sure. A retelling of the story from the Black Vault claims that the surviving men still became invalids following their encounter, insinuating the magical blast removed their testicles. Or maybe it was the rapid decompression, or, I don't know, the force blast. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but they became invalids, which is sad as fuck. Another story revealed in a declassified CIA document compiling UFO media reports in Russia details an encounter from September 30th, 1989, where Soviet pilots witnessed a flying disc with 5 beams of light emanating from it, and when they changed course to approach it, they were blasted by a ray of light. Reportedly, it left the pilots invalids as well, with rapidly deteriorating health and cancer that proved fatal months later, described as injury to the organism as a result of radiation from an unidentified flying object. Are you kidding me? Injury to the organism? Now, it's probably a reach to associate any of this stuff. Any of these UFOs pilots are encountering with the Lake Baikal swimmers. The swimmers occurred 7 years prior, but interestingly, both encounters involve military personnel being targeted with magic energy that then left them invalids. And the use of these magic beams were only as a result of the men being too aggressive to the supposed alien or alien craft. The Lake Baikal swimmer story is very strange and is supposedly even corroborated by fishermen in the area. Historic Mysteries reports a 1990s fisherman, fellow by the name of Nikolai Kiriv, who described a large silver human-shaped figure leaping from the lake like a flying fish at night. It's like Rob Schneider from The Animal when he's like a dolphin or whatever, but the guy in a shiny metal suit. There's also 3 locations around the lake that have earned reputations as cursed zones. Cape Ritya on the western shore, the Great Ushkani Islands, and the Ulkan Islands, or the Devil's Crater, where ships vanish. In 2003, a private yacht was pulled beneath the surface, leaving 1 confirmed dead, 7 missing, and of the 5 who were rescued, 1 of the injured was a child. You see, in 2011, a pleasure boat named the Yamaha disappeared and no wreckage was ever found. And if that wasn't interesting enough, here's where it gets even more interestinger. The lake sits in an active tectonic rift zone where plates are pulling apart at a rate of 4 to 6 millimeters per year. This creates intense seismic activity, hydrothermal vents, and something unique in freshwater: gas hydrates. Lake Baikal is the only confined freshwater lake where gas hydrates exist. An estimated 1 trillion cubic meters of methane is stored in crystalline form at the lake's bottom.
I swear by this one trip. What's up with Mom?
She's been scrolling travel advice for hours. Now she's got influencer brain.
That's my favorite part. You gotta use kayak. They compare hundreds of sites, so you always get your trip right.
Kayak. Got that right.
Bubba's back, fam.
Looking for the ultimate destination for fun? Well, look no further. Bolero is the perfect place to bowl, party, eat, and play. There's something for everyone at Bolero. Bolero.com.
The Earth's entire atmosphere contains only about 5 gigatons of fart methane, and Baikal's sediments hold 424 gigatons, dude. Huh? What the fuck? I bet that lake stinks. And as you can imagine, with all the seismic shifts and earthquakes and tectonic shifts disturbing these deposits, methane just erupts. In 1912, a massive methane eruption following a strong earthquake killed countless water organisms in South Baikal. Injury to the organism on a mass scale. And since 2020, scientists have been recording large bubble formations that release with what they describe as a strong, explosive roar, which is also how I describe my releasing of strong large bubble formations. I looked it up. Anyways, these eruptions can overturn ships. It's also one of the theories proposed to explain ships that vanish in the Bermuda Triangle. Just big gas, you know. You're gone. So that's scary. And also, methane eruptions can create warm water columns that rise and swirl, and gas release can create luminescent effects underwater. You could potentially attribute some of the visual phenomena of Lake Baikal and the rest of the world to this type of thing. Rapid pressure changes from these eruptions could create unusual phenomena that in the dark depths might appear to be something alive and moving without any kind of real actual organism living to be injured. Methane gas hydrates could also explain the underwater lights if they are ignited in some way. The resulting methane explosion could look like something glowing or erupting from the water, a little bomb or some shit like that. I don't even know, dude. I'm not a science person. I'm a YouTuber. Go to sour.gg. Alright, guys? Go to loz.gg and sour.gg and belt.club. Am I right? Join the Discord. We got a Discord in there. And also go to loz.gg and download the mobile game that we've been working on and give feedback to it. We want it to be a good alternative to like Subway Surfers or something like that, but with our lore, our artists, or drawings. I mean, look at the front page. It's so cool, dude. Anyways, back to the Baikal Rift Zone. It produces magnetic field anomalies that differ dramatically from both adjacent territories and oceanic rifts. High amplitude magnetic disturbances of tens of nanoteslas have been detected from this area. How about nanotesla? It's a cool word. These anomalies can confound ship navigational equipment and may contribute to the cursed zones where vessels disappear in this triangle. Then there's the ice rings, mysterious circular formations 5 to 7 kilometers in diameter, too large to see from the ground, but only visible from satellite images that first captured them in the early 2000s. They appeared as dark rings of thin ice surrounding bright centers of thick ice, and in 2016 to 2017, field studies finally solved the mystery. Warm, lens-like anticyclonic eddies rotating clockwise beneath the ice. What? You're telling me there's a big thing spinning under the water? Water 1 or 2 degrees warmer than its surroundings melt the ice in strange circular patterns. 2 vans sank after driving over these ice rings during the study period, which is crazy. Now that could be considered a mundane explanation because it isn't aliens, but it's still dangerous. and it's an idea we'll revisit later. So what about the humanoids, the Baikal Lake swimmers? A mundane explanation for them is that they are simply a misidentified species, like a Baikal seal. Baikal seals are one of the only freshwater seal species in the world, and they have white-gray undersides that could be mistaken for a silvery, sexy, gay humanoid flying through the water at Mach speeds. They're approximately the correct size when viewed from a certain angle and can remain submerged for extended periods. Also, transparent ice formations could create illusions of humanoid shapes, and I don't know. I really don't know. It's probably aliens, though, for that one. Maybe some mundane explanations in there, but still, mundane explanations or not, there are still a horrifying amount of disappearances in Siberia, and the numbers are staggering. In fact, the most horrifying stories are often hidden within the vast statistics and numbers. It's tempting to blame the lake, the lights, sky, UFOs, but it appears the most efficient, non-mundane, nature-based disappearance engine in Siberia is men, a man in uniform who turned the blank spaces on the map at Siberia into hunting grounds. When women started disappearing in the Siberian city of Angarsk in the 1990s, no one suspected the killer wore a police uniform and drove a patrol car. His name was Mikhail Popkov, and for nearly 20 years, he was Russia's most prolific serial killer, hiding in plain sight. Mikhail Viktorovich Popkov was born on March 7, 1964 in Norilsk. He moved to Angarsk as a child, and Angarsk is a city of over 200,000 people, 2,600 miles east of Moscow in the Irkutsk region of Siberia. He joined the police force where he believed he was a good cop. He said, "I was in the service, in the police, having positive feedback on my work." He was married to Elena, who also worked for the police department, and they had a daughter, Ekaterina, I don't know if that's a name, who adored her father. And he also considered himself a good husband and father, even though he his victims as well. Nobody suspected the monster for years, and he effectively led a double life that fooled everyone around him. From 1992 to 2011, across nearly 2 decades, Popkov murdered over 80 women and girls between the ages of 16 and 40, leading him to earning the moniker the Werewolf and the Angarsk Maniac from Russian media. Popkov's effectiveness came from exploiting his position of authority. He wore his police uniform and drove his police car off duty at night. He targeted women he considered immoral, and immoral to him means those drinking alone at parties without male escorts or walking alone after dark. He believed he was going to cleanse the streets of prostitutes, but his bar for a prostitute was very loose. This is how he described his victims.
Now at Whataburger, you can get the new Big Ranch Wrap for $3, 5 premium wanted chicken bites for $4, or Bacon Cheese Whataburger Jr. for $5. Add fries and a drink for a little more. Now that's a what a deal at Whataburger. Download the app.
The victims were those who, unaccompanied by men at night without a certain purpose, were on the streets behaving carelessly, who were not afraid to enter into conversation with me, get into my car, and then go for a drive in search of adventures for the sake of entertainment, also ready to drink alcohol and have sexual intercourse with me. Not all women became victims, but those of a certain negative behavior I had a desire to teach and punish. So that's insane. Remember, by the way, he's in police uniform and a patrol vehicle offering women rides. Of course, they're going to engage in conversation and trust him immediately because he is the literal representation of safety, or supposed to be, I guess. Instead, if they accepted his offer to get into his vehicle, they were considered a possible prostitute and were killed for trusting him. He drove the women to remote locations, a forest, a wooded area, roadside, or a cemetery, and forced them to undress before killing them with axes, hammers, knives, screwdrivers, baseball bats, and more. He never used a gun, and his weapons were often stolen from the police's store of confiscated arms. He also extensively mutilated their bodies, with them having over 100 knife wounds in some cases. Then, after all this, he drove home to his family as if nothing happened. One victim was even a teacher at his own daughter's music school. He dumped the teacher's body in the woods alongside another victim, which those bodies were later found, but he wasn't worried. In fact, he even gave his daughter money for the school's funeral collection. Popkov even committed some murders while on duty and participated in investigation teams at his own crime scenes. He investigated himself In one incident, he left his police badge at a scene, returned to retrieve it, and finished off the victim with a shovel when he discovered she was still alive. Several women did actually survive Popkov's attacks. One such woman is Yevgenia Protasova, who at the age of 18 in 1999 got into his car after being shown the police badge, at which point she was hit over the head, taken to a forest, and choked before being left for dead. Yevgenia came forward in 2012 after seeing a photograph showing Popkov had been arrested, likely due to fearing contacting the police when it was a police officer who had attacked her. I can't imagine just living so long knowing your attempted murderer is out there still killing the maniac. It's dumb. The murders went unnoticed for so long because Angarsk in the 1990s had a terribly disorganized investigation team, and according to one senior investigator, Sergei Derzhabin, practically none of the cases were investigated, a third of the material evidence was lost, and no one was responsible for anything. It's like, man who worked there's response and thoughts of that whole situation, which is terribly sad. And pressure to solve the case started to mount when an article about a serial killer in Angarsk was published in 2002, but it would still be 10 years before Popkov was caught. Sperm samples gathered from victims were found to match, linking all of them to one killer, but Popkov wasn't in the system, having left the force in 1998. A breakthrough in the case came when investigators noticed commonalities among the crime scenes that may have been initially dismissed. For example, tire tracks from off-road vehicles commonly used by authorities were present, and this may have been brushed off for years with the come-and-go of authorities at crime scenes. They may have assumed that, it was just the investigators and police present for the investigation who made these marks, not the actual killer. It is a really, way to be kind of invisible for a while. Then once this new angle for approaching the investigation was considered, past victim testimony became relevant again, and one of the few victims of Popkov that had survived claimed a police officer was responsible, but her claims were dismissed as being confused from her head injuries, which is sad. Then in 2012, authorities conducted mass DNA testing of 3,500 current and former police officers in the Irkutsk region who drove vehicles matching the crime scene tracks. And the pool of suspects was narrowed down to 589 people, including Popkov. Popkov was summoned for an interview and interrogation in March 2012, during which he was also asked to provide a saliva sample for DNA analysis, and the analysis confirmed that Mikhail Popkov was in fact the werewolf, or the Angarsk maniac. Mikhail was then arrested, and his reaction to the DNA link between himself and his victims was one of surprise. He said, "I was born in another century. Now there are such modern technologies, methods, but not earlier. If we have not got to that level of genetic examination, then I would not be sitting in front of you." He's really surprised that DNA evidence linked him to all the murders that he committed. Also, while guilty of murder, the extent of his killings still wasn't fully known. Popkov was convicted of 22 murders and 2 attempted murders from 1994 to 2000. He received life imprisonment in 2015 from those murders that he was linked to. Then in 2017, while already in prison, he confessed to 59 additional murders. You think he might be like one of those guys where they just start confessing to shit because they get McDonald's or whatever, because they close cold cases. That's happened before. But his trial began in January of 2018, and by December 10th, 2018, he was convicted of 56 of those murders. 3 couldn't be proven due to insufficient evidence. He received a second life sentence, which is very rare in Russia. I know in America, people are always getting a ton of life sentences. He was stripped of his police rank and pension and was given 10 more years in prison after being connected to 3 more murders in 2023. He surpassed Andrei Chikatilo, the butcher of Rostov, who killed 52, and Alexander Pekushkin, the chessboard killer, who murdered 48 people. I didn't realize there were so many prolific murderers in Russian history. Popkov is the most prolific serial killer in Russian history. And his motive was the claim that he wanted to cleanse the streets and act as a cleaner, targeting immoral women. So why did this happen? Well, it's believed the trigger to this that set him on this path happened in 1992. After hosting people in his home, 2 used condoms were discovered in his trash can, which he believed meant his wife had been guilty of infidelity. And this was an imagined betrayal that he would far surpass over the nearly 2 decades of murder. Psychiatrists diagnosed him with pathological attraction to killing people and homicidal mania with sadistic elements, but He was ruled legally sane somehow. He derived pleasure from the murders. He felt relaxed and uplifted and slept and ate better after the killings. His daughter Ekaterina initially refused to believe her father was the monster he'd been depicted as. She said, "I do not believe any of this. I always felt myself as a daddy's girl. For 25 years we were together hand in hand. We walked, rode bikes, went to the shops, and he met me from school. We both collect model cars, and so we had the same hobby. I wanted to be a criminologist, so I read a book with tips of how investigators catch serial killers, and there were also basic classifications about murderers. Daddy doesn't fit any of these classifications. He doesn't look like some maniac." So, that all aside, supernatural forces, government conspiracies, or paranormal phenomena didn't take the women who vanished in Angars. A police officer sworn to protect them did it, and his badge and uniform turned into weapons enabled his crimes for years. It wasn't a mythical monster hiding in the shadows, known only from spoken word legends passed down from generation to generation. He was a dude, popular at work, funny, his daughter loved him, and he was a massive piece of shit. In early March 2004, the French-Finnish wilderness guide Dominic Arduin departed from Cape Arcticeski, or the Arctic Cape, which is what I will call it, located on the Severnaya Zemlya archipelago. I'm just done trying to pronounce stuff. Approximately 3,500 kilometers northeast of Moscow, it is among the furthest north landmasses on Earth, let alone Russia. Dominic was attempting to become the first woman to reach the geographical North Pole alone and unaided. And 1 year earlier, she'd attempted the same journey and failed, and somehow lived. During her fail, she was rescued after falling through the ice and had to have most of her toes amputated due to frostbite. Now, she was trying again. She made contact on the first day of her trip, Friday, March 5th, but by Saturday, after only 1 day of travel, her trainers lost contact with her. And as a safety precaution, Arduin had switched on an Argos beacon, which sends positioning data, but her team couldn't detect the signal from this beacon. And along with her Argos beacon, Arduin also had 2 satellite phones, but she never answered attempts to reach her on either. When she vanished, she was only 15 miles from her starting point. So, an investigation began and quickly discovered something disturbing. Almost everything about Dominic Arduin's life was a total lie. This backstory of hers was discovered to be fabricated after her disappearance. Arduin was born in 1961. She moved to Finland in 1988 and for 15 years worked as a guide in Finnish Lapland, receiving dual citizenship. She had claimed she had grown up in the Alps and had been orphaned at an early age following a car accident that had killed her parents, which is some Dr. Evil shit. She also claimed she was a cancer survivor who had suffered from osteogenic sarcoma, which is a form of bone cancer, and she had that for 10 years. And another claim was that she was the only child in her family aside from her dead sister, so nobody who can, call that bullshit out. It seems like things have really changed. The internet prevents people from just being able to lie. People before the internet could just lie about everything, which is really fun to think about. She did reach the magnetic North Pole in 2001 and was a well-known figure in the outdoor adventure community. She won the Paris-Dakar mountain bike rally in 1987, and she was a world champion in kayaking from 1981. And her team finished first in the 2000 raid Galois, I don't know how to say that word, in the Himalayas, which is an extreme adventure race. However, journalist Sven Pajoki developed an interest in Arduin's life and decided to travel to France to learn more about her early years. Pajoki met up with Arduin's uncle, who had a very different view on Arduin's past than what she had been telling. According to her uncle, Arduin may have faked her disappearance to escape debt and start a new life, Arduin's uncle dismissed many of her adventures and accomplishments, her cancer survivor story, and shifted the timeline of her parents' death as well. She was born and grew up in Paris, she never had cancer, and her sister never died. In fact, she had hidden the existence of her brother and very alive sister. Her father died when she was 19 years old, and her mother a couple years later. So she's just totally full of shit, it seems like. So these details make the details of her expedition to the geographic North Pole seem strange upon re-examination. She departed with enough food for 17 days. 17 days may seem like a substantial amount, but Ben Saunders, who made the trek in 2001, years before Arduin's attempt, spent 59 days on the ice. Also, in her final communication with her team, she stated she had, in fact, turned on her Argos beacon. So, why then were they never able to establish a connection to it? I have no idea. She called moments before planning to kayak 55 kilometers in the Arctic Ocean towards the ice path where she would start Skiing, then just silence. Rescue helicopters began searching on Tuesday, March 9th, and Arjuan's friends in Finland reported her missing to local police on March 13th, a week after she was last heard from, prompting Finnish authorities to request a search for her by Russian police and rescue services. The same day, they even rescued Frederick Shamar Boudet, a man attempting the same journey to the North Pole alone, though he started from a different point, but it was in the same region. He had fallen into the water, at which point he launched off. These people are crazy. It's kind of hard to feel so bad for somebody trying to go to the North Pole, dude. That's where Santa lives. Don't go there. So why was Arjuan not able to make a similar call for help like this other guy? Did something happen so she was unable to make a call, or to choose not to call? Not totally sure. The helicopter searching for Arjuan did find signs of a campsite and ski tracks on the ice pack that she'd been kayaking towards, which dispelled theories that she'd fall.
Honey Schmear, the cream cheese everyone's buzzing about. It's sweet, it's spicy, it's swicy. You'll want it on everything. Hot Honey Schmear, be swicy.
Now we're baking.
Water and sparked hope that she could be found, but her uncle, D1 Hater, he said that she faked her disappearance to escape death, which is crazy. Quano Fagerstrom, head of police in Nivalo, the town in Finnish Lapland where Arjuan lived for the past 15 years, stated on March 24th that year, the Russian rescue services have searched for Dominic Arjuan but have only found one of her ski tracks. They searched for her by helicopter and on skis following a ski track that ended in a 100-kilometer wide open stretch of water. Christian Desmarliers of Suriplex, the French logistics firm which had provided services to her expedition, stated, "We think she is probably dead. I think she died on March 6th, but without finding a body, one can never really be sure." Some of Arjuan's friends started a private collection to get funds to restart the hunt for her, but they were far from the $61,000 needed for the operation. And for the duration that searches were going for Arjuan, no trace was ever found beyond those. Sven Pajoki, the Finnish journalist who had spoken with the uncle who revealed the extensive lies Arjuan had told about her past, would go on to write a book about the case titled Dominic Arjuan, The Adventurer's Secrets. I can't speak that language. The book quite literally questioned whether or not she had actually died. His theory was that Arjuan was never planning to reach the geographical north. Instead, the plan was a carefully crafted ruse to fake her own death. She never left for her journey and instead is living somewhere in Russia, France, or Germany to escape death. It implies that when she told her team that she'd switched on her Argos, it was another of many lies told to aid in her escape, but it's obviously important to remember that a campsite had been discovered with ski tracks on the ice pack that she kayaked 55 kilometers for. So that's, I don't really know how you explain that.
I'm really liking this totem.
I'm not totally sure. Either way, the Arjuan disappearance is another exemplifying example of why Siberian vanishings continue to evade resolution.
I just need to figure out, try and see if I can put a stun 2 or a stun 3 on it. If they can take a stun and they can build up stun damage like crazy.
Or just leaving their life behind. Anyways, thank you guys for
or she'll build up any damage if I can get it to do anything.
If you want to see something specific, comment down below, join the Dump Club Discord, and leave some ideas in there. I really appreciate you guys so much. Go to SourRedUG, little channel, so on and so forth. Appreciate it. See you on the next one. Imagine a man who preaches freedom yet funds dictatorship. A man who aligns himself with sovereignty yet profits from surveillance and positions himself as a hero whilst naming his empire after symbols of corruption and villains, greed, preachers who tried to enslave Middle-earth and got Aragorn. How about that? Today's video is about the Antichrist, aka Peter Thiel. Like most people, I like Lord of the Rings. And to most people, The Lord of the Rings is a warning about power and the dangers of corruption. To Peter Thiel, it looks like a business plan. He read those books and watched those movies and didn't think to himself, maybe this is a Christian allegory, story told as old as humanity itself. He looked at it and saw that I would... He looked at it and saw something totally different, man. It's like monkey business and horseplay. Same thing, two different perspectives. Peter Thiel may or may not be the Antichrist. He is a German-born billionaire who helped create PayPal. He's one of these bald guys in this photo with Elon Musk. And since then, he spent 2 decades building an empire that systematically contradicts his self-proclaimed libertarian values, or at least it seems to, I guess. He claims freedom and democracy are incompatible while funding the surveillance state of an actual dystopian nightmare. He himself is an immigrant that funds candidates and funds tools that aggressively pursue surveillance for the cause of immigration enforcement. He calls other people Satan and satanic, gas, while so literally embodying villains himself. Look at him sweat in this interview.
I don't think that,
So those are some of Peter Thiel's contradictions, and they do matter, I would say, because he wields enormous influence. And he's not even a self-proclaimed influencer like myself. Brother has spent tens of millions of dollars in political donations since 2012. He is actively trying to influence our system. His surveillance company, which tracks Americans and now immigrants who live in America, has a market cap over $400 bajillion. That's right. Bajillion. You've probably also seen people referring to J.D. Vance as his protege, following Vance's previous employment at
I don't have enough tart
Antichrist
freaking crowd
where
clear,
they do their best to manufacture the
but I like what I have going.
Curtis Yarvin, a fella that believes a
Cause I'm not,
CEO
don't have the
dictator
ice
should
one
rule the
yet.
United States.
It almost is like a meeting. I'm trying to swim ball, and this is how I glow with Clinique. I work hard, like win a gold medal hard, but Clinique Moisture Surge works even harder. It's 3 seconds for serious hydration. This glow, it's unstoppable.
You sad will keep them?
It's perfect. Well, that's dog food. Is this coming out of the college savings? Quick, can we do this? Nice.
Okay, let's take them on.
Stop guessing and start knowing with Quicken.
America. Now, I'm not saying they not like us, but whoa, dude, that makes a lot of sense right there. That really does, man. Come on, man. Well, to start with contradictions, I would say one of the most glaring contradictions sits at the center of Thiel's business empire, right between his two eggs. Good sausage. Glossy, it's sweaty, it's shiny, and it's glaring. And it is quite a contradiction. You see, in 2003, Peter Thiel co-founded Palantir Technologies with $2 million in CIA seed money, which is the best kind of seed money. And what I'm trying to find out is how the f you get CIA seed money. I'm not a big fan of the CIA, as you can tell by the videos on my channel. But before we get to the CIA seed money, let's lay some groundwork for Palantir. What the is Palantir? Palantir derives its name from the world of the Lord of the Rings, created by J.R.R. Tolkien. In that world of elves, dwarves, magic, monsters are indestructible crystal scrying stones, or spheres, that are used by characters to communicate over long distances and observe events from across Middle-earth. They're essentially fantasy spyware. In Tolkien's work, the Palantiri corrupt nearly everyone who uses them. And Saruman used one of the Palantiri to spy on Sauron, but it was used by Sauron to corrupt Saruman by preying on his desire for power until Saruman eventually joined Sauron. That's what, like, the first 3 books are. Okay, guys, come on! Catch up! Keep up! Let's go! So yes, this is the deliberate name that was chosen for the company that Peter Thiel founded. It is a bit on the nose, I would say, to name your company after a device that is used to spy on cities, armies, heroes, and villains in the fantasy world J.R.R. Tolkien created. It's kind of an odd dog whistle. It's not a dog whistle. I don't like dog whistles. They hurt my dog's ears. Even an information security expert at Orca Security, one of the top companies in the cloud and information security industry, which I know all about because I have like 9 degrees from network security. I don't have 9 degrees. I have one associate's degree in network security and had some qualifications. So I know a little bit. I don't know that anymore. I've been falling off so hard. This motherfucker said, well, I've always thought Palantir was the most foolish name for a company, because in Lord of the Rings, the Palantir is corrupted. That's the very definition of it. Kind of saying. That being said, it makes sense why the CIA would want to help get this thing off the ground through its seed InQtel funding. The IQT is an investment firm established by the CIA back in 1999. How, though, does the CIA have an investment firm? Now, in 2025, the IQT isn't technically a part of the government or the CIA, but it might, let's be real, it is, for sure. The Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate has a page dedicated to its work with IQT, as well as the broader intelligence and defense community. So it's like an Epstein-type connection here. It calls the IQT a not-for-profit strategic investor that government intelligence and defense communities have relied upon for nearly 25 years to anticipate their technology questions and needs, provide deep technological expertise, and make strategic investments to strengthen the security of the U.S. and its allies, namely Israel. They didn't say that. I made that up. Essentially, the government uses IQT to invest in technology it deems critical to national security. One of those companies that it deemed critical to national security was Palantir, dude. Peter Thiel. At it again. Peter Thiel. Sorry. And incidentally, the company named after a fantasy spyware device released in one of its first products, which it named after one of the most corrupt cities in fiction. Gotham. Gotham. You know, Gotham, the city that represents the era of history in America where mob bosses ran everything, like Chicago in real life, Brooklyn, politicians, police, everybody was under the thumb of the mob. So we got Palantir and Gotham. Hey man, that's pretty cool. I also like Tolkien's Batman. But I don't have a mass surveillance company. The amount of parallels between shady fictional lore and the companies and products that Peter Thiel designs is pretty crazy. It just doesn't stop. You see, Gotham is also a tool for intelligence agencies and clandestine organizations. It's an AI spyware tool that churns through a massive amount of data to identify threats and link them to larger networks. The DoD, FBI, other global defense and law enforcement agencies use it to link seemingly random pieces of information to identify people. That's why we stop so many of these horrible tragedies before they start. The Gotham website touts it as AI-driven combat superiority that can make your software a weapons system. How it does that is by sifting through social media posts, satellite imagery, banking information, public records, documentation, or really whatever else you can feed it, and then piecing together parts of that puzzle for identification of bad guys. There's a quote endorsing the product on the website that comes from former U.S. Secretary of Defense Bulldog Mattis, James Mattis. God bless the United States Marine Corps.
Palantir came up with groundbreaking technologies that can help us make better decisions in combat zones. You're giving us advantages right now that we need.
So this AI is deemed acceptable for developing tactics in combat zones, but when Major General William Hank Taylor recently revealed he uses ChatGPT to create models and aid in decision making when talking about war, it's not okay when he does it. Come on, guys, let's choose our AI. I use Grok for my combat strategy. A lot of civilian casualties. Palantir really seems to be worrying many people who see the capabilities of these tools and then being used in spying on American citizens, which is totally fair. That is the constitutional right of the American to be concerned.
It's the most entertaining culinary competition we've ever seen. Chefs face off in a medley of restaurants, from fine dining to food carts. Sniper down, food fight. Series premiere Wednesday night at 9 on Food Network.
Phoenix, did you know you could have at least $500 buried in your yard? Get your grass out and cash in with a grass removal incentive. Visit phoenix.gov/grass to learn more. Terms and conditions apply. Visit phoenix.gov/grass for full program details.
Government's bad. Out to get us. We get the First and Second Amendments. What the fuck are they going to do? All this shit. Seems like they're going to do all this stuff. There's nothing they can do about it. Even back in 2013, Forbes reported on Palantir, stating the biggest problem facing the company was just how well the software works. It helps customers see too much. Bad. Reminds me of that scene from, what's that show called? Succession. In the same article we just showed, it quotes an ACLU analyst, Jay Stanley, who warned that Palantir could enable a true totalitarian nightmare, monitoring the activities of innocent Americans on a mass scale, which seems to be like that's where we're going objectively, and I don't like it one bit, to be honest with you guys. Advertising and YouTube and algorithms are that's already like everything. I don't want the government, they can do it, man, I don't know. Fast forward to 2020, Amnesty International was putting out calls to action, highlighting human rights violations Palantir is not only capable of, but was actively facilitating through its use by the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. Agencies that use Palantir can filter and sort data, aka people, by using hundreds of categories ranging from physical traits to financial data or their government IDs. So that's alarming, but it also gets way worse. By the way, we just did a video in which we talked about China's surveillance state. Ours is just as bad. We're just pretending that it's not. It's just, we're moving that direct. It's weird. It's really strange. It would be one thing if we actually knew and could trust that it was being used to track terrorist organizations abroad and domestically. That would be one thing. And maybe if that was the justification for a $96 million contract between Palantir and the Department of Homeland Security. Now, Palantir also got a $30 million contract from ICE. ICE and Palantir's relationship goes back to the Obama administration in 2014, when they developed Falcon, which was a service to help them analyze data and communicate. But Palantir was subject to controversy in 2019 when documents from 2017 revealed an ICE initiative to target unaccompanied children and their families through the use of Palantir services with ICE. Now, what makes them magically able to spy on undocumented immigrants? I don't really know. I assume that it's harder to spy on undocumented people than documented people. So, and I imagine, what about like American people? Is it just, are we only using it for who's deemed worthy of being surveilled, or like what's going on here? And it's been bad for quite a while. I mean, we had Edward Snowden, the NSA. I'm not sure the exact status of the Edward Snowden and the American government's relationship right now. I can't imagine it's probably that good, but Obama was known for invoking the Espionage Act more times than any president before him in regard to whistleblowers, but passed some good legislation for financial whistleblowers and retaliation of agents, I think in 2012. So there's been some protections, but a recent executive order removed several long-standing protections or barriers to federal employees viewing government data and promoting interagency data sharing. So take all the data from multiple agencies and feed that shit into Palantir, and you can dig up whatever you want on any human being that is in the United States right now. You essentially have a master list of personal information on all Americans, as the New York Times put it. Which, that's really scary. I mean, I don't have anything to hide, to be honest. I pay my taxes, and I do all the stuff you're supposed to do. And all my firearms are legal. They actually are. That's not something I joke about. And I'd be willing to do the time if I committed the crime. I wouldn't. I'd be like, please, A $10 billion contract was recently signed with the Army for the next 10 years. And while you may think, that's the Army, they operate on foreign soil, not domestic, like the National Guard and FBI. You'd be both right and wrong. The National Guard operates in two capacities. State-based military force operating under the direction of state governors. We mentioned it in our Ruby Ridge video, but that was the militia capacity of the National Guard. They can also be mobilized federally by the president during events like national disasters, hurricanes, the California wildfires, or even public health crises like COVID-19. The National Guard can be mobilized to help, or to clean up the streets of Gotham or Chicago or whatever. So yeah, the National Guard can be mobilized at the state level with federal funding under Title 32, which is an incredibly long and convoluted title, but in short, it allows guardsmen to serve the nation while answering to their governor. So it's like, the National Guard could also just be federalized, meaning that the president could activate them at the federal level to repel an invasion or suppress a rebellion. And that's all done under Title 10. There's an excellent video from Chris Cappy Capilouto on his channel Cappy Army on the deployment of National Guard troops in American cities under the orders of President Trump under Title 10 and how it differs from Title 32. And he outlines the potential implications of a move like this.
Because behind these domestic deployments is something much bigger. A continental military operation stretching from Los Angeles to Venezuela, one that is aiming to redefine what national security means at home and test just how far federal powers can reach inside the United States.
And we've had this year the National Guard deployed to American cities, and the potential of this as a stepping stone to some kind of militarized surveillance of civilians using Palantir's AI tools. It's a real possibility. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not black-pilled on a lot of stuff. I think that in 20 years, different people will be running everything, and I think the future is bright, and I love my patriots, my fellow men and women, and I think we can, I think everything's going to be fine. I don't think doom and gloom. But the only reason I wanted to talk about this stuff is because I like to educate myself on these things, to be aware, not necessarily afraid, but rather aware. According to the
SRP is a not-for-profit utility. That means having lower energy costs, money-saving programs, and the most reliable power in the Southwest. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
FAQ section on the National Guard's website under What is the Army National Guard? It says, when activated for a federal mission, it is a reserve component of the U.S. Army. So when federalized, the National Guard operates under the Department of Defense. That's where it gets its marching orders, the same as the Army. So what does that have to do with Palantir? Well, on July 21st this year, the U.S. Army Public Affairs announced the $10 billion deal with Palantir and explained it in more detail. It's compiling 75 contracts into one, and it can purchase goods and services as needed. So it's like a retainer in a sense. The Army and other DoD agencies have the option to make these purchases, and the reason that I lay this out is because while federalized, the Guard is considered a component of the U.S. Army, a reserve component for sure, but still a component nonetheless. It is still operating under the DoD, so there are connections that could allow the Guard to access Palantir during their operations in American cities where they've been federalized. We've already mentioned that ICE is using Palantir to arrest undocumented immigrants, and the National Guard deployments are to support ICE as well as protect federal employees and facilities from retaliation and things like that. Title 10 specifically mentions invasion or rebellion as reasons to federalize the Guard, and back in January, an executive order referring to illegal immigration as an invasion was created. Trump has also been threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act as he sees the protests against immigration enforcement to be a rebellion or danger of rebellion.
If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that. I mean, I want to make sure that people aren't killed.
So if things keep going this way, and even if the protests stay peaceful, these protesters might find themselves targets of the data AI scraping tools like Gotham, the weapon systems that Palantir has created and is sold to ICE and the DoD and all this. It's pretty freaky. It's pretty freaky that it's just like we're one or two steps always from just total annihilation. Palantir is also already being used for our wonderful police state, NYPD, LAPD, New Orleans police. Quite a few PDs use Palantir software and technology to identify criminals, which, it's kind of what happens when you live in a big old city. There's not really that many great ways to enforce the law, it seems like. Because the city kind of suck a little bit. Just another reason to not live in the city, man. Big reason used to be because they got drinking water in there. But now you can buy smart water. Make you smarter right there. You don't even need to live in the city to drink water. To a very conspiratorial motherfucker like myself, it might look like the dominoes are being set up in such a way that they could lead to a surveillance state, police state, if you will, where American citizens become the targets of the tools being built by the evil spyware, Palantir. It kind of looks like that, but I don't know shit, man. I hope that's not gonna happen. I wouldn't bet on it, but I can see it definitely happening like that. What do you guys think? Comment down below. From a logical perspective, it would make sense when we talk about the name Palantir and where it comes from. Palantir in Tolkien's world, they were scrying stones that could see everything, or everything except what Sauron tells us not to look at, or tells them. Yeah, interesting. It's pretty wild that it's no longer tied to just one administration or agency. It's pretty fun to just be like, the CIA is scary, the NSA is everybody's got it now, man. Everybody's got CIA type technology nowadays, it's like a structural, institutional thing as opposed to an entity or an organism. There's no stopping it. The same services that can help soldiers locate insurgents or help an agency track a drug smuggler or whatever, they can also just be used to monitor citizens with a simple change of mission or surveillance parameter. I mean, why would you want it? We just have to trust that it's in good hands, all right, guys, and that the citizens don't have anything to worry about. That was sarcasm, by the way. So yeah, it's pretty scary. I get why people are upset on the internet. Even Palantir staff have known this and are a little freaked out. Back in 2019, Palantir employees confronted Alex Karp, who is the CEO of Palantir, and literally a villain. And in 2020, the director of privacy and civil liberties at Palantir reportedly said this regarding ICE using their products. It raises legitimate and important questions for us about complicity and activities that, while lawful, may nonetheless conflict with norms and values that many of us hold. Pretty evil way to just be like, hey man, we're making evil shit. In 2025, ex-employees of Palantir are writing open letters condemning the company that they once worked for and other big tech companies for normalizing authoritarianism under the guise of revolution, which has been led by oligarchs, which I don't know what any of those words mean, but sounds scary. And of course, none of those things apply to Peter Thiel, because he is a self-proclaimed libertarian, a political position that seemingly opposes state power. At least that's what I thought growing up, learning about libertarians. Yet, Peter Thiel is behind the building of infrastructure for mass surveillance. And also Jack Dorsey made Twitter and is like this, you know, when Twitter was it banned all these people for free speech, and now he wants Thomas Massie to run for president? It's a very confusing world we live in. And to be fair, maybe Thiel's ideal freedom doesn't mean freedom from state oppression. It's the freedom for the state to oppress. Maybe it's the freedom for tech elites to operate without any kind of constraint. I'm not really sure. But I'm definitely sure that we live in a time where technological advancement far outpaces legal oversight and regulation. It's YouTube's busted-ass copyright system. It's been ever since I've been a YouTuber. So sweet Peter, along with creating the technology through Palantir to potentially cause us to lose all our civil liberties and chip away at our freedom of thought and everything, and movement and development totally dive into the dystopian hellscape. Sweet Pete is also giving speeches in Hungary at NCZ Fest. And in these speeches, he's questioning today's rapid technological revolution, whether or not it should be seen as real progress, or he tries to warn us about the loss of control over our own creation, which is unbelievable. You could not name the company better. I mean, you know, you're sweaty, dude. You're too sweaty for me to listen to. You're sweaty. Hypocrisy seems to be a trait that is built into the core of Peter Thiel, and Palantir is a true example. It is insane. There has to be a joke or something that I'm just not getting from researching it, or maybe I'm overlooking it.
That's a joke. Yes, just decided to spy on everyone and create technology to spy on everyone. I'm really a big time billionaire and going to create an evil, or brilliant, dystopian facility, and like the biggest, scariest thing about all this is that I'm creating integrates, and also I will lose control over my creations, which I named things from Tolkien's world that literally cause corruption, cause the owner to lose control over the original creation. Until Aragorn comes in. Love Aragorn, dude. You know he broke his foot now? Yeah, lots of different hypocrisy. The ICE stuff, him being an immigrant stuff. I don't know, dude. It seems like there are quite a few career immigrants who are anti-immigration, but it's all tied on how much money they have. Seems like. But Thiel was born in Frankfurt, Germany, or Frankfurt, Germany, a place where people are known to sweat really weird. Kind of autism built in, I guess. And Peter came over to the U.S. as a child with his family. And of course, he was not a billionaire as a baby, but when he did have his billionaire riches, he used that to get a third citizenship in New Zealand, which is a place that a lot of people, really rich people, get citizenships. And it's been sort of controversial, so controversial to the point the New Zealand government had to address Peter Thiel's citizenship. They put out a 145-page release, including a summary of his citizenship application from June 22nd, 2011, along with additional documents that he provided and they provided. It didn't look like there was anything about Peter Thiel that seemed like he should be considered as a candidate for citizenship, aside from his vast wealth. You can check if you would qualify for citizenship in New Zealand on New Zealand's government website. they have a little test. They require that you have been living as a New Zealand resident for 5 years, during which time you have spent 240 days a year in New Zealand or 1,350 days across all 5 years. And after that time, you intend to keep living there when the citizenship is granted. He received a permanent residence there in 2007, but spent 12 days there over 5 years. So that's about how many days that I've spent in.
I got in! Oh my God.
Wow, this is actually happening. Tuition, housing, already looking. Will I have to change my retirement plans?
Stop guessing and start knowing the Quicken. Every dinner comes with a side. From a side of conversation to a side of unexpected. To quick, easy, and delicious sides that pair with every side of dinner. Main Street Bistro for every side of dinner.
New Zealand in the last 12 years, to be honest. And that's just because I watched the Lord of the Rings movies a lot. And they're all shot in New Zealand, and it feels like you're there. You've never actually been to New Zealand. The New Zealand government released documents even showing that he didn't intend to live in New Zealand and would stay in America to obviously manage his evil companies. So he used his bajillionaire status to satisfy the exceptional circumstances that are required that would allow him to circumvent the typical rules for citizenship applications. He literally just bought his way in, which is interesting. It's very controversial. Peter specifically cited his co-founding of PayPal and his investment in Facebook as the first outside investor as an example of his entrepreneurial skills, and why New Zealand might want him. And to sweeten the deal, his application also outlined how he'd invested in several New Zealand businesses, online accounting businesses, Zero Fiber Internet Company, and Pacific Fiber Limited. He wants fiber optic internet out there. And regarding that, Pacific Fiber Limited, Teal's application mentions explicitly how the company plans to lay a fiber optic cable between New Zealand and Australia and the U.S. to improve broadband services to that area, Oceania. Really far away, and it's hard to, the ping's always really bad.
If you grant me citizenship to your country, which I've never really thought about living in and barely spending any time in, I think you get internet so rich.
He also made sure to mention that he donated $1 million to the Christchurch Earthquake Relief Fund, and he gave a keynote speech at an ideas conference on the future of New Zealand. So all that worked. He got approved, and of course, just over a year after Teal was granted his citizenship in New Zealand, Pacific Fiber Limited abandoned its plan to lay the fiber optic cables internationally due to insufficient investment. Maybe if only they knew a billionaire. Maybe if only they knew a billionaire. I don't know. Maybe, if I knew a billionaire, I'd be asking him for money all the time. I'd be like, hey, can you let me hold 100? Let me hold 100. But like your 100, not my 100. Because like if I gave you $100 right now, that'd be like, how much money do I have in my bank account right now? I got $984. Let me hold 100 P. And like by that I mean 10% of your money. Aside from our outside perspective, the people of New Zealand seemingly despised him for essentially making duty-free citizenship available for sale.
Well, it's not even prepared to live here. Why is he a citizen? Do you think he should be allowed to keep his citizenship?
No, it should be republic. When roughly 30,000 people apply for citizenship in New Zealand every year who would actually live there and appreciate living there and contribute to local societies, jobs and things like that. It's kind of off-putting, really. So anyways, why does he want to live there? And what did he do once he became a citizen of New Zealand? He took advantage of it immediately. One of Teal's investment firms, Valar, yes, Valar, named after the gods in the Lord of the Rings universe that live in Valinor, the Blessed Lands, they partnered with the New Zealand Venture Investment Fund, a taxpayer-funded investment arm of the New Zealand government, to create the Valar Ventures Fund. NZVIF put $20 million into VVF, and Peter Teal put $15 million. Then other investors from New Zealand put in $5 million. And official government websites for the Beehive, which is the nickname for New Zealand's executive wing of parliament, touted the deal as a very positive development for New Zealand technology companies wanting to expand into large offshore markets. Unfortunately, a clause built into the contract between Teal's Valar Ventures and the NZVIF allowed Teal's company to purchase the government's stake, and when VVF started raking in the profits, the New Zealand government was essentially cut out of the profits. The New Zealand Herald reported in February of 2017 that
billionaire Peter Thiel makes fortune after a sweetheart deal with government. Their reporting called it a scheme funded by the New Zealand taxpayers. And while the New Zealand government investment barely broke even, Thiel walked away from the deal with tens of millions of dollars in profit. So it's a pretty profound betrayal, and it was such a profound betrayal that the New Zealand government would ban such clauses in future NZBIF deals. This guy's over governments. And like the governments of Mordor too, because that's where they shot that shit, in New Zealand. So yeah, Valor Ventures has even ceased operations entirely in New Zealand after deregistering, because it's so dumb. Peter's dream home project was also left underdeveloped after local authorities blocked his plans, which likely exacerbated his frustrations with New Zealand. Now, it seems he wants to chase citizenship in Malta, which is where my people come from. Alright guys, I just got 23andMe, my results got updated, and I'm not even a majority English. I'm a white guy that's not even a majority English. I'm a white guy, I'm a majority Italian and Maltese. How crazy is that shit? I knew it. I looked in the mirror and I said, oh my god, I look so Maltese. Like 7% Maltese. Woo! Filled with malted milk, brother. Maltese. Take a bite out of this mother. Don't believe me? Check this out. How ironic is me showing you guys that I gave the corporate overlords my DNA. And I'm getting really excited about it in the video. Check this out right there. Yeah, look at this. 27% English. How sick is that? Check this out. Whoa, no! 31% Italian Maltese. Yeah. And it's like mostly Northern Italian, which apparently is really bad. I don't know anything about it though. I'm an American guy. I live in Texas, I'm American. Okay? Peter's been doing the same shit with my Maltese brothers stuff. Okay guys, he's refusing to actually be present there and live in the country where he wants citizenship, and his residence is listed on Airbnb for $185 at night, despite the government prohibiting applicants from renting out their residence during pending application. So I have no idea what's going on. And despite coming to America from Germany, gaining citizenship in New Zealand, and seemingly pursuing another notch in his immigration belt in Malta, Peter Thiel has become a significant funder and supporter of anti-immigration politics and technology used to enforce it. And whatever you think about that, it is just another tool to strip the civil liberties away from the citizens of the United States of America. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. Alright guys, that's what I believe. Okay, I think all this bullshit, post 9/11 bullshit, is rotten and evil and bad and wrong. Okay, I don't care if it stops like 1% of crime. He's very involved in politics as well, donated $15 million to J.D. Vance's Ohio Senate campaign, which is the largest ever given to a single candidate, which is insane, dude. Why is that even a thing? You can just give people, you can just give a guy $15 million. What is he going to do? Make you mad? No, of course he's not. That's how American politics works. You just give people money and they're just like, alright, yeah. Okay, I'll act on behalf of a foreign agent. That sounds good, yeah. How about instead of sending money to areas that actually deserve it in America, we send it to somewhere to kill people? Also, Mr. Peter, ever the man in touch with the needs of the everyday American people, spoke on the financial hardships currently facing the lower and middle classes in an interview with Barry Weiss. He discussed the impact of inflation on both grocery prices and rent, with a particular focus on rent and real estate.
You know, there's a way to talk about inflation in terms of, you know, the prices of eggs or groceries. And that's not that big a cost item, even for lower middle class people. The really big cost item is the rent.
He says he doesn't want to blame it all on immigration, but notes that adding more people to the mix without building new homes due to zoning laws, regulations, and restrictions is what raises prices.
And again, I don't want to blame it all on immigration, but if you just add more people to the mix, and you're not allowed to build new houses because of zoning laws, or it's too expensive, or it's too regulated and restricted, then the prices go up a lot.
And shockingly, he continues this thought by talking about how this leads to an incredible wealth transfer from the lower middle class to the upper class and landlord.
And it's this incredible wealth transfer.
Yeah, okay. Right, Peter Thiel. Yeah, you talking about that like it's a bad thing and are also literally a person directly profiting from it? What the? I mean, not even on, you can't even say like, oh, he gotcha himself. He said he doesn't like Xbox games and he's selling an Xbox game. No, it's like the very fundamental concept of it. He's that guy. He's literally that guy. He and his company cut out the New Zealand government in a profitable deal where they amassed millions while taxpayer-funded investor groups were left completely hanging over citizens of a country. I don't really want to hear about regulations and restrictions on development from a...
It almost feels like a meeting. I'm Tara Davis-Woodhull, and this is how I glow with Clinique. I work hard, like win a gold medal hard, but Clinique Moisture Surge works even harder. It's 3 seconds for serious hydration. This glow, it's unstoppable.
Grass out and cash in with an incentive of $500 or more. Visit phoenix.gov/grass.
Guy like that, we really need to just figure out how to make people sweat less.
Yeah, you do. I'm struggling to find a logical consistency or a principled bone in this motherfucking body. I mean, you can't be the surveillance guy and also the libertarian billionaire guy. You can't be both those things. You just can't. Maybe to an idiot, or maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm the idiot because I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Am I the only one? No, I'm definitely not. But I feel like I am. Help! Everybody's been blaming shit on bankers ever since I was a little kid, and I would absolutely do the same thing. I think the root of all evil is not money. Money is an object thing. The people who control it and then play with the system, they stromboli the system to be able to make it work better for themselves and their friends and everything. That's bad. The pursuit of wealth and power is bad, generally speaking. Bankers are bad, generally speaking. And this reality becomes stark and scary when analyzing Peter Thiel's recent investments in digital banks that target cryptocurrencies and AI. Guess what he called it? Erebor! It's the name of the new banking brainchild co-founded by Palmer Luckey and Joe Lonsdale. Lonsdale is also a co-founder of Palantir, and Palmer Luckey is a founder at the defense technology development company Anduril. And this guy, Palmer Luckey, by the way, created the Oculus, and he's just like, oh, Luckey, I got a long beard, and I got a statue of myself in my house, and I like to look in the mirror and jack off onto the mirror like Kali Muscle. I don't know if that's actually what he says, I just thought that'd be funny. I know he absolutely loves Israel. Everything is named after pieces of Tolkien's universe. We mentioned Palantir. Anduril is named after something less ominous, way less ominous. Anduril is the name of Aragorn's sword, the reforged Narsil that Isildur used to cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand. So that's pretty cool and based. Alright guys, Anduril has manufactured what they call Roadrunner, which is an autonomous missile delivery system that goes, it doesn't do that. It's a delivery system that can return to base if it's intact. They also have an autonomous air vehicle they call Fury, and an AI-powered attack drone called Bolt, and a lot more offensive military technology. And they have the China 2027 plan, the idea that something's going to happen by 2027. You don't want to be left behind in the dust. I think the DoD has a 2027 plan. Let's just say I have listening devices in government facilities. I don't. That's a joke. That might actually get me in trouble. That's funny. I don't. I swear, I have no listening devices in government facilities. I just make mobile games and YouTube videos. Oh, Anduril has also erected a network consisting of hundreds of autonomous surveillance towers at the border. And these fellows are coming together to make a crypto grow bank. And it's not coincidentally named after something as well from Tolkien's universe. Alright guys, what is Erebor in Middle-earth? Erebor is a mountain where Smaug, the dragon, kills all the dwarves who live there. What are you eating right now? I personally would love to put all of my money in an institution named after a place famous for its money's original owners all being killed violently, and then that money being co-opted by Smaug. Who's Smaug? I assume the sweaty guy and the guy with the cool beard. Or sorry, the guy with the cool beard and the sweaty guy. Now, Peter Thiel's connection to this bank isn't only through his association with Joe Lonsdale. Thiel's founders fund, among others, put up $250 million in capital to back Erebor in July 2025. And Aaron Gleason, the founders fund officer, told Wired that Thiel was not involved in the deal. So, I have no idea. I just like to imagine that he's involved in everything evil that's Middle-earth adjacent. The attorney for Erebor, Adam Cohen, also didn't comment, but remember that guy's name, especially at the end. Remember that guy's name. The bank received conditional approval from Jonathan B. Gould, the
the comptroller of the currency at Trump's office of the comptroller of the currency on October 15th, just 4 months after filing. And this is notable because reportedly in an investor memo, Palmer Luckey said that because of his political network and the bank's close ties with regulators, he expected that he'd get approval within 6 months of its application submission. So this political network stems from Luckey's financial contributions to many Republican candidates and parties in 2024, but it's also more interconnected than that. The June 11, 2025 application to Erebor sent to the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency was signed by a lawyer working at the law firm Skadden, Arps, Slate, Meager, and Flom, LLP, a fellow by the name of Adam J. Cohen. Now, how, for one, is that an actual law firm? These are just made-up shit. No offense to any Arps or Skaddens out there. And the letter sent from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency to Erebor's lawyer team at Skadden and the boys announcing their conditional approval, Adam J. Cohen's name isn't anywhere to be found. Instead, it's addressed to a different lawyer, Wendy N. Goldberg. So where did Adam Cohen go? We'll get to it. On July 30th, 2025, roughly a month and a half after working on Erebor's application and 2.5 months before its approval, old Adam made a career move. Where did he go? You guessed it! Under the mountain with all the gold in it! He was named Chief Counsel to the Office of the Comptroller of Currency and would assume his role on August 11, 2025. Comptroller Jonathan B. Gould had this to say about Adams' addition to their team. Adams' unparalleled background in banking, law, and regulation, together with his depth of hands-on experience working on financial services matters as a regulator, in-house general counsel, and external advisor, bring tremendous value to the OCC. Adding a seasoned professional of Adams' caliber to the OCC's executive committee strengthens the agency's efforts to ensure a safe and sound federal banking system, improve bank supervision and regulation, and embrace evil innovation and promote fair access to financial services. Adam Cohen posted to LinkedIn expressing an honorable feeling to be appointed the next chief counsel and being thankful to Jonathan Gould for the opportunity to support a safe and sound banking system that embraces innovation. And this has nothing at all to do with his connection to a bank that he's connected to that's waiting for approval at the time this is written. Of course. Obviously. The approval happened so quickly that Elizabeth Warren, a senator, I think, put out a statement essentially calling it crony capitalism because these are President Trump's billionaire buddies, and his financial regulators just fast-tracked an approval of this very risky venture for the president's cronies. By the way, the president literally is a crypto scammer as well, if you guys didn't know. You didn't know that. There's just like, it's pretty crazy, the world we're living in right now. And it's insane to say that that's bad, that that's like in any way political. How is that good in anyone's mind? Yeah, I like it when they rug pull. I kind of like it. I kind of like it when they rug pull. Hey man, they're politicians. They don't care about you at all, or know about you, even a small amount. I know more about you than they do, literally. Unless they look at Palantir, then they know everything there is to know about you. I know what you do in the mirror every single morning, the whole right. It's really weird, but people are going to do what they're going to do, I guess. So Teal, Lonsdale, and Mr. Luckey need a safe place to stash all of their Trump and Melania meme coins, I assume, and they're going to put it in Erebor. And it seems like they may or may not have planted a man on the inside to get this done. So, another reason why people might hate Peter Thiel. It seems like the billionaire stuff is really, I don't think just because someone's a billionaire that they're bad. I don't think that people getting money inherently makes them bad. There's a lot of, well, there may be some good billionaires. Is there? Is there a good billionaire? It seems like everybody hates them all. I don't really know. Who's a good billionaire? Yeah, I don't think that becoming a billionaire automatically makes you an evil person. But I'd like to find out. Download Legend of Zog. I'd be a good billionaire. You guys can trust me with all your money. So to circle back a little bit to the fundraising memo that Palmer Luckey sent to prospective investors, that was maybe late July or early August, judging by Business Insider's reporting being posted on the 8th. It's days before Adam Cohen assumed his role that Palmer Luckey is saying his unique connectivity to regulators will lead to its expedited approval, which, again, was approved in 4 months compared to the typical 9.5 months, saving them nearly 6 months of time to go steal money from the dwarves. Who's the dwarf? Not Peter Dinklage. He doesn't want dwarves to play to be dwarves. He doesn't want them to exist in movies anymore. So yeah, classic evil billionaire stuff. I've got to be honest, we've seen this playbook a lot. Nobody thinks that Bill Gates is a good guy. Nobody thinks that that other guy, that guy's a good guy or whatever, in space and the bitches going up to space and stuff. Nobody thinks they're good people. Nobody does. And if you do, you're. I mean, look at your family and your mom. I was gonna say you're an idiot, but you're not an idiot. Maybe you're just a contrarian. You know, maybe you just chill with it. Let me hold on. Let me hold a bit. Yeah, that's right. Come on now. So yeah, classic billionaire type stuff. To be honest, to me, it makes sense. This is what I would do. I wouldn't do any of this if I was a billionaire. This is what I would do if I was a billionaire. He says, tongue-in-cheek, facetiously, just so you guys know where I'm coming from. For me, the biggest issue out of all of this is the continuous use of Tolkien-related naming choices. That's what really stands out to me. In the case of Erebor, the context of that location in relation to a bank of all things just shows how not tone-deaf, I guess. Is it deliberate provocation? Is it supposed to be ironic? Because it seems like a bad idea. It really does seem like a bad idea. Like, you name your shit Palantir, and it's like, well, eventually it'll be corrupted. You name it Erebor, and it's eventually going to get taken over by smog, and you're going to kill everyone whose money's in there? What are you saying? Like, what is the point? A lot of people read in between the lines too much, and they're talking about numerology, and like, well, this means this, it's satanic. Bro is literally named his company Satan, and then his other bank, Satan's Bank. And it's like, what? Let's just hope it's Erebor before Smaug, and let's just hope that Palantir is Palantir before Sauron, to where it's a neutral tool. Okay, guys? Because that's what it's supposed to be kind of about and stuff and whatnot. The name Tolkien named the Empire. Palantir, Valar Adventures, Mithril Capital. Mithril is named after Elvish armor. Rivendell 1 and Lindis Capital. Welcome to Rivendell. They held Teal's shares in Facebook and are named after an Elvish city in Elvish bread. It's all very strange and easy to become quite conspiratorial over. If you're looking for a conspiracy, consider J.D. Vance from Teal's former employee at Mithril, who received $15 million in campaign funds from Teal and subsequently created a venture capital fund called Narya Capital with Teal's fund. Narya is the name of one of 3 Elvish rings of power that Sauron could control when he possessed the One Ring, because all rings were enslaved to Sauron's One Ring to rule them all. So, the vice president is a sleeper agent for Teal waiting to be activated. Maybe. Allegedly. I don't know. This is where things get really interesting. Because I'm asking questions, well, hopefully he means this and this and this. We know what he means. He's talked about it. He's read the trilogy over 10 times. And despite Peter Thiel's obsession with him, it's scary, his interpretation of I mean, I don't know what Tolkien meant, to be honest, but it's generally believed that not what motherfucker interpreted from it. Generally, it's understood that Tolkien was shaped by World War I and World War II. He was born in 1892, making him 22 years old when World War I took off. He even served in the British Army fighting at the Battle of Somme. He was 47 years old at the beginning of World War II, but didn't serve in that war. But he was able to see how both of those wars reshaped the world at home and on the front lines. He was a critic of technology and warfare with famous quotes outlining his grim vision of what the future would hold. He said, well, the first war of the machines seems to be drawing to its final inconclusive chapter, leaving, alas, everyone the poor, many bereaved or maimed, and millions dead, and only one thing triumphant, the machines. As the servants of the machines are becoming a privileged class, the machines are going to be enormously more powerful. He's quite literally, in Tolkien speak, describing the military-industrial complex that we have now 80 years of evidence of its existence. In The Lord of the Rings, in Tolkien's universe, it's Sauron and Saruman, after his fall, who fuel the engines of war. Saruman cuts down his forests and his tower becomes the center of the Uruk-hai's military productions. At the siege of Minas Tirith, Sauron's forces used siege towers and a massive battering ram named Grond to breach the fortress walls of the city.
Based on Peter Thiel's company Palantir's tech developments and military contracts, as well as his association with Palmer Luckey of the defense contractor Anduril, it seems that in spite of being a fan of Tolkien's work, he's not really a fan of Tolkien's message, which is like the opposite. Based on evidence, dude, Tolkien was into the war, man. He really liked Sauron. That was like his whole thing was the military-industrial complex. He loved it. And Aragorn, when they cut that big mouth guy's head off, he did not like that at all. He didn't write that in there. That was just, whatever. Hold on. Hello? Obviously, I'm not the first person ever in the world of all time to make note of this contrast. For example, a commentary article from Washington Stand written by S.A. McCarthy back in June called Thiel out for his seeming alignment with the villains rather than the heroes of the story. He said, Thiel's worldview is at odds with the Christian values Tolkien espoused and elucidated in the books that the Silicon Valley Titan claims to love so much. In fact, Thiel's philosophy has far more in common with that of Sauron, or Saruman, the Luciferian villains of The Lord of the Rings, than with that of any of Tolkien's heroes, especially not the elves. So yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. It just seems like it's too obvious stuff, but this is...
Dad, can we keep them?
It's perfect. My dog food, pet bills. Is this coming out of our college savings? Quick, can we do this? Nice.
Okay, let's take them home.
Stop guessing and start knowing with Quicken.
SRP is a not-for-profit utility. That means having lower energy costs, money-saving programs, and the most reliable power in the Southwest. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Involvement of Christian religious elements will be important later too. Specifically, the association of Thiel with the villains, and the villains being tied to the devil in Christian religion. Most people know about The Lord of the Rings, either because they watched the books or read the movies. What many people don't know is that in 1999, 26 years after Tolkien died, a book was written in Russia by Kirill Yeskov that takes place during the War of the Ring, but is told from the perspective of the losers, Mordor. The book is called The Last Ring Bearer, and it can be downloaded in an English translation that is 253 pages long. The book, being from the perspective of the original trilogy's villains, paints the elves as murderous and genocidal, which, to be fair, most everybody against goblins and orcs, they're murderous and genocidal. And men are painted as primitive, and Mordor is futurist. It is a telling where Sauron and his armies aren't trying to enslave Middle-earth. They're just a nation undergoing an industrial revolution that was only trying to secure a reliable source of food, since nothing could grow in the desolate landscapes of Mordor under the ash and smoke of Mount Doom. A landscape that was slowly spreading further, even though they created their very own irrigation systems. Their plight and subsequent campaign was simply misunderstood and even demonized by Gondor and its own allies. One scene paints the flooding of Isengard like an indiscriminate attack on civilians. The elves, rather than risk their troops throwing them at the walls, they destroyed the dam, drowning the sleeping city with its defenders, implying that alongside the small army of defenders, the innocents within were also killed. Kind of seems like maybe Weirdo works right now, and he's Sauron. And who's Saruman? Maybe he's Saruman. No, he's Sauron. Yep, he's Sauron. Yeah, he's Sauron. Yep, definitely. And J.D. Vance is Saruman? A biography has been written about Peter Thiel, but it's not an autobiography. It's the Elon Musk-style biography. Someone else, a man named Max Chafkin, wrote it without Thiel ever doing an on-the-record interview.
Thiel, kind of engaged, and I met with him off the record. But he did not participate, he did not speak to me on the record.
But following extensive research into Thiel and extensive research into interviews with over 150 people from Thiel's past.
When I was reporting this book, approached Peter Thiel and had conversations, ongoing with his team while I was reporting the book.
His past classmates, friends, employers, gay lovers. The book is called The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. And the part of what Max Chafkin found that I would like to focus on is Peter Thiel's fixation with Tolkien's work and how that plays into the picture we've been building throughout this video. After the publication of the book, Max went on the Newcomer podcast, where immediately the conversation became about which character Thiel would be in the Tolkien universe who he admires. Chafkin notes two particular data points which indicate Sauron. One would be the name of his company being Palantir, which Palantir is what Sauron uses to corrupt Saruman and anyone who tries to use the objects. Teal also had an obsession with the Mordor-focused telling of Lord of the Rings in The Last Ringbearer, elaborating further that the elves are essentially anti-tech fascists. They're Luddites.
Well, you don't like it out? You don't like it out here? Come on, dude.
And I've got to say, it really makes a lot of sense, which is so crazy. This book's view of Middle-earth and Peter Thiel's view of this book's fresh angle on the Tolkien world extend beyond the pages and into the real world and how Thiel views real people, aka orcs. Beginning in September and ending earlier this month, Peter Thiel delivered a 4-part series of lectures about the Antichrist at For the Axe Collective in San Francisco, titled The Antichrist, in which he would explore the idea of the devil across religion and modern culture, which seems really interesting, but also is so scary, dude. And this is when I decided to do this video, when I started compiling some different interesting information in regard to Peter Thiel and his cronies, his bros. I asked a bunch of people and tried to find someone who attended or whatever, but I couldn't really find any information that isn't already, widely accessible. But in the actual records themselves were supposed to be off the record, but there was audio from the events leaked to the Washington Post, the Guardian, and more. There was I tried to get my guys in there, but the Oompaville spies are really honestly not that. There's not that many. Join the Gump Club to become an Oompaville spy, right? Go to gump.club, go to Discord. Anyways, audio was leaked and Thiel revealed his fully developed religious political worldview through the lectures. His core argument contradicts traditional Christian thinking of what the Antichrist might be in a modern society. Instead, he gives a tech billionaire's perspective on what the Antichrist could be. Modern Antichrist, Peter Thiel, isn't an evil scientist, which has been a common theme throughout history. It isn't women who make healing salves or who are witches, or men who study alchemy or devilish sorcerers. Instead, the Antichrist would be this safety advocate, which is a bold move, Cotton. In his opening lecture, Thiel declared, in the 17th and 18th century, the Antichrist would have been a Dr. Strangelove, a scientist who did all this sort of evil, crazy science. In the 21st century, the Antichrist is a Luddite who wants to stop all science. Luddites were craftsmen who, during the 19th century, rioted and destroyed textile machinery that were putting them out of work. Nowadays, Luddites are a term used to describe people who oppose technological change. Yeah. Like, what? I mean, I love technology and stuff, but I don't want it. It doesn't serve me. The more futuristic it gets. I mean, you've been able to listen to music for as long as my parents have been alive, which seems pretty good. That's a pretty good thing. Life's pretty short. I don't really want to transcend like in Rim World or anything. I don't want to be transhumanist. I don't give a... Should I? Maybe I don't have enough money to understand it. I guess I'm a Luddite. Maybe I'm the Antichrist. Shit, I didn't consider that. Thiel directly names people he considers Luddites, which by extension he's also calling the modern day Antichristos. Those people are Eliezer Yudkowsky, Nick Bostrom, and Greta Thunberg. He thinks Greta Thunberg is a candidate for the Antichrist, dude. What the fuck? Holgren is one of the most vocal people, faces in activism to this day. Greta Thunberg champions climate change action, human rights actions, and global justice. And I've got to say, not a single one of those things seems bad. Human rights, okay. Climate change, yeah, sure. Of course. What? Global justice? What? How are these are the Antichrist is into this stuff? I mean, Are you for real? And shit. Greta Thunberg is part of the flotilla that was trying to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, but Thiel directly names her in association with the Antichrist, which, I mean, I don't know a lot about the opposite side of Lord of the Rings, like where the orcs are the good guys, but like, I have read the Bible, and like that seems to not be, I would take that, if we're looking at inerrant scripture, or if we're assuming, if we're under the assumption of inerrant scripture, the rational Catholic perspective with the magisterium, that's one thing. The conciliar perspective with orthodoxy, the inerrancy of scripture from Protestantism, and then there's also what Peter Thiel uses to determine his faith, which is the book from the perspective of the orcs and Saruman. What? I am, yeah. It's pretty interesting. Eliezer Yudkowsky, who there's no way that I pronounced that correctly, is an AI researcher who warns of the dangers artificial intelligence poses to humanity if we build something more intelligent than us that we don't fully understand. Which it seems like we're going down that road for sure, which is really scary, but at least we have the Mormon God to back us up. And given that Eliezer is in direct opposition to Teal's company Palantir, it's not surprising that Teal would consider Eliezer as his own personal antichrist. Antichristos. I saw Terminator when I was a kid, to be honest. I don't want Skynet. You're my antichrist, says the sweaty gay guy. I'm gonna select my own personal antichrist. How about that? Who's, I don't know. I don't really have many offs. I just kind of do my own shit, dude. I love life. I really do. I'm very grateful. You know, things could be a lot worse for all of us. We're very lucky. We're very fortunate. And along the same lines as the Kowski fella is Nick Bostrom. A man that also expresses caution towards AI. He's the founder and director of the Future of Humanity Institute. Even as far back as 10 years ago, Nick was giving lectures focused around what happens when our computers get smarter than we are. He's not exactly anti-AI so much as pro-AI safety, and he is cautious of anything that poses an existential risk to humanity. Once again, I'm trying really hard to see where this is bad, and I don't see the bad. AI is something that Nick sees as bearing many possibilities, but also many potential risks, and is one of many caught in the middle of supporting and condemning it. And Nick, not an AI glazer, he's the Antichrist, another Peter Thiel Antichrist. Bro, has so many Antichrists. I have 4 different candidates for Antichrist. Look in the mirror, bro. You look like the Antichrist. When I was growing up, my parents told me Obama was the Antichrist. My parents are not even remotely religious. These are the 3 people that Peter Thiel calls the legionnaires of the Antichristos, seemingly because their worldview doesn't exactly align with his. One of the people Thiel does not believe could be the Antichrist is Bill Gates, who, though he thinks is a very, very awful person, is not remotely able to be the Antichrist because he's contributing so much to the army of Sauron. And it all, weirdly enough, falls directly in line with his supposed obsession with the Last Ringbearer's version of Middle-earth. And this is confusing to me because, because you read it, you see what he's saying, and it all is like, he's that guy. He's looking at the Lord of the Rings from the opposite perspective. The industrious Mordor was the good guy, and the Luddite races, the men, the dwarves, and the elves, were evil for resisting the technological advances of Sauron and his developing nation. In the same lectures where he's railing against Greta, Nick, and the other guy as being aligned with the Antichrist, in a twist of irony, he recaps a conversation he had with Elon Musk about Elon's hoarded wealth. Reportedly, Thiel gave Elon advice regarding Elon's participation in the Giving Pledge. For context, the Giving Pledge is a philanthropic organization founded by Bill Gates and Melinda Gates and Warren Buffett, where wealthy rich motherfuckers join through making a public commitment to donate their wealth to things. And Elon Musk became a signatory to this organization in 2012. So what advice did Peter Thiel have for Elon regarding his pledge? Well, he wanted him to revoke his pledge, saying, I want you to unsign that silly giving pledge you signed back in 2012 where you promised to give away half your money. Why did he want Elon to unsign it? Because it...
Welcome to the Undertone Podcast, where we talk about all things creepy. I'm your in-house skeptic, Evie Babbage, and I'm joined by my believer co-host, Justin Manuel.
You're gonna love this. I got something juicy.
Ooh, do tell.
10 mysterious audio recordings from an anonymous email. Let's keep an open mind, Evie.
Let me guess, it's a demonic possession.
Okay, easy, alright. We've heard weird stuff before, but this feels different.
You believe that? Am I to speak with Mary? only one way to find out.
You should stop listening.
What are you thinking? You shouldn't have listened to all of them. It's what she wants.
It always feels like a mean day.
I'm not gonna lie, they might want me on the show today.
Get out of here.
And action.
I'm Tardius Woodhall, and this is how I glow with Clinique. I work hard, like win a gold medal hard. I need something that does it all. I love that the serum exfoliates, hydrates, and moisturizes. In the moisture surge, it's 3 seconds for serious hydration. This glow, it's unstoppable.
With a net worth over $400 billion, would be giving $200 billion of that to nonprofits selected by Bill Gates. So it's like, I mean, yeah, sure, I guess, I don't know, dude. Charity, when it's on the other side of you politically, is bad, and Greta Thunberg will be the Antichrist. Greta Thunberg and that guy, the Onion Knight from Game of Thrones, he's very vocal as well. But yeah. It's an interesting look, though. The Antichrist. The biblical Antichrist. Like, that just calling someone the Antichrist really is a strong... That's like a strong thing to be saying. That's a strong thing to be saying around. It's kind of scary. Like, actually scary, to be honest with you. Like, in comparison, saying Obama's the Antichrist is way funnier and a lot less scary. Normally, to just be wrong about the Antichrist is kind of funny. This is like... This guy's got a lot. This is scary. In Thiel's June 2025 interview with Ross Douthat, the New York Times columnist, he was challenged directly on this. Ross points out that Thiel is deeply invested in AI, especially through Palantir, as well as military technologies, surveillance technologies, and general warfare technologies. Then Ross follows that up by sharing his belief would be that in a world where the Antichrist is real and coming to power, he'd likely use the tools that Thiel was building to impose control over the world. And he said this quote,
"Isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?"
In response to this, Peter is totally caught off guard. He becomes flustered. He starts sweating. He, of course, doesn't think that what he's doing is wrong, but that's because he is the one doing it. And he also thinks that his critics are devils, antichristos. They're the devils because they're warnings about climate change and AI risks and all this stuff, and they don't want a one-world totalitarian surveillance government state. That's not bad. We must transcend through technology. AI is Jesus. In no way would I ever want to have a world in which Greta Thunberg is making all the rules. And also, in no way would I ever want to live in a world where Peter Thiel is making all the rules. I wouldn't let him watch my children. And I'd let anybody watch my children. This is the guy that once wrote, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." Or at least that's how I understand this statement from Thiel in 2009. The Cato Institute, you don't know, is an institute in which you can buy these little pocket constitutions. It's an institute founded on fundamentalist ideas of the creation of America and libertarianism and the right to be free and so on and so forth. In April of 2009, Peter Thiel wrote an essay titled "The Education of a Libertarian." 2 paragraphs into this essay is where he shares his belief of the incompatibility of freedom and democracy. So that's pretty interesting, and he later elaborates further, stating, "The 1920s were the last decade of American history during which one could genuinely be optimistic about politics. Since 1920, the vast increase in welfare beneficiaries and the extension of the franchise to women, 2 constituencies that are notoriously tough for libertarians, have rendered the notion of capitalist democracy into an oxymoron." So yes, welfare recipients and women obstacles to... This guy hates women. He's so gay. Those things are obstacles to libertarian politics.
This essay wasn't received very well. In fact, this was so poorly received that on May 1st, Teal wrote a response to the backlash. Your suffrage isn't a danger. Your other rights are. He's great with titles. But that didn't really address the biggest criticism. He opens saying his essay had been intentionally provocative and that he was not disappointed by the reaction. Rather, he was surprised that the reaction centered around his comments on the gender gap in voting. In his response to the criticism, he doesn't even retract his statements of logic that women's voting undermines capitalist democracy. Instead, he takes the stance that he doesn't support disenfranchisement, but maintains his pessimism about the state of democratic politics by saying it would be absurd to suggest that women's votes would be taken away or that this would solve the political problems that vex us. While I don't think any class of people should be disenfranchised, I have little hope that voting will make things better. The sentence, I don't think any class of people should be disenfranchised, is pretty epically PR there, to be honest. You don't think anyone should be disenfranchised? Okay, makes sense. I don't think anyone should be disenfranchised, but I also think that the enfranchisement of women has reduced democracy to an oxymoron. Cut that out of context, alright? His response to me was that taking away their vote wouldn't fix the problem. It's like a huge bomb. Once you get that thing out there, start running over
Drop my headset.
But what was his proposition to fix the problematic democracy in his original essay? He does not suggest reforming democracy, but rather escaping it entirely through technological escape routes. He talks about the founding vision of PayPal was to create a new world currency free from all government controls. How about when I used PayPal, I used to get paid by YouTube. They double reported my income 3 years in a row, and I had to literally talk to IRS people and be like, yo, I didn't make this amount of money, okay? Like, not even close. This is twice as much money exactly as to what I made. And luckily, PayPal solved it. But man, that could have blew me up, man. Escape through cyberspace. You want to follow the teachings of Mr. Teal, invest in his companies.
The mission at Calling Media is simple: helping people succeed through better advertising results.
We're obsessed with the power of advertising and executing more effective and efficient campaign strategies for the people charged with growing companies, CMOs, marketing directors, and business owners.
Innovation is at our core. Calling Media was early to AI, ahead of the game in offline conversion tracking, and delivering results on social media. Streaming services like Netflix and Hulu and digital out of home. We made sure your campaigns work harder and smarter.
Go hard on 3. 1, 2, 3, go! With customized real-time dashboards and transparent attribution, you can sleep well at night, knowing you're always in the know and in control.
From education, recruitment, retail, and e-commerce industries, to transportation, home services, entertainment businesses, and more, Calling Media grows companies.
If you're ready to partner with an agency,
of the man I must face.
First ones,
is there no limit to corruption's influence?
Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
This is the cost of pagan beliefs. remove your head myself! We'll see about that. Easy prey. That will not go unpunished! Oriana! Open the cage! Release the beast! Give me what you promised!
I think not. I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
Manipulative whore! How dare you abandon after all I've given you! Your pulse. No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself! We'll see about that. First one's iron! You dare mock me! Good night, chilling frost! I will take out your heart! Requiem on high! I will take out your heart! Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness, it consumed my being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please.
As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Mount. We can find friendlies tonight. We'll have no firesmith. Stay.
You've done well. Good luck. Oh, I like this one. Stay safe if you can.
The clan lead. What we just... See you.
How can I? That'll be useful. Stick to the cairns.
Hey. Oh, pretty. Got a nice sheen to it. See you. Yes. Sure, I'll take it up later.
We must afflict. Betrayal of corruption. The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Bastille. We should find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Well, sir, we have arrived. The Bastille awaits. Good luck to you.
outpost seems to... This outpost... Go.
information. We don't know if this is true.
What the hell are you doing
about
here?
the fact that now an investigation is being launched into this property. You know, it's about sexual abuse allegations, but who knows what else they might be able to find during the course of it if they have residents and you know, survivors speak out about what they saw. What would it take for authorities to actually go around the property and try to excavate to find bodies? Let's start right there.
First of all, you have New Mexico. The terrain there is going to be extremely difficult. It's dry.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. My peas in a cage. Where did it go? Can't find my pee-pee.
It's about to go down. All right. Absolutely incredible. All great. All American. That is why you tune in to Fox Nation. This is the next great American sport. Make your move. This is real American freestyle, and Fox Nation is its home. Don't miss new battles every month. Next up, RAF 6, live from Tempe, Arizona.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Lex Wexner is the guy's name?
So Les Wexner, so he was the...
Who is he?
He is the billionaire owner of L Brands. So he owned a bunch of retail stores like Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie & Fitch, Bath & Body Works. And he signed over, so this is his... Because everybody... So that's when Epstein went to another level. But then he was actually just deposed because he didn't speak about Epstein for a very, very long time. He always said was, I regret my association with Epstein, and he didn't say nothing much. Like, he just recently got deposed by the U.S. Congress, and he gave this long, I think it was like 6 hours, but there's some really interesting clip that came out of it. Because people ask him, why did you trust Jeffrey Epstein with all your money? Because he literally signed over.
Oh, look who else it is.
Estate.
Is that true?
Over to him, yeah. And people were asking, why, what gave you the confidence that you could trust it? Like, how did you lead him? He's like, I was introduced by a friend of mine, and then so what did he tell you that he did to have you give over, basically control all of your money? And he said that Epstein was working for the Rothschilds as their money manager. So I'm like, this is even before Wexner, which is where we think he got all his money. So even before that, somehow Jeffrey Epstein, like a high school
likely story,
was working for the Rothschilds. Like, how did that happen? Yeah. Which is, that to me, it's like back to the spy thing. Like, was he some sort of institutions around the world?
So that's who he is. And we don't know any crimes that he did. He's just associated with it, right? There's no accusations against this Mr. Wexner, is there?
I don't think there's any specific accusations.
Denny filled him up.
There's a famous documentary that came out where the CEO of Abercrombie was using Abercrombie to recruit young...
Alizé was just talking about how he got filled up by Denny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The CEO was of Abercrombie? Pull that up.
Yeah, Mike Jeffries.
Yeah, look at it again.
Mike Jeffries, sex trafficking. Yeah.
See
Former
ya.
Abercrombie & Fitch CEO charged with operating sex trafficking ring.
Mike Jeffries, former CEO of U.S. clothing company Abercrombie & Fitch, has been arrested for alleged sex trafficking and interstate prostitution following weeks of speculation or allegations of professional misconduct.
Yeah.
Jeffries' romantic partner Matthew Smith, who is also a man, and
Oh.
association James
Jacobson
I just got
were arrested
nuked.
for alleged role in the enterprise. Huh. Did they ever convict him, or was it just alleged?
I think he's in jail. I don't.
Let me see.
I lost all my money on rain bet, so I'm waiting. I have an hour left until I get some money back. And I can lose it all over again.
Curious if he's in jail. Like, where is he?
I was actually thinking about going on the last.
This is a perplexity question.
It is. Huh?
My favorite game is the wheel. The wheel and Plinko.
It describes sexual bacchanals spanning from New York to Morocco, in which a recruited men were given drugs, lubricants, condoms, costumes.
I tried all the original games. I'm gonna try slots when I get my little money it gives me right now. I think it's literally only gonna be 10 cents. I hope it's not just that.
I looked it up. He's not in jail.
Because that's one bit.
They just found that he's fit to stand trial
But
in December.
yeah, the wheel is the best one in my opinion. Blackjack is too.
It's not ideal. I mean, yeah. So he's set to work.
You lose too much. No, not slow, but you lose too much. Because for example, blackjack, you bet $1, you lose a hand, you lose $1. In Plinko, you bet $1, you lose $1. I mean, you don't lose $1, you lose 50 cents. And but what you win less. The multipliers are lower, but you'll win more over time because you're losing less immediately. And then the wheel, I like that one because you have an 80% chance to win. So if you spin it once or twice, or like the max I spin it is 3 times if I'm really being greedy. But since you have an 80% chance to win and the multipliers are way higher than Plinko's, you'll lose all your money, but you gain more money in the long run. So I like that. But that's how I lost all my money.
Who's Howard Lutnick? That's a name that you hear a lot.
Well, Howard Lutnick is the, and he was on record. He gave this whole melodramatic interview where he said he lived right next.
And then they have fucking ranks and shit. I was like, no, it's trying to suck me in.
Jim Brewer, Find the Funny Tour. I just went through this whole thing where I got a kidney stone. I didn't know I was having one. I got a kidney stone.
Hopefully.
I thought it was getting better. Because I thought it was cranberry juice that was coming out. And it hurt. Oh my God, thank God I'm getting better. Thank God.
Friday, March 6th, the show at Agua Caliente Casino, Rancho Mirage. Tickets on sale now at Agua Caliente Casino.
You will get no such thing. I should have fucking bought YouTube Premium again. That's what I should have bought.
Eliza, come sailing with me on Virgin Voyages' Brilliant Lady ship to the Caribbean. Immediately blown away at how clean and luxurious everything is. The bathroom is so beautiful with a spacious shower. In the room, there's a vanity to get ready, big closet to hang all your clothes, giant full-size mirror, and the best part, a king-size bed with side tables on each side, then leads out to the sea terrace balcony with the iconic red hammock. Can't forget to mention that there's also a huge...
But yeah, I love Rainbet so much. I'm just sad that I didn't look at the promotion codes first.
Lounges, dining, coffee shop, outside decks, and just getting acquainted.
Yeah, there's like sometimes they'll like double your bet, or like for FanDuel, for example, when you join and you make a bet and you win on your first bet, it gives you a $200 bonus bet. That's how I flipped money on FanDuel and DraftKings for a little bit. I would go and make a brand new account, go and bet on table tennis because I know it's easy to tell who's going to win and who's going to lose basically. And even if you bet just a little bit, I think I don't know if there was a minimum, but whatever I put on it, I knew I was going to get it back. And then I got that plus the $200 in bonus bets. And you can't withdraw the $200 in bonus bets, so what you have to do is go bet on something again that's a definite win. And you won't get the whole $200 back, but you'll get like 190, 100, depending on the odds. And then that you can move into real money and withdraw because it's not credit, basically. I just put you on if you don't have FanDuel or DraftKings to an easy. But if you have to look and see if they have the promotion going. Because sometimes they don't, or instead of 200, it's 150. It depends what promotion is going.
Before heading all the way up to the top deck for views one last time. It doesn't get any better than adults only freedom.
You can get a quick buck on DraftKings then if you ever need it. Or depending on what promotion, what gambling one has promotions going.
Yeah, so he was...
But the most I've seen was 200, and that's when I hit it.
You know, what was your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? He said, well, I went over to his house once with my wife. I saw a massage table on the counter. I turned, I was like, oh, what is this disgusting man? And we left immediately. We never spoke to him. I was never in another room with him ever again because this is a disgusting human being. And then the emails come out, and there's like all kinds of correspondences with Jeffrey Epstein about like visiting the island. There's emails about them investing in a company together. So they were very much closer than he let on. Yeah, so he just basically straight up bold-faced lied to the American people.
So is he being held on charges or anything?
No, but he should be held on charges for another thing, which he just did the other day, which is, you know, the Trump tariffs.
Right, they just voted against them. SCOTUS just voted against them, right?
So then he was out there publicly telling the American people prior to the SCOTUS voting, saying, oh yeah, I think SCOTUS will side with President Trump on this one. But his firm that's run by his sons now was like shorting these tariffs. Basically, they're buying insurance against the tariffs.
Where were they doing that? Like on some of these like poly market sites and stuff like that?
No, it's through some kind of financial instrument that's way more complex than I can probably explain.
Wow. So Howard Lutnick's family firm bought up the rights to tariff refunds for 20 to 30 cents on the dollar after Liberation Day last year. Today, the Supreme Court struck the tariffs down for every $100 invested. Lutnick's sons just made 3 to 5x. Welcome to crony corruption, America.
So that's like I mean, that's just classic insider trading. He's basically he probably knew that they weren't gonna.
Right, but he says that.
But he says that on TV, saying, "Oh no, I think they're gonna side with the
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. So I don't feel like I used that word enough today. So yeah, but there's another connection with him and 9/11.
So he was profiting off of Trump's tariffs.
Yes.
Right. So then allegedly he would have known that the Supreme Court was going to do that.
What the fuck?
He basically is creating buzz in one direction, but then he's trading in the opposite direction. Right? Because if he felt that they were going to
put ice in it, stupid.
Vote in favor of President Trump, why would he be executing the trades on the opposite side? Right. It doesn't make sense. Unless it doesn't make sense. Right, so that's classic insider trading.
Just put it in the freezer, and then wait about an hour, and then go into the freezer, pull it out, and then slam it on the table, and then there you go.
The true player is the people that bought the stream up.
Yeah.
Well, your freezer is like a oven, so it wouldn't work in yours.
Cause a leaky faucet, and they've set up all these businesses and things along the way. Like some people don't realize the strategy sometimes it goes into things, right?
Absolutely. Well, he is there's some crazy we gotta get into it because he is the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, which is they were the tenant of I think it's floor 105 to 107 the World Trade Center building.
Okay.
And he
it sounds
did not go to
familiar.
work that day because his wife. Trump said this last week. There's a clip of him saying, like, "Hey, your wife begged you not to go to work that day. You never missed a day of work in 20 years. Aren't you glad that you didn't go to work that?" So he, like most of his employees, died.
Oh yeah.
And then he did this whole thing where
the Irish. As soon as I heard his voice,
where he basically took all the insurance. The company was paid insurance money.
or Scottish, whatever he
And then
is.
he pocketed most of that money and said,
I don't know if I got him to go back to the bar yet,
so it's like, did he know something?
but yeah, I remember meeting
Play
him.
this clip though, the clip that I sent.
And you're a lot. Actually, you're not even close to where I'm at yet. I think until you go to the moon, actually, I think that's where I'm at. Because I thought you were a whole boss fight ahead when I saw you last time. And then when I saw the Jedi, I was like, oh, he's farther behind than I thought it was. So yeah. Yeah, I can't remember his stupid fucking name. The gray guy. The cripple. Yeah. Dagon, oh yeah, Dagon Guerra or something like that.
What are the odds that the notary to the deed of what was both Epstein and Howard Lutnick's property at 11 East 71st Street Because yes,
So yeah, that boss fight,
Epstein owns that property.
I was wrong about that one. The next one is gonna be fucking a problem.
Just $10.
If you put it on max difficulty, yeah, it's gonna be a fucking problem.
Comic Trust in 1996.
It took me, I kid you not, you're also have more level than I do, or than, so it might be easier for you, but yeah, it took me, I kid you not, 12 plus hours to beat the dude.
Who notarized the deed transferring this property?
I had to learn every single attack pattern. I had to learn the next boss that you're about to face. I don't know if you want me to tell you or not. But yeah, I had to learn every single attack pattern.
In the perfect spot at the perfect time.
He's gonna be a pain in the ass if he's on the highest difficulty.
The South Tower collapsing.
I'm telling you, I had to learn every single attack pattern he had to learn. That's how I figured out how that dodge block. You can dodge through red attacks with that, because that fight basically taught me all. It made me into a true Jedi.
Oh.
It makes you use all your fucking skills you have.
Yeah, she's petting a cat too.
It makes you learn his fucking attack patterns and what's safe and what's not.
Was Inspector Gadget the bad guy or the person who was like the
So yeah, be aware when you put that difficulty up, you're gonna be in for an ass beating.
Is that there's some kind of foreknowledge of 9/11 that these things that
if your levels don't help you, because they might. I'm not sure. I don't know.
There's some kind of collusive action taking
I don't think they will.
Something shady happening behind the scenes. Obviously, all coincidences, as she's saying.
Yeah.
But it should be examined a little bit further, especially with the context that if you look, somebody like did timestamps and all the emails that were in the Epstein files, and there's like a huge.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because you have the saber throw, which could be kind of good.
So it's like,
but the problem isn't like having moves against him, it's finding spots where you can actually attack.
She said no.
Really.
So like it seemed like they knew that. Yeah.
And then using the right attacks that have small enough recovery, because if you use an attack that has a long recovery, then he's just gonna smack the fuck out of you and while you're recovering.
The gap, 25,000 missing serial numbers.
Yeah, I switched through every single stance. I settled on the dual wielding blades and then the long lightsaber. That's my favorite setup. No.
My wife was initiating, but I couldn't get in the mood.
No.
I thought that part of my life was over because
Content warning. This video is about a sensitive topic involving violence, assault, and loss of life. We've removed it.
Молодец. Bum 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 bum. Yo. Path of Exile. I'm terrified. I don't like what's happening here. Yeah. No. It's only in Hollywood.
That was the voice of Gary Hilton, a 61-year-old drifter who lived out of his van in America's national forest, specifically Appalachian National Forest. In 2007 and 2008, he murdered at least 4 people across these states, all of them hikers who made the mistake of crossing the track. Gary has been talked about in many different videos. I even mentioned him in a video that I made last year. But one of the things that isn't often mentioned is that he recorded himself. He basically vlogged the planning and the aftermath.
Life has been sweet. We gotta document it.
Look, I'm taking a picture what I'm not for immortality, right?
He recorded his own voice narrating his crimes like he was documenting them for some kind of posterity. When the police searched his van, they found a camera and memory sticks filled with footage he thought no one would ever see. And what they found was
Switch to TurboTax.
No, you and Alfredo had the same schedule.
File free in the app by 2/28.
Just kidding, he's going to nights.
All 100% free. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Hey, Helen?
It's fine.
I just wanted to cook you your favorite food.
Steak's not my favorite food.
Okay. And what is your favorite food?
Ceviche.
Ceviche. You know, I'm trying to make it nice for you.
Wakey, wakey. Not much. Having a cup of tea and curious about these. I think you're going to knock the unconscious, tie me to the bag of rocks you hit the boat, sink me to the bottom of the lake. I think you just tried to kill me.
All you do is criticize me.
And your stupid accent is a British cross with the devil.
Will your plan stop?
Your plan is to just shoot me? I was being nice about it. You would...
On October 26, 2007, a Cherokee County deputy is driving through a remote stretch of private land in northern Georgia. He spots a white van parked where it should not be parked. He pulls up, gets out, and approaches the vehicle.
That's me there. They told you, didn't they? Yes, it is. Yeah, I was going up I-20. I've got an answer of the area.
The man is friendly and cooperative towards the officer. He says his name is Gary, and he's just passing through, and he didn't realize that he was on private property.
Rude.
So, I just wanted to play the chance as I'm on my way to that. I'm leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm getting my map together.
It was an unremarkable standard interaction.
Hey, good deal. Take care. Be safe.
Except 5 days earlier, the man in that van had murdered an elderly couple on a hiking trail 80 miles north. Their bodies hadn't been found yet, and he was still hunting.
We begin tonight with continuing coverage on the big break in the North Carolina missing hikers.
Investigators confirmed the remains found in the North Carolina on Saturday are those of John Bryant. His wife Irene's body was found November 9th, about 2 hours away in the Pisgah National Forest.
This man's name was Gary Hilton, Gary Michael Hilton, born in 1946 in Atlanta, Georgia. And by all accounts, he was intelligent. People who knew him said he was genius level, though he never really did much with it. He is an insane man. A lot of people conflate eccentricity with genius. Doesn't mean you're genius when you're just crazy, to be honest. He enlisted in the Army at 18 years old, became a paratrooper, and even trained on tactical nuclear weapon systems, which is very interesting. But by the age of 21, he had what the Army documented as a complete schizophrenic breakdown. He had auditory hallucinations and paranoid episodes. As a result of this breakdown, they gave him an honorable discharge instead of a psychiatric one and sent him on his way. The next 4 decades, Gary drifted. He lived out of a white Chevy Astro, bouncing between odd jobs and national forests, never settling anywhere for too long. His only constant companion was his dog, a red golden retriever named Dandy. Dandy was a tool for Gary, a tool to build trust among people. Everybody loves red golden retrievers. They are absolutely cool. You see, Hilton figured out quite early that people trust a man to dog. A 60-year-old stranger approaching you on a hiking trail might put you on guard, but a 60-year-old with a friendly golden retriever bounding up to say hello is just that little funny butt wave. They're really adorable dogs. Dogs meet, owners chat, guards come down. That is
People
how
like
Gary
what they like, huh?
People who knew him said he'd been fascinated with guns.
America is a strange place. Or Thailand.
Oh, I was always fascinated with death, destruction, and guns, and war.
And he did not call what he did killing.
What stays in Thailand? What happens in Thailand stays in Thailand.
Murder as if it were a job.
When you don't have to kill somebody, if you're seen by a single other person,
You can if you want to.
So his approach is not an approach of rage or vindication or revenge. It's not impulse, it's calculation. He had a bizarre cold logic about what he did. He said, quote,
it was either what you've taken from them. You're either going to kill them or you're going to get
It was an ugly one.
Murder wasn't a choice, it was just the...
It was one you could tell there was a guy, huh?
He also saw himself as superior to ordinary people.
You weren't tricked at all. You're like, I know what I'm getting into.
As he told his employer, he enjoyed his new look because it scared people. Those are just some examples of who Gary Hilton was. And in October 2007, he found his first victim. John and Irene Bryant were married for 55
You
years.
did.
John was 80 years old and Irene was 84. They were retired and healthy and still hiking the trails that they'd loved their whole lives together. On October 21st, 2007, they drove out to the Pink Beds Loop Trail at Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. It's a moderate 5-mile loop, the kind of trail they probably walked dozens of times, that if any of you guys have been hiking anywhere in Appalachia, you've seen places like this. But John and Irene never came home. What happened on the trail would only come out later, pieced together from physical evidence and eventually from Gary Hilton's own confession. Gary approached them with Dandy, made small talk. He seemed friendly. Irene, he knocked her down and killed her right there, 25 years from their parked car. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, Irene's cell phone logged an attempt to call 911 that never connected. Whether she was trying to call for help or the phone dialed during the attack, we don't know, but the record does exist. Gary Hilton loaded John, who was still alive at this time, into his van and drove him to an ATM in Ducktown, Tennessee, forced him to withdraw $300, and then drove him to the Nantahala National Forest and shot him in the head. That was also another one of his things. He really liked stealing people's credit cards so he could extract money from an ATM. John's body wouldn't be found until February, and Irene was discovered in November, still on the trail where she died. When you look at the details of this case, the method, the location, the hunting pattern, it starts to feel less like your standard crime and more like something bizarre and scripted. Obviously, he wanted money. That was a very important thing for him. But there is a reason for this feeling, and we will come back to it. The Bryants were Hilton's first confirmed victims, but some investigators believe he may have been active for a while in the National Forest, longer than anyone knows. It's difficult to tell, and there are unfortunately quite a few murders that have never been solved in those areas. 6 weeks later, 300 miles south in Florida, another hiker vanished from another national forest. This time, when police started looking, they'd find something beyond just a body. They found evidence that Hilton had been documenting his crimes. December 1st, 2007, Cheryl Dunlap was 46 years old, a nurse at Florida State University Student Health Center, and a Sunday school teacher at her local church. She was a mother of two, devoted to her family, and the kind of person everyone described as good. That Saturday morning, she went to the library, cashed a $100 check around 11:15, and by 1:30 in the afternoon, witnesses saw her sitting on a bench at Leon Sink's Geological Park in the Apalachicola National Forest, reading a book. and that was the last confirmed sighting of Cheryl Dunlap alive. When she didn't come home that night, her son went looking for her. He found her car still in the parking lot with her purse inside, her keys inside it. The driver's side rear tire had been punctured, not blown out, but deliberately. So someone had disabled her vehicle while she was out on the trail, then waited for her to come back. Within 48 hours of Cheryl's disappearance, her debit card started showing activity. There were 5 withdrawals totaling over $700 from ATMs across the Florida Panhandle. And the surveillance footage from these withdrawals showed something pretty startling. It was a figure in a homemade mask with his face completely obscured, punching in the pen as if he had done it before and was an expert. Tips started coming in. Witnesses remembered seeing an older man in the Leon Sinks area that day, a thin man, maybe 60s, driving a white van with a reddish dog. One woman who crossed paths with him on the trail,
They don't.
she felt
You stink.
uneasy around him. So Florida investigators had a missing woman and
Next.
a masked figure draining the missing woman's bank account and a trail of witness descriptions that all pointed to the same person, same fellow. But they did not have a name. And 300 miles.
Pluto TV celebrates Black History this month and always with our free curated collection of Black entertainment. I'm talking change. Free this month and always on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
I turn now. Look at everything else.
What makes Carl's Jr.'s famous star so famous? Is it the charbroilness, the sauce, well, it's famous for lots of reasons. Buy one famous star single, get a second for just $1. Only at Carl's Jr. It's the President's Day sales event going on now at Freeway Chevrolet, and there's never been a better time to save on nearly every new Chevy. Plus, you can save even more with our President's Day bonus voucher. The President's Day sales event at Freeway Chevrolet. Hurry in today to see how much you can save. Freeway Chevrolet.
George, in Georgia, that was about to change. Because Gary Hilton was about to make a mistake. He was going to pick someone who would fight back. Meredith Emerson was a 24-year-old University of Georgia graduate working as a sales manager with a background in martial arts and a love for hiking that took her out to the North Georgia mountains every chance that she got. And on New Year's Day in 2008, she drove up to Blood Mountain on the Appalachian Trail with her black lab, Ella, planning a hike to start the year. She left a note for her roommate saying where she'd be, but she never came back. When her boyfriend reported her missing that night, search teams found her car still at the trailhead, and they found something else. They found items scattered along the trail that seemed to indicate there was a struggle. Water bottles, a dog leash, and an expandable police baton, the kind Hilton was known to carry.
What the fuck you just say?
Multiple hikers remember seeing a man on the trail that day in the 60s, thin, with a friendly red dog, a little too interested.
It don't matter what you quote.
Calls from people who had seen Meredith on the trail January 1st. But it also seemed somebody with her
That ladies.
seemed like was following her and trying to engage her in conversation.
And then what happened would only come out months later in Hilton's own words, recorded during his interrogation with the GBI. He described approaching her on the trail, using Danny to break the ice the way he always did. They talked together, the dogs played, and then when they were alone, he used the knife. She fought and grabbed the knife. He said, "I lost control of the knife."
I lost control of both the knife and the bat. Showed her the knife. She grabbed the knife. It's a bad answer if y'all should have anyway. All of it spike was quick with it, and that's not his action. Grabbed the bayonet, and somehow I lost control of the bayonet and lost it. Period. And it went down. I pulled the bat, deployed it, grabbed that. I mean, it was not my finest hour.
Remember, this is a 24-year-old woman with martial arts training against a 61-year-old drifter who was living out of a van, and she was winning. The GBI agent interviewing Hilton said it clearly and plainly. Basically, that little 120-pound girl was whipping Gary Hilton's ass.
You said, didn't you say, I bet that 120-pound girl lost the picture? She don't feel like she named she did.
He eventually did overpower her through sheer brutality, punching her until he broke his own hand, blackening both of her eyes, and beating her until she couldn't fight anymore.
Fought, and then I gained control over her and got her 10, 15 feet away from the trail on that little side trail I told you about. She started fighting again. And I had to find her again for several minutes.
But she bought herself something, which was time. Over the next 3 days, Meredith would keep herself alive longer than Hilton ever expected. Hilton put Meredith in his van and drove her to an ATM in Blairsville, Georgia, because he needed money. That was the whole point of this, and seemingly the point of it for all the other murders. He'd hand her the card machine, she would punch in the pin, it would be declined.
You know, I had gotten a dime. I spent money on her. I had $45 to my name, and I'd done spent $30. I was driving all over North Georgia trying to work her ATM card on the lowest number she gave. I'd lost money on that.
He drove them to another ATM. Same thing. Canton, Gainesville, Cummings, every single time the pin did not work. Meredith was on purpose giving Gary the wrong numbers. And her strategy was pretty simple. As long as Hilton couldn't access her money, she had value to him. And the moment that he got what he wanted, she was dead, and she could sense that. So she kept him chasing ATM withdrawals and pins that did not exist, knowing that every failed transaction would leave some kind of digital footprint or record for police to find. She was building a trail of breadcrumbs across northern Georgia, hoping that someone would follow them in time. Gary even tried to rattle her unsuccessfully, saying weird shit like this.
I joked about it with a girl. This is the second day or third day I had her, second or third day I had her. It still wasn't in the paper. I said, you know something, no one even missed you. And she said, well, I'd be mad if once you let me go, and I came back and my boyfriend said, have you been gone? We were laughing.
And twice during those 3 days, Meredith would come within feet of rescue. The first night it was snowing in northern Georgia, visibility was poor, roads were slick, and Hilton was driving her somewhere when he came around the curve and saw a sheriff's deputy parked on the shoulder with blue lights flashing.
And then I came around the curve, and the car had sort of slid off the road, and there was a sheriff's deputy there, car with his blue light, and turned around and went back down just right past the sheriff's deputy again. She saw the blue light and everything, but it was only loosely secured.
Second time was even closer.
And there was a pickup there, and as he drove by, I waved at him. It was law enforcement.
Really?
Yeah, it was that close. It was that close. She wasn't even secured either.
By January 3rd, the search for Meredith Emerson was all over the news in Georgia. Tips were flooding the GBI hotline. An older man, a white van, a red dog. It was the same description that kept coming up over and over.
Georgia, they're stepping up the search now for a missing hiker. Police say they're looking for a man in his 60s who was seen talking to her on a trail.
And then a man by the name of John Tabor called. Tabor was a contractor who hired a man named Gary Hilton years earlier to hand out flyers for his siding business. Hilton had worked for him from 1997 to 2007, right up until the day he demanded money and threatened to kill him.
He tried to kill me if I didn't give him $10,000. He said he didn't care how he got it, but that he wanted it.
Tabor saw the news coverage and saw the description of the suspect and called the GBI. Tabor gave the GBI a name. That name was Gary Michael Hilton.
He actually provided us with the tag number for the van. At that point, we were able to pull a driver's license photo of Gary Michael Hilton.
So now they had a full name, a real photo, and an accurate vehicle description. Suddenly investigators had something genuine to work with. A bolo went out across Georgia, and every law enforcement agency in the state was now looking for a white Chevy Astro van with a red golden retriever inside. And police finally had a name and a face. At this point, Meredith is once again still alive, and Gary had kept victims alive before, but not for long. The clock was running out for Meredith Emerson. Just a few weeks before all of this, 300 miles back south, the search for Cheryl Dunlap had taken a dark turn. On December 15th, 2 weeks after she vanished, a hunter walking through the Apalachicola forest saw buzzards circling in the trees. It was Cheryl's body that had been left in the woods, nude, partially decomposed, and covered in branches. Her head had been removed, her hands had been removed, and a burn pit nearby contained charred bone fragments. So this is what Hilton did to his victims, and a few weeks later, Meredith was still out there with Hilton. And on January 4th, 2008, 4 days since Meredith had disappeared, that morning someone found a black lab wandering alone in a Kroger parking lot in Cumming, Georgia. It was Ella, Meredith's dog. Investigators traced the area. They found a payphone nearby that had been used to call someone asking for money, and they found a dumpster containing bloody clothes and Meredith Emerson's ID. That evening, a witness at a Chevron gas station in DeKalb County spotted a white van matching the bolo description. The witnesses of it called 911.
Okay, I'm 911. What's the exact location? I have this, the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station on Ashford Dunwoody. The van is here. The dog is the red dog, and I saw the man's face. And I've been watching the news, and I know it's him. I know it's him. He's making multiple trips back to his van, gets out, and taking it to a dumpster. Is there somebody in the room? Yes, sir. Okay, because he looks like he's finishing off. Here comes the cops. Yes. Yes. Police are there? Yes. Yes. They got him.
When police arrived, Hilton went flat on the ground before they even gave commands because he knew that it was completely over. But when they asked him about Meredith Emerson, he wouldn't say. At GBI headquarters, Hilton was brought into an interrogation room and immediately laid down on the floor, claiming his back hurt too much to sit. The lead investigator, Agent Clay Bridges, obviously wasn't buying it. Clay said, "I've spoken with numerous people who say you're extremely healthy, extremely smart, almost genius level," continuing to appeal to his ego, appeal to his intelligence, and even appeals to whatever sort of humanity might be left in him. No matter what, they couldn't get anything out of Gary about Meredith. While Hilton was stonewalling investigators, forensic teams were obviously going through his van and finding different pieces of evidence. The white Chevy van was a crime scene on wheels. There was blood evidence that would later match Meredith's DNA, a seatbelt that had been cut, which was the same kind of restraint that was found with Meredith's belongings, and a bayonet blade that matched the puncture in Cheryl Dunlap's tire. But the most significant evidence was not biological or physical, it was digital.
Hi, I'm Andrew, a home buyer, and I want to buy your house. But I also want to do something even more important. This holiday season, for every home I buy, I'll donate $1,000 to St. Jude.
I want to sincerely thank Andrew, the home buyer. St. Jude saved my daughter's life, and it's because of donations like this that it was made possible.
By calling today, you'll get your home sold and help a family that really needs it.
It's a new crowd out there. It's gotta be like the first time we go home. It's a hard way to make a living, you know. It's really tough. You feel it. You can't help but move to it. Hey, the light's on. I can see you. Hello out there. Hello.
Epic Elvis Presley concert. Rated PG-13.
Investigators found a Sony digital camera and several memory sticks hidden in the van, and when technicians examined them, they discovered videos that had been erased, but not well enough. You see, you can't actually really delete things off of digital memory. It just exists still there. The kernel and the operating system can't see it, but you can recover that stuff. I've done it plenty of times when recordings fail or whatever when I'm filming a YouTube video. Just because something doesn't exist and you can't play it doesn't mean it doesn't exist and you can't play it. Hey, the geeks go on. On this camera storage, what they found is unlike anything the investigators had seen before. There were home videos, hours of them, of Gary Hilton talking to his camera.
Look, I'm taking a picture what I'm looking for immortality, right? Good.
Vlogging, narrating his life as a drifter and playing with his dog Dandy in the forest.
I've gained 20 pounds in 3 months, 3 or 4 months. I'm 171 pounds.
And mixed in with those innocent recordings were extremely dark recordings. Recordings in the days after his victims disappeared.
We got to document it. My boy. My baby. You're the lawman, you're the law. I'm going to check it out. If it ain't the law, then you're wrong. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm filing and I'm suing. You tell these guys to quit terror driving. You tell them not to drive more than 5 miles an hour above the limit.
So, there's tons of evidence now, all of it mounting against him. Hilton's lawyers started negotiating. That negotiation led to the following scenario. If Gary told them where Meredith was, the state would take the death penalty off the table. He would get life in prison instead and be a burden on the tax dollars of those local people, which is a mind-boggling concept in my opinion. But
what I'd like to do is let you now tell us where the body is and try to direct us to it the best you can.
Okay, I'll be glad.
All right.
there was one condition, and that condition was that Gary Hilton's dog, Dandy, who was innocent in all this, in spite of him being used as a tool, the dog had to be placed in a good home. I can't imagine adopting that dog
I wonder if if you have to tell the backstory, or like how does that work? I have no idea. Because if someone gets murdered in a home, you have to tell the people who are buying it, obviously. But or I don't know, maybe that's just a horror movie trope. But I don't know if you adopt a dog and the dog has been a tool in murders and witness to murders. I don't know if that's there's legal precedence. I have no idea. Hilton took the deal, and then he told investigators what happened on January 4th, 2008. He told Meredith he was going to let her go. After 4 days of captivity, 4 days of long pain, 4 days of trying to stay alive, Gary said that she could leave. He walked her into Dawson Forest, chained her to a tree, and went back to his van.
But if it wasn't, I had to fight her twice, bring her all the way around the corner of the mountain, and then secure her to a tree, in spite of her protestations.
Then he left the van and went back to her carrying a tire iron.
And I walked up and made as if to unsecure the chain, struck her with the bar.
What bar?
It was a jack handle, just a straight jack handle, a solid iron bar.
So after everything she survived, then she was lied to and finally murdered with a tire iron by this absolute disgusting psychopath, depraved lunatic. So the authorities found her body, and the autopsy showed multiple blows with a blunt instrument. There were defensive wounds on her hands where she tried to block the strikes, and she fought until she could not fight anymore. Then Hilton did to this victim what he had done to the other ones, which is remove their head. He claimed removing someone's head was an out-of-body experience. Unreal, he said.
Was this difficult for you, though? As far as take her life, was it difficult at all?
It was like an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
It was surrealistic. Of course it's surrealistic. Removing a head is just unreal.
He decapitated her to destroy forensic evidence and buried her remains in Dawson Forest, then drove away and was caught shortly after. At Hilton's Florida trial for Cheryl Dunlap's murder, prosecutors played the videos that were recovered from his van. One recording was timestamped December 3rd, 2007, just 2 days after Cheryl had disappeared. And on that tape, Gary Hilton was talking to himself. Dude, he's crazy, alright? Dude, actually insane. He's talking about disposing of a body and recording himself, vlogging his own crimes, like a road trip vlog. In 2008, he documented it, vlogged it, preserved it, and created a record of his accomplishments that he could revisit whenever he wanted. The same footage he made to feel immortal, his own words, became the evidence that would put him on death row. So he wasn't able to escape the death penalty in the end, which is good. That's a win for humanity. And during the Florida trial, another detail came out that completely reframes everything and is totally disturbing. I read about this, could not believe it, and it totally brought this whole thing into a new perspective. Back in 1995, 12 years before any of this had happened, Gary Hilton...
Alright, let's spend my 10 cents on Rain, bitch.
...a film called Deadly Run. The movie was a project of a man named Samuel Rail, who represented Hilton years earlier. One of his first legal clients who helped defend him against a trespassing charge in Georgia. Also arson and false solicitation of charitable donations. So Gary was a piece of shit all the way back in the mid-'80s in which these charges were brought. So Rail later became a filmmaker and wanted to make a slasher film and brought him on as an advisor, an unpaid consultant.
Don't be talking like that, man.
Hilton came up with the plot, found the film location, and helped select the cast and crew. This is what...
I said what I said. I meant what I meant, bitch.
A woman, Todd's mom will read her son's internet browsing history. What? ExpressVPN apps keep your activity and identity private while you browse, stream, email, or download. To learn more and get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN protection for free, go to expressvpn.com/mom.
We fight those who wield power to prey on. Beasts bethink themselves men. That is what it means to be a queen. Remember who you are and let it guide your path. For at the end of it, you will find the answers you seek.
The slasher film Deadly Run was about a respected Atlanta realtor who kidnaps women, takes them to a remote cabin in the North Georgia mountains, releases them into the woods,
National Forest near Cleveland, Georgia. 12 years later, Meredith Emerson's body was found just 30 miles from the cabin in which Hilton had found the location for a slasher movie where he would hunt for people in, well, he wasn't the actor, but he helped advise on a movie. How crazy is that? So after it's now known that Gary Hilton is a murderer, reporters tracked down Senator Rail and told him what Hilton had done, and his reaction was, to me, it's almost word for word. That's what was really scary about it. So Rail had known Hilton for years, he'd worked with him, he trusted him enough to collaborate on a creative project. He said he was a criminal, he'd be the first to admit it, he might have been a sociopath, but
Good shit.
and an animated one who, quite frankly, I never would have thought in a million years. He had criminal instincts, but he was not a violent person. I was wrong about that. Yes, you were totally wrong about that. So in 1995, Gary Hilton worked on a horror movie about a man who hunts women in the Georgia wilderness, and in 2007 started living that in real life and vlogging it. Also, while awaiting trial in Florida, Hilton's conversations with other inmates were recorded without his knowledge, and those recordings showed exactly who he was when he
No, he's playing Gay Wars.
By the age of 19, Aaron had helped build Reddit after merging his startup Infogami through Y Combinator's first program, rewriting Reddit's entire code base from Lisp to Python. He's the original Redditor, and his collaboration with John Gruber produced Markdown, which is the lightweight markup language now used by GitHub, Discord, and countless other platforms.
Jesus.
So different. Like, you can just look stuff up now. You can ask an AI if you're a second-hand thinker. I'm not sure. This is all before that, before the epicness that is the internet. I digress. As technology progressed, so did the control of information. In an interview, Schwartz outlined this very well. Old broadcasting was limited by space in the airwaves, starting with 10 channels and eventually growing with cable to 500 channels. But someone still controlled what went on all of these channels.
And so what you see now is not a question of who gets access to the airwaves. It's a question of who gets control over the ways you find people. You know, you start seeing power centralizing in sites like Google, these sort of gatekeepers that tell you where on the internet you want to go. The people who provide you your sources of news and information.
And Aaron's goal with quotes like these seemed to be to limit the power of that gatekeeper as much as possible, because it's the first time in history that information can be freely available to someone who just has access to a public library. Walk into a library, get on a computer, look something up. You can find out who's evil. You can find out who assassinated who. You can find out who's on certain lists, not because you're in the know, but just because you have access to the internet. So to overcome the roadblocks that corporations and different institutions created to ensure that gatekeeping and therefore ensure profitability, Aaron wanted everyone to pitch in and do their part to make all available information publicly available. His manifesto called for civil disobedience against the privatization of knowledge, declaring it a moral imperative to download scientific journals and upload them to file-sharing networks, which now you can just go to PubMed and find most anything. You can just find information. So it seems so alien that this is a war that he's involved in fighting, but students, librarians, and scientists were called on to use their positions of privilege to bring the banquet of knowledge to the rest of the world, which was locked out of it at that time. And Aaron wouldn't just call upon others to liberate the information hidden from the public. He would lead the charge personally, like Mel Gibson in the final battle of the Patriot. But in a new age, digital age, where instead of a nation an ocean away subjugating the revolutionaries, now corporations, institutions, and the government sought to centralize information essential to the evolution of human thinking and innovation. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But here's an example to help you and me understand. Works can be copyright protected for varying amounts of time depending on the number of authors, or if it was work for hire, or if it was published anonymously or under a pseudonym. Single author's works are copyright protected for 70 years after the author's death, and multiple author works are for 70 years after the death of the last surviving author, and hired works are protected for 95 years after publication or 120 years from creation, whichever comes first. Anonymous, pseudonym works are also 95 to 120 years from publication creation protected for copyright. Once that copyright protection period ends, the work becomes public domain and anyone can use it freely without worry of retribution or litigation or consequence. That's why we're now seeing Winnie the Pooh horror movie with A.A. Milne's characters entering the public domain in 2021 after the copyright expired on the original 1926 book. Boom. Now, to be clear, the public domain isn't always respected when there is money to be made. Obviously, the philosophical transactions of the Royal Society continued to gatekeep content from 1665 behind a subscription paywall database when it should have been completely free to access by anybody wishing to view it. Because it's 300 years old, you and nobody you know had anything to do with creating that information. And it's important to learn the past, and it's important to read things from it. There's a common colloquialism that I'm sure all of you have heard before from a guy by the name of George Santayana, which is, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. I thought that was from Spider-Man, but it turns out it was Batman. So here we have foundational information, hundreds of years of human history and documentation that is inaccessible unless you shelled out $19 an article for one person to view it on one computer for 1 month before access was withdrawn. And that sounds like bullshit. And that's what Aaron Swartz and the open access movement were trying to completely dismantle. Now, this obviously wouldn't be an Oompaville video if there wasn't government involvement and conspiracy. Unknown to Swartz, federal surveillance had begun years before his arrest. The FBI flagged his email domain, aaronsw.com, during an al-Qaeda counterterrorism investigation at the University of Pittsburgh. They assigned it case number 315THQ C1475879 with the prefix 315 indicating international terrorism classification. He specifically was never the target of this al-Qaeda investigation, but it put Aaron on the FBI's radar, and he wouldn't be leaving the radar of the FBI anytime soon. Soon, he would be the target of his own FBI investigation. I want you to think in your mind, what do you think this guy did to become the target of the FBI? Well, what did he do to become the target of the FBI? He downloaded information that was locked behind paywalls, more specifically, court documents. This is information that is publicly available. It is information that is digitized and, once again, publicly available. That's how court documents work. Just the way that he accessed it was wrong. Aaron had teamed up with Carl Malamud, the president and founder of public.resource.org, when he was 21 years old to help the nonprofit in its efforts to end the government's financial exploitation of public access to court electronic records, the PACER system. These are court documents, information that isn't protected at all by copyright because no one's making it. It's just important information for transparency in the justice system. What? Yet they were generating roughly $150 million a year from its fees of 10 cents per page for document viewing and 10 cents per page for search results when you look up a case. It's unbelievable. And the revenue Pacer generated grew year after year, reaching $1.2 billion by 2016. And Aaron did the absolute unthinkable. He developed an automation script that downloaded millions of pages from Pacer. And between September 4th and September 22nd, 2008, he used 2 accounts to make requests every 3 seconds, and over those 18 days, downloaded 8 million pages from Pacer, which the FBI approximated to be worth $1.5 million of publicly available court documents. So that's 20% of the federal court database that he downloaded, and obviously, the government wasn't going to let that slide. The FBI began searching for him and physically surveilling his home. And on February 4th, 2009, a synopsis of a field report reads as follows. Attempted to locate Aaron Swartz, his vehicle's driver's license information and picture, and others at 349 Marshman Avenue, Highland Park, Illinois, 60035. Successfully located driver's license photo for Swartz. Drove by address in an attempt to locate Swartz or vehicles related to the residence, but was unsuccessful. House is set on a deep lot behind other houses on Marshman Avenue. This is a heavily wooded, dead-end street with no other cars parked on the road, making continued surveillance difficult to conduct without severely increasing the risk of discovery. So, the big question is, did Swartz do anything actually illegal by downloading publicly available copyright-free information that should be available to everyone? The details provided on the first page of the FBI's documentation on the Swartz case stemming from this incident suggest that an argument could be made that it wasn't, or at most falls in a gray area. You see, U.S. courts had implemented a pilot program at 17 depository libraries allowing users to access Pacer systems for free but from computers at these libraries. So Aaron used login information obtained from 2 libraries in this pilot program to access Pacer for free, but from outside the library, which they realized from tracking Aaron's IP. He just wasn't in the right spot, which does that make it illegal or reasonable to be surveilled by the FBI? I'm not exactly sure. So perhaps that's why no formal charges were filed regarding this incident specifically, although surveillance would continue. Why, dude? Anyways, Aaron was just getting started, and soon he would undertake the monumental task of liberating the vast digital archives of journal storage, aka JSTOR. And this, unfortunately, would mark the beginning of the end for Aaron. The journal storage incident began on September 24th, 2010, when Swartz registered a laptop on MIT's network as Gary Host using a fake email address, and over the next 4 months, he would download 4.8 million academic articles from the JSTOR database, or 80% of Journal Storage's total library. His Python script, keepgrabbing.py, bypassed JSTOR's terms of service with a simple flag, except TC equals true. And when Journal Storage kind of caught on and blocked his IP address after he downloaded 450,000 articles in 11 hours, he switched to a new address and continued the download. On October 9th, 2010, during Columbus Day weekend, using a modified MAC address, he continued to download Journal Storage articles, but it started to bring down Journal Storage servers, nearly bringing down service worldwide. And Journal Storage is very important at this time. And as a result of this, JSTOR blocked MIT's entire network, causing a 3-day campus-wide outage from October 9th to October 12th. But Aaron continued downloading undeterred, using new IP addresses to circumvent blocks and slowing the rate of downloads to avoid detection from monitoring systems, though he couldn't evade capture forever. To make this fully make sense, we have to detail the scale and influence of JSTOR, or Journal Storage. I'm going to paint them as a little bit villainous here to create a sort of bad guy for Aaron to be the vigilante hero going in after them, because that's kind of the reality. For context, JSTOR is a massive non-profit digital library holding thousands of journals. This is not like people's personal journals, but rather scientific journals. It's millions of articles and other primary sources and books. It serves over 11,000 institutions, schools, and universities globally. It's where you get legit information that has been compiled by legit people. Titles for JSTOR come from over 1,200 publishers in 57 countries, making it a modern-day equivalent to the Library of Alexandria. And to access this database, you have to pay, and the pricing becomes very convoluted depending on whether or not you are a corporate, for-profit, or non-profit / government entity, and how many collections you want access to as well. Small nonprofits could look at annual fees from $1,200 a year to $18,000 a year. Medium-sized
beat that bitch ass, yes sir.
$3,000 a year.
She deserved it.
For-profit organizations range from $9,000
And she's a ghost, so it doesn't count.
Per year, depending on how many journals you regularly use. And individuals could access...
I want some mini wheats. Why did I just get that urge? I love mini wheats.
It costs you $19.50 a month, and you can download 10 PDFs for that $19. And over a year, for $200, you can download 120 PDFs. That would take a little bit of a discount. In Newsflash, that's the current pricing. It used to be much worse, and barriers used to be far more inaccessible. For example, Al Jazeera reported an opinion piece on pricing to access academic articles, which used to cost, on average, $19 an article. And in 2019, JSTOR and ARTSTOR, then separate entities that later became integrated, contributed $89.1 million in program service revenue to its parent company. Ithaca harbors nearly $104 million of total revenue, according to pages 9 and 12 of its Form 990 tax filings from that year. Pretty lucrative non-profit organization. But of course, that money goes towards salaries for staff, licensing of their journals and articles and infrastructure, and their expansion of their library. But I don't know if it costs $79 million to do all that, alright? I don't know if it costs that. Maybe let me do it. I'll do it for less. So yeah, and an attempt to break down where JSTOR's money goes alleges that from their findings, 30% goes to publishers for the rights to license their articles and journals and works, etc. 70% goes to overhead, which 10% of that is to running servers, 40% of that is salaries, and 20% to admin costs. We attempted to verify these numbers for the 2019 filing, but the findings are unlikely to be fully accurate, as JSTOR is the biggest earner and entity within Ithaca, but not the full entity because of ART-STOR as well. Sorry.
We want to be a formal business instead of a family business. What Christian is doing is definitely going to transform our company.
I want to make it easier for our customers to find us. I just asked ChatGPT, can you create a map that includes all my farmers markets? I've never coded a single line in my life. Can I get a raise?
Oh, no.
There's a lot of learning by doing here.
Help me write a letter to the employees about scheduling.
Absolutely, I can help with that.
The business is our baby. I hope that our legacy can continue for years to come.
You think you've got what it takes to keep up with me? Party the party? One round with me and you'll be stinking up the place, you scruffy bum. Thanks, lad. Dr. Squatch. No BO, no BS. Just natural madness.
This is Drake May. He uses Betterment to automatically diversify and rebalance his portfolio. This is Drake Maybe. He bought the dip that kept dipping.
Damn.
Your life more than your money. That's the Betterment effect. Drake May fans can now start investing free for 6 months. Visit betterment.com/DrakeMay.
JSTOR made $79.1 million, and ART-STOR made $9.9 million. So Journal Storage made up 85% of Ithaca Harbor's total revenue for that year. And page 10 of Ithaca Harbor's 2019 Form 990 shows that they claimed $19 million went to fees and publisher payments, which is 21% of the total earnings from JSTOR and ART-STOR. Page 10 also shows that salaries made up $32.1 million of Ithaca Harbor's expenses and compensation to officers, directors, trustees, and employees that make up another $5.4 million for a total of $37.5 million in costs for salaries. They reported 428 employees for the year as well, and on page 5 they showed the average salary at $75,000 a year. But Kevin Guthrie, president and trustee of Ithaca Harbor, earned $557,000 that year alone, and according to the organization's filings between 2013 and 2023, he's been compensated a total of $5.8 million. And he's also seen significant raises year after year, growing from $398,000 in 2013 $622,000 in 2023, and that's without even factoring in the filing's other compensation, which is another $62,000 in 2023. So it's kind of crazy. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. Obviously, businesses got to be run. You know, nonprofits. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on with this kind of thing. And it's especially weird that the nonprofit is paying employees nearly double the amount that it costs for them to license the scientific journals and articles and primary sources that they hide behind a paywall. It seems odd to me, considering they're literally just paying for work and just putting it on a website, which is what Wikipedia does for free, I think, but obviously Wikipedia is free. No, maybe it's just Netflix or HBO Max for nerds and dweebs and libtards who want to read scholarly records. I have no idea. One thing I do know is that streaming services like HBO and Netflix are just platforms for movies and shows that are not funded by taxpayers. That's some of the biggest criticism for JSTOR, is that government entities do these things using our money. And not only that, but a lot of the research is funded and granted by the taxpayers as well. The research that is then being doubly paywalled. So Journal Storage has a healthy revenue stream, specifically that stems from charging rates that block public access to research that is funded by taxpayer dollars, and then that knowledge is then privatized and funded by public grants, which is taxpayer funding. It's pretty complicated and really unfortunate that that's a thing. Now, to be very clear, tax records and revenue aside, JSTOR are now big proponents of open access post Aaron Swartz era, okay guys? They are the boogeyman at this point in time that we're talking about, 2008, 2010, 2011, 2013. That's them at this point, while Aaron is sucking them dry on the MIT campus. So once again, they're big proponents of open access now, and they have massively changed their tone over the years. And that is completely commendable and very respectable. It's just trying to be as transparent as possible for this video. And on January 4th, 2011, network engineers were able to trace the exact location of the IP address that was downloading from the servers. This location was in a basement closet of MIT campus building 16, where the network switches were located, from which a cable ran under a cardboard box. Then under that hit a laptop computer and an external hard drive. So police were notified immediately, and they even attempted to copy the hard drive, but were unsuccessful. And instead they took fingerprints from the laptop and left it in the exact same spot and returned the room to the way that it had been before they interfered. Their goal was to wait for whoever installed it to come back and catch them basically doing it, or surveil them further. So they returned the room to its original state and set up a camera to film whoever returned for the laptop. And on January 6th, 2011, Aaron Swartz returned to the basement closet to retrieve the laptop and was caught on video spending over 10 minutes in the room. And after disconnecting the laptop, a monitoring script sent an email to one of the campus engineers who, although not on campus at the time, was unable to reach anyone in time to apprehend Aaron while he was in building number 16. Aaron would soon reconnect to the network from building 4 and then the Stratton Student Center, and an hour and a half after he initially disconnected from the network, causing the monitoring script to see the email that Aaron was on campus, campus police identified him on his bicycle. After following Aaron briefly to give backup time to respond, an MIT campus police officer confronted Aaron, who would then abandon his bicycle and flee on foot, saying that MIT police weren't real cops, which is hilarious. He outpaced the officer and eventually must have believed that he'd evaded because he slowed back down to a walk, but the officer had maintained visual contact. Then backup showed up and 2 officers closed in on him, and they apprehended him, handcuffed him, and found the laptop as well as the hard drive in his backpack. Then immediately after his capture, the response from the federal government was swift and severe. He was indicted by federal prosecutors facing 4 different felony charges. 1. Unlawfully obtaining information from a protected computer, recklessly damaging a protected computer, wire fraud, and computer fraud. But the thing was, neither MIT nor JSTOR would pursue any civil penalties against Aaron Swartz. So that's very important. These institutions that he was stealing from didn't want to pursue any penalties. They didn't want to press anything against him, which is so confusing to me. Journal Storage wasn't interested in any legal process and even made a public statement saying that once the content was secure, they were completely satisfied. And they were very sure to specify that the government decided to prosecute Aaron Swartz and not them. On the 14th of September 2011, Aaron's father, Robert, met with MIT's chancellor and was told that MIT's position was neutral. And roughly a year later, on September 28, 2012, Aaron's attorneys asked MIT to meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office in support of Aaron. And on October 26, 2012, they told Aaron's attorneys that they were willing to accompany the defense and even shared that they admired Aaron's work and that losing it would be a great loss. But through a shift in Aaron's defense team in November, his new attorney ceased that collaboration entirely. So after learning all of this, it makes it seem like the 2 leading institutions that were actually affected by Aaron's actions were maybe not on his side, but they certainly weren't his enemies. And an important factoid, Aaron wasn't actually a student at MIT, which is why they were taking a neutral stand. MIT even shared that if Aaron had been a student, they would have gotten more involved and potentially even lobbied against prosecution, as it would have been an internal matter for their discipline committee to handle instead of the federal government, which I don't understand why he was targeted by the federal government anyway. It doesn't make any sense. And then, you know, the whole point of this is to show the example of the big meta broccoli head, Mark Wahlberg, or whatever the fuck his name is. In spite of the chirping from MIT, U.S. Attorney Carmen Ortiz was undeterred and wholly committed to seeing Aaron serve time, saying, "Stealing is stealing, whether you use a computer command or a crowbar, whether you take documents, data, or dollars. It is equally harmful to the victim whether you sell what you have stolen or give it away," which the victim in this case is researchers that have been paid through federal grants by tax dollars. Like, I don't... There's not really that many victims in this crime. to be honest. Also, Journal Storage was completely content with getting its content back, and MIT wasn't pursuing legal consequences for Aaron and didn't consider themselves a victim and ultimately didn't want a trial to ensue because it would have been a waste of time and resources. So the victims, he was trespassing at MIT and stealing from Journal Storage. Both of the institutions didn't give a fuck. In spite of all this, Aaron was still being threatened with up to 35 years in prison at the time for the 4 charges, as well as $1 million in fines for theft of digital documents. But even calling it theft is an absolute stretch. MIT allowed users to create guest accounts that could access Journal Storage through their institutional subscription to the database, which is what Aaron did, just with a fake name and email. So he did something legal adjacent that we could just do. You could just do if you're on. It's weird. It's like putting someone in jail for taking too many books from the library and then reading them to children for bedtime for free. Much. Also undeterred was Aaron. Aaron's activism and demands for open access to hidden and restricted information weren't finished just because of some pesky federal charges. On January 18, 2012, Aaron's organization, Demand Progress, spearheaded an online protest that would affect the entire internet landscape in a peaceful protest against restricted access to knowledge. During this protest, the internet went completely dark. Over 115,000 websites participated in, up until that point, the most significant internet protest in history to defeat the Stop Online Privacy Act and the Protect Intellectual Property Act in a coordinated blackout, which Wikipedia, Reddit, and even Google joined. You guys might remember this. Google covered its logo with a large black rectangle. Reddit changed its splash page for 12 hours to Reddit is down, and Wikipedia had the words, imagine a world without free knowledge. Wikipedia also included a zip code search to find contact information for your local representative. Millions answered the call in protest and as a result of Aaron's movement for their own representatives to represent them. Do what they are elected to do. Represent. 4 million emails were sent, 10 million signatures were collected, and 8 million phone calls were made, and also 3 million tweets were shared, which is crazy because Twitter was only a year old. The acts that were being protested against, the SOPA and PIPA, would have given ISPs free rein to block access to websites if they had credible evidence that they contained copyrighted material. So websites containing information to circumvent those blocks would be targeted even if just one link was posted. And anyone found guilty of this could face up to 5 years in jail. How unbelievable is that? And lo and behold, these were the people that supported those bills. Movie studios, publishers, TV networks, people with money. Lots of big money people in there, which just having money doesn't mean you're a bad person, but thinking this is the right way does, objectively. They were opposed by basically everybody else, which is why on January 26th, the PIPA's motion to proceed was unanimously withdrawn, and there has been no action on SOPA since December 16th, 2011. They both fell completely flat as a result of this protest. This accomplishment was so impactful that at the Freedom to Connect conference held on May 21st and 22nd, 2012 in DC, Aaron Swartz gave a keynote speech called How We Stopped SOPA. While Aaron was being celebrated by the world at large for his efforts to make more information publicly available for free, if not all information, and actually doing something about it rather than just being some kind of spokesperson, the U.S. Attorney's Office of the United States Justice Department still saw Aaron as a criminal to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And 4 months after his keynote speech in September 2012, the United States of America versus Aaron Swartz case escalated with the introduction of a superseding indictment which increased the number of felony charges against Aaron from 4 to 13. Counts 1 and 2 were for wire fraud, with Aaron allegedly defrauding Journal Storage of content they had invested in, collecting and digitizing, as well as defrauding MIT for deceptively making it appear as though he was affiliated with them by using their network, who then accessed Journal Storage. Counts 3 to 7 were for computer fraud because Aaron accessed protected MIT and Journal Storage computers without authorization, and counts 8 through 12 were for unlawfully obtaining information from a protected computer. So it's essentially the same as counts 3 to 7, but they specify that the information gained through the unlawful access had a value exceeding $5,000. Count 13 was for recklessly damaging a protected computer, and this is due to an incident where his access to Journal Storage caused servers to go down, and in response, Journal Storage decided MIT's Journal Storage access should be revoked for several days. It's clear they were trying to prosecute to the fullest extent, and the timing of all this was not coincidental. Prosecutors used his 2008 Guerrilla Open Access Manifesto as proof of malicious intent in a briefing with congressional staffers with the House Oversight Committee, despite no proof that he ever intended to distribute the downloaded article. On to the prosecution's approach. In my opinion, it is a pattern of intimidation and overreach that is nothing but disturbing. Assistant U.S. Attorney Stephen Heyman, son of former Deputy Attorney General Philip Heyman, led the charge with a level of zeal that is completely uncalled for. Supposedly, he was the uncompromising voice in the office of Ortiz, who we talked about earlier for being quoted as saying this. Aaron's lawyers told the prosecutors that he was suicidal, and their response was completely cold and self-serving. They said, "Put him in jail. He'll be safe there." Zero empathy, zero remorse, zero sense. Really doesn't seem like that much of an account for justice, given the fact that the victims, which are supposed to be upheld through justice, were completely fine with what had happened. It didn't seem like they were doing this for anyone other than themselves. It was entirely self-serving and completely indicative of a prominent issue today. Government entities are forgetting that they serve the public, and they use their power and influence to make things better for themselves and or the adjacent institutions that they help represent as well, which they shouldn't represent institutions. They shouldn't represent BlackRock or Blackstone or McDonald's or whoever they should represent who they steal money from and then misappropriate to Israel. They should give me more money to clean my airsoft gun. Looking back at the prosecution now, it is so clear they were entirely out of touch, and comments made by Stephen Heyman would highlight that the continued efforts to prosecute Swartz were fueled by hate and a desperation to save face and just prosecute blindly. Heyman wanted MIT to cooperate with the prosecution side of the legal battle and did so in one of the most insane ways possible. Reportedly, on August 9, 2012, when speaking with a lawyer for MIT, he allegedly compared Swartz to a rapist and MIT to the rape victim. I don't even want to read this quote, but this is the quote. You can pause right here and read this if you'd like. I'm surprised that Heyman didn't compare journal storage to being a victim of domestic violence who keeps going back to their abuser. Like, what are you fucking trying to say? Are you an idiot? Seems like it, brother. Also, the prosecutors are dragging this out instead of working with the defense to find reasonable middle ground resolution. What is the point of this? Like, it doesn't make any sense. The level of zeal that these crimes were approached with is, I mean, where is that energy anywhere, literally anywhere else? What is happening? Who are these people? They demanded that Swartz plead guilty to 13 felonies with no option available to him that would not result in jail time. And his attorney pleaded with the feds to find a way to resolve the case that didn't destroy Aaron's life, but they would not budge. For Swartz, accepting a felony conviction meant the end of his dreams. He feared being labeled a felon more than anything, and despite neither journal storage or MIT pursuing charges, aka the victims, though neither institution considered themselves a victim, he was completely sandbagged and just targeted by federal prosecutors. If you all don't remember, during this time there was a lot of political targeting with the Obama administration. Swartz's case fit perfectly within that administration's unprecedented war on information activism. The administration prosecuted 8 people under the Espionage Act, more than all previous presidents combined, securing 526 months of prison time versus just 24 months in all of prior U.S. history, not to mention the bombing of so many children's hospitals. Thanks, Obama! Daniel Ellsberg and Anthony Russo in 1973, with the charges later being dropped. Samuel Morrison in 1985, which was a 24-month sentence that was later pardoned. And Larry Franklin in 2005 with a 10-month sentence. Here are some highlights under the Obama administration, the great administration of our lifetime, which it absolutely wasn't, by the way, just in case you're unaware. It was shit too. Chelsea Manning received 35 years for WikiLeaks disclosures. NSA whistleblower Thomas Drake faced 35 years before his case collapsed. CIA whistleblower John Kirikow got 30 months for exposing a secret CIA torture program, amongst more. Ever heard of Edward Snowden? Then come the connections from Swartz to these people. They are explicit. Swartz had filed FOIA requests about Manning's treatment on December 27, 2010, just
tell me why I did my thing for the ID, but now it's saying that it didn't go through. But I saw the money got taken out of my account for the thing.
Well, then you're gonna have to call the support wherever it is.
Journalists. He also founded an insanely based website called Watchdog.net in 2008 that aggregated data on political corruption and with some
Injured in a wreck? Shoot to win. Crash Bandicoot, a highway ride. Lloyd Baker's the one. Lloyd Baker's the one who'll fight by your side. BakerWins.com here for you to win. Baker wins. To win. BakerWins.com. Lloyd Baker's got the muscle to win and see it through. BakerWins.com here for you.
Guitars are technically the same finish and the same make and model, but clearly the tops are a little different. But what if you had other preferences to your guitars, like weight, for example? Luckily, Sweetwater's Guitar Gallery documents every nuance and feature of every individual guitar, allowing you to get the one that is right for you.
It's that classic mistake. You went from running a restaurant to your restaurant running you. And now, you're missing out on the good stuff. But when Square steps in to help save big on food costs,
Fuck on my face, man.
millions on Cash App and get delivery app payouts 11 days faster, then you get more time here for the magic that's not on the menu.
Operation to change.org. Plus, his leadership in defeating SOPA had demonstrated his ability to mobilize millions of people against corporate and government power and the extensions of both. The Secret Service had over 14,000 pages of documents related to Aaron Swartz. Why? Why? What's wrong? Read the Wikipedia page, read the information on Aaron Swartz, find me what's wrong. Find me one thing. Luckily, we do have internal government communications that reveal the political nature of the prosecution report. It's political. Heyman admitted he was angered by Swartz's wild internet campaign after initially allowing him to surrender without arrest. The DOJ explicitly cited his manifesto as evidence, treating his philosophy of information freedom as proof of criminal intent, which is mind-boggling. And as congressional investigators later noted, prosecutors believed they needed a felony conviction to justify having filed the case against him in the first place. God. I mean, people are bitching about freedom of speech now. Things are never more in our favor. They've never been more in our favor in terms of freedom of expression online and just in general. This is unbelievable. It's like crazy that this seems like an alternate reality. It's unbelievable. And unfortunately, there is no happy ending. This ended horribly. The prosecution ended in January of 2013 when Aaron unfortunately took his own life. After 2 years that had drained Swartz financially and emotionally, his savings were gone. He needed to raise $1 million for trial defense and dreaded making fundraising calls. And on the evening of January 10th, the day before he died, Swartz attended a friend's birthday party in Manhattan and appeared animated, was eating his favorite foods, grilled cheese and mac and cheese, but by the next morning, his mood underwent what his girlfriend, Karen Steinberger Kaufman, called a drastic turn. He wouldn't get out of bed despite her shaking him and pouring some water on him, and she left for work, asking friends to check on him. And that evening, January 11, 2013, she returned to their Brooklyn apartment to pick him up for dinner, and she found Aaron's body hanging from a belt. He was 26 years old, and he left no note. Aaron's death sparked immediate outrage and demands for accountability, as well as poured gas on the fire of what he was fighting for. The prosecutors who had bullied him relentlessly for years at this point were accused of driving him to suicide, and Swartz's lawyers reached out to the DOJ's Office of Professional Responsibility to request an investigation into U.S. Attorney Stephen Heyman. They believed that the prosecution had failed to disclose evidence and had also violated his right to a trial by jury as outlined in the Sixth Amendment through coercion. Those who were hit the hardest by his death were, of course, his family and girlfriend. His family put out a statement laying blame at the feet of the criminal justice system and MIT for maintaining neutrality throughout the case when they could have massively helped. They left with this quote: Aaron's death is not simply a personal tragedy. It is the product of a criminal justice system rife with intimidation and prosecutorial overreach. Decisions made by officials in the Massachusetts U.S. Attorney's Office and at MIT contributed to his death. The U.S. Attorney's Office pursued an exceptionally harsh array of charges, carrying potentially over 30 years in prison to punish an alleged crime that had no victim. And meanwhile, unlike journal storage, MIT refused to stand up for Aaron and its own community's most cherished principles. At Aaron's memorial, his girlfriend Karen gave a speech in which her message is clear and repeated throughout. She said, Aaron's death should radicalize them. Within weeks of Aaron's death, a bipartisan congressional investigation began, with House Oversight Chairman Darrell Issa and Ranking Member Elijah Cummings demanding answers from Attorney General Eric Holder, calling the charges ridiculous and trumped up. The upgrading of Aaron's 4 charges to 13 charges is evidence of prosecutors overcharging in an attempt to stack the odds in their favor. The Stanford School of Law even believed as much, detailing how each charge is a chance for the prosecution to win. And conviction on one count could result in punishment for all of his conduct, and the only real victory would be a complete acquittal. The House Oversight investigation specifically asked whether Sport's opposition to SOPA or his advocacy work were factors in the prosecution, which was proven by Heyman's comments on his manifesto, as well as the desperation to make anything stick to justify bringing the charges in the first place. Issa also saw this as an opportunity for Congress to take up Sport's cause of making information freely available to the public, believing that what is paid for is as widely available as possible to the American people. Aaron's cause as a topic of discussion within Washington affecting fundamental and tangible law had begun with SOPA and POPA being toppled, but his death created a snowball effect that would continue to gain momentum through time. And in February 2013, during the Obama administration, a White House memorandum known as the Holdren Memo sought to increase access to federally funded scientific research. It wasn't perfect, obviously, and an optional 12-month embargo could be placed on publications, temporarily creating a barrier for those without financial means or university library privileges to access content. But in August 2022, during the Biden administration, a new White House memorandum known as the Nelson Memo was released, which eliminated the 12-month embargo option and making it so all the federally funded research would be available freely without delay, which is awesome. A bipartisan bill called Aaron's Law was introduced by U.S. Representative Zoe Lofgren, Senator Ron Wyden, and Senator Rand Paul, seeking to target serious criminals better and curb overzealous prosecutions for non-malicious computer and internet offenses. Because there's nothing malicious about that at all. About what happened, nothing at all. It's totally done. Luckily, this had support from both sides of the aisle, but private interests, of course, got in the way, because that's what happens. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle the support comes from. It matters which side of those scales, the money scales, the support comes from, and which foreign asset wants the support, wants the.
What makes Carl's Jr.'s famous star so famous? Is it the charbroilness, the sauce, well, it's famous for lots of reasons. Buy one famous star single, get a second for just $1. Only at Carl's Jr.
It's a new crowd out there. It's gotta be like the first time we go on. Hard way to make a living, you know. It's really tough. You feel it. You can't help but move to it. Hey, the light's on. I can see you. Hello out there. Hello.
Epic Elvis Presley in concert. Rated PG-13.
The lobbying from tech companies like Oracle influenced lawmakers, and the bill died before passing in Congress, though. Sucked by dick and balls. What Aaron represented is absolutely impossible to destroy, with even journal storage becoming an advocate for open access, and they throughout time have made their library significantly more accessible, which is huge and very important. They even have a blog page all about how open access initiatives bridge resource gaps and unlock knowledge for average people. They define open access and detail their growth in participating in the movement. They came. thousands of journals and ebooks open access with over 34,000 research reports from over 140 institutions, which is really cool. They have a daily publication that covers current events with publicly available content. They work with institutions like Cornell University, Johns Hopkins, and hundreds more to disseminate knowledge freely. And ART Store has over 800,000 freely accessible pieces contributed by museums, archives, and artists worldwide, which that's just art. Just art. It's not as important. But journal storage has also made it possible for individuals to access their library for free, but they're limited to viewing 100 articles per month and cannot download any access content, but they can still access it. If you want unlimited viewing and the ability to download works, you gotta still pay for it. It's $19 a month. Okay. Better though. Better than, you know, it's improved. And journal storage still brings in a lot of money, but the money that they're making is from institutions and governments that need large access accounts for all their employees, students, agents, etc. Or individuals like Dr. Johann Faustus, motherfuckers with the insatiable need for knowledge. The developments in open access have been a fantastic thing for the public. I use PubMed constantly, where you can find publicly funded research papers and health-related stuff just for free. You can read it. It's awesome. So there's definitely some positive, but it's not without the tragedy that it took Aaron's death to inspire a drastic change. U.S. attorneys and federal agencies sought to crucify Aaron for something that is basically normal now. And there's so many examples of this. People still serving sentences for possessing marijuana, which is legalized. But it's very unfair. There's a lot of very unfair shit, especially when you start reading where there's open access to information. Weird how unfair things become and how stuff it all looks. Aaron wasn't publicly calling for everything that's ever been written to be available to the public for free. Obviously, things like art and entertainment and shit like that should absolutely, people should be able to make money off it. People should definitely be able to make money off of their work. But if it's a publicly funded research paper, are you kidding me? What the fuck? The Twilight books, for example, are not foundational to modern society. They should not be made open access. I'd pay for them for sure. Is Audible stifling human innovation by keeping the 29-hour-long combined audiobooks of the extended edition of the original book, as well as a gender swap retelling, by charging $22 to $31.50 to access them? Accessing scholarly musings like that for free would be piracy. It would be wrong. But like journals, publicly right? Aaron had to utilize legitimate means to obtain free access to Pacer and journal storage through institutions that gave access to their guests. And not to mention those institutions didn't even give them. So what if you actually commit real piracy? What happens then? What if you commit piracy on an even grander scale than Aaron Swartz allegedly did? Or did, or didn't, or did? You'll be held liable for your actions, right? Like, what if you actually break the law? You'd be held liable for your actions, right? You'd be held liable for your actions, right? Not if you pirate over 180,000 books to train your AI model, seems like. Back in January of this year, it was widely reported that Meta, the company behind Facebook and Instagram, had been pirating millions of books, articles, and magazines under direction from CEO Mark Zuckerberg. Meta downloaded the Library Genesis dataset, which contains 7.5 million books and 81 million research papers, along with the Books Cubed dataset of 180,000 plus pirated books, totaling 81.7 terabytes of copyrighted material obtained via torrenting sites. Library Genesis, LibGen, and Books Cubed are shadow libraries of pirated books and other writings and works. And internal Meta communications show employees explicitly acknowledged using a dataset we know to be pirated, with one noting that torrenting from a corporate laptop doesn't feel right. Are you kidding me? Despite Meta employees recognizing the legal risk as medium high, Mark Zuckerberg personally approved using LibGen after the issue was escalated to MZ. I assume that's Mark Zuckerberg, broccoli head. Meta employees systematically removed copyright notices, ISBNs, and all rights reserved text to conceal their piracy, and even actively seeded torrents, distributing the pirated content to other users. One director even admitted that licensing even one single book would undermine their plan to claim it fell in fair use, revealing they chose piracy as faster and cheaper than legal licensing. Mind you, I think piracy's fine if you don't have money. You're not going to buy something anyway. I don't really give a fuck at all. I've never pirated anything ever in my life. I was very rich growing up on the internet. extremely money and wealth. Seems like, though, when corporations do it, it's fine. I'm sensing a juxtaposition here of when one man does it for a greater cause versus when $1 trillion company does it to make an AI model so we can ruin humanity. In response to a message from Lawrence van der Matten discussing the beliefs from team members that Meta should spend more on actually licensing data, specifically textbooks, Sergey Edenov, the director of engineering at Meta, responded by saying, "The problem is that people don't realize that if we license one single book, we won't be able to lean into fair use strategy, so we will have to drop all religion and book data sets." Huh? He said that? That's crazy. Sergey also says that there are many issues with book licensing. Man, can you imagine the headaches that morals and ethics create for a $2 trillion company? They turned to piracy because it was too inconvenient and too costly to try and source books to train their AI models legitimately through, licensing them properly. So they can then make money off their AI, by the way. To be clear, too, I'm all for fair use. I'm all for adding to shit, but training an AI with books that you're downloading illegally is just not. How can you even argue that? We can only argue if we spend the money. Other conversations between staff trying to figure out the best route to source large sets of books reveal the discussion of sites like BooksView. And they compare that to potentially paying $300 a book to license them commercially. So, they just stole them all, I guess. Genius! It's clear they knew exactly what they were doing, cutting corners. They referenced the fair use angle, a legally gray area, setting up Gen AI, their AI organization, to take the fall, saying they should be less risk-averse. And Xavier Martinet, a research engineer at Gen AI, straight up references the colloquialism, ask for forgiveness, not for permission. What? And then says that a gazillion startups just pirated tons of books on BitTorrent. Almost as if saying, if they're doing it, why shouldn't we? The contrast with the treatment of Swartz is staggering. Swartz wasn't being pursued by any of the institutions that he victimized, but still the government pursued him for allegedly illegally downloading vast amounts of information that typically required payment, but he found a legal way to access it for free. And in Meta's case, the government's not going after them at all. So that's good. They face 0 criminal charges despite clear evidence of knowing and deliberately pirating on an unprecedented scale to train an AI model. So there's no federal prosecution, but Meta was the target of lawsuits for copyright infringement from authors and even comedian Sarah Silverman. Plenty of lawsuits. But Meta obviously continues normal operations, facing only civil lawsuits from authors. OpenAI, Google, and other tech giants have engaged in similar practices using pirated data sets, yet still do not face criminal prosecution. So you can do it as long as you're not a guy. You have to be a massive conglomerate and have billions of dollars, and then you can do it. But if you're just a guy with a manifesto and principles, you can't do it. It's illegal when you do it like that. It's illegal. The main difference seems, though, that Aaron Swartz was an activist who was then hounded to death for downloading academic articles he had legal access to read, and Meta, a $1 trillion company, systematically pirated millions of books with CEO approval, removed copyright notices to hide their crimes, and faces absolutely no federal criminal consequences whatsoever. It's baffling. It's baffling. It's very surprising, but also exactly what I expected. Anyways, guys, thank you for watching this. If you enjoyed, press the like button down below. Go to the Gump Club to see uncensored versions of these videos, and go to sour.gg to buy some candy. I have a candy company that I own with my wife, and we operate it locally.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do It Yourself by February 28th. No matter your tax situation, make the switch to TurboTax Do It Yourself and file free by February 28th.
20th of November in 1969, 3 days after Apollo 12 landed, NASA crashed the lunar module into the moon at 6,048 kilometers per hour. The impact released energy equivalent to 1 ton of TNT, and seismometers 72 kilometers away recorded the collision. Then what happened after that was pretty surprising to a lot of very smart people. You see, the moon, it rang like a bell. The moon, the rock in the sky. I might get exiled from Athens for saying that, but the moon rang like a bell because a piece of metal crashed into it. That seems really strange. And you know why it rang like a bell? Because the moon's hollow. After the Apollo 12 lunar module crashed into the moon, it began to ring. Not for minutes, not for an hour, but 55 minutes. So close to an hour. Of course, they expected some level of resonance and some seismic activity, but the moon vibrated like a struck bell. Neil Patrick Harris is even quoted as saying this in regard to the bell. Neil Armstrong, it was a joke. The Neil Patrick Harris thing was a joke. Anyways, Dr. Maurice Ewing, co-principal investigator of the Apollo passive seismic experiments and God in the geophysics world, struggled to explain and interpret the events. He said, as for the meaning of it, I'd rather not make an interpretation right now, but it is a low line that struck a bell, say the bell fry of a church, and it reverberated and continued for over 30 minutes. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Ewing. May God rest your soul. 30 minutes of ringing would have been extraordinary, but what they recorded was 55 minutes of ringing from the Apollo 12 lunar module crashing into the moon. But the 12 was just the beginning. Apollo 13 is next. 4 months later, Apollo 13's third stage, a 14,016 kilogram behemoth, slammed into the lunar surface with a force of 11.5 tons of TNT. Big lead!
By the way, Aquarius, we see the results now from 12's seismometer. Looks like your booster just hit the moon and it's rocking it a little bit. Over.
The vibrations there lasted for 3 hours and 20 minutes and penetrated 25 miles deep. How do they know this stuff? Well, they were just nice, and they asked the moon what it was feeling. Just kidding. There's seismographs all over that sumbitch. As a result of both of these crashes, both of these incidents, NASA scientists and geniuses all over the world said the moon rang like a bell or reacted like a gong. That doesn't really make sense for a big rock. Does it? Maybe it does. It doesn't, though. Does it? Maybe it does. You ever find yourself reaching for that habit? Well, I often do. I love to pinch and pull and twist on various parts of my body. Maybe it's the stress. Maybe it's boredom. Maybe it's just having to keep your hands busy. Have I got something for you? You, today's sponsor, will come in great handies. I've already got my little buddy down here, the Holy Relic, hitting on that thing. He likes the maple pepper flavor the most. What'd you think, man? I'm not mad about that at all. You can still reach for something that's satisfying without having any downsides at all. It's cool, there's a ton of flavors, it's beautiful, it's fun to fidget with. It's got an adjustable airflow dial, which is really cool. Sometimes I blow in it, a little spit on it. My personal favorite flavor is the crisp mint. It's delicious. This is currently cinnamon. There's no batteries, there's no charging. You just put a little stick inside of it and you start sucking. It's amazing. It's really cool, and it's a product that I've stood by for a long time. I love it, and it's awesome, and you can break a bad habit with it. Over 500,000 people have made the switch to Fume as a part of their habit change journey. You should join too. For a limited time, if you use my code UPAVILLE, you can get a free Fume topper with a Journey Pack order. Go to tryfume.com/Overbill, use my code, scan the QR code on screen. Trust me, it's cool, it's awesome. I genuinely love the flavors, and it's fun to mess with. I've had so many of these things. I think I've had 6 now, different ones. I just give them away, because I care about that stuff. Whatever. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video. Ken Johnson, a very reputable source from NASA's Data and Photo Control Department, observed something even more disturbing. The moon didn't just ring, it wobbled. The entire lunar body shifted with a mechanical precision, and Johnson described it as almost as though it had giant hydraulic damper struts inside.
Tax Act can help small business owners easily knock out their taxes, because Tax Act loves small businesses. Ooh, especially the ones that make empanadas. Exit. Let's get them over with.
New CBS Wednesday.
16 of the most elite chefs were chosen.
In this area, we are gladiators. The battle of the ages.
I'm just going to savor this moment. Yes!
I'm gonna take it all. Everything, as we was kids.
I could be out for elimination. Oh, only one of you can stay. I don't like being in this position.
America's Culinary Cup. New series CBS Wednesday.
My wife was initiating, but I couldn't get in the mood. I honestly thought that part of my life was over because my desire just wasn't there anymore. But the apomorphine in this formula actually targets arousal in the brain. I feel 20 again. I had given up so long ago. Blue Chew Gold changed that. It brings performance, passion, and spontaneity back, giving me a second chance at a satisfying sex life.
Comment down below other voices I should do for guests of the show. That's also freaky though. I've done a lot of research on conspiratorial topics and none have ever made me more puzzled. I'll use the word puzzle than the moon. Between 1969 and 1977, NASA's Apollo seismometers recorded over 13,000 different seismic events, and each one revealed the same impossible characteristics. The moon behaved like a seemingly hollow, maybe artificial structure. Certainly not like a large rock. Don't exile me from Athens, okay guys? Comment down below if you get that reference. That's right, I said it. The moon is not a goddess, it's a rock. A hollow one. Press like. After 12, every subsequent Apollo mission deliberately crashed their SIBB third stages into the moon, and every single impact produced the same or similar result. The moon rings like a bell, it vibrates for hours, and it wobbles with a bizarre mechanical precision. Now, I'm very uncomfortable, praise be unto the Holy. His shoulders look a little tight. I'm trying to loosen it up. What's he doing in there? Probably jacking it. He's probably jacking it in there. These weren't anomalies, these weren't measurement errors, they were consistent, repeatable phenomena. That's probably why we don't go back up on that moon anymore, too, because it's scary. It's weird, it's scary, dude. So there's a question that emerged from NASA's own data. What if the moon is hollow and has aliens living in it? During the time American scientists are struggling to explain their seismic moon data, two researchers on the other side of the Iron Curtain were asking unthinkable questions, not just saying, it's ringing like a bell. That's right. It's ringing like a bell. That's very odd. They're saying, it's hollow. In July 1970,
Welcome back to a series so mad, even this angry Goomba subscribed. In today's video, local lobotomy enjoyer iDubbbz is back with his wife Anissa, and they have finally responded to the drama community. iDubbbz starts looking up his name on YouTube and gets triggered at the results. He starts pulling up commentary videos, including Sensitive Society, and randomly calls someone a rapist. He then pulls up my videos, going through the titles and thumbnails, trying to prove them wrong. But Anissa accidentally admits they're true. Yikes. He then claims that we make these videos because we hate women and are misogynist. Holy fanfiction. Ironically, then he degrades housewives, saying they are submissive and they simply shut up and have no opinions. What a loser. iDubbbz is back woke scolding. He's now calling out YouTuber Meat Canyon for not being woke enough and speaking out on politics. He brings up Charlie again. He's now desperately defending Hassan and recommending him as a source on politics.
How you keep getting those?
Hell, he's giving his brilliant political opinions, including abolishing prisons, aka letting criminals roam free. Holy brain damage. Subscribe to go back to the good old days, before the Fire Nation attacked. Now let's begin. Right, so rank number 1, Puck Lord iDubbbz and his OnlyFans wife Anissa are back, and they have finally responded to the drama community, the SlopTubers. He even pulls up some of my videos, so we gotta talk about that. Shout out to the boy Sensitive for making me aware of this. This one's a doozy. So he basically starts by looking up his own name on YouTube, which is basically a recipe for depression if you're iDubbbz.
And like watch all the drama slop and everything, because one of the top things is iDubbbz's divorce, because they talk about this shit like it's fact. We've never talked about divorce, implied it, anything.
I mean, I don't know if this is just me, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but when someone says, yeah, I don't think we should have kids, you're too fucking ugly, or your head's too fucking massive, we cannot have kids, what does that allude to? Do you think Anissa and iDubbbz are going to be together for the next 10 years? Do I think so? Hell no. The amount of stuff she's done to iDubbbz to not only destroy his career, but low-key his life is kind of impressive.
Drama sloppers, though, dude, they mention things like divorce arc. But yeah, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, watching videos like that, where that's like a theme, dude, is insane. They're basically playing with dolls. They're like slamming my avatar and Anissa's avatar together. Like, they're angry at each other. They don't like each other.
I mean, you know they're watching all this SlopTubers videos. I mean, can you guys really blame us YouTubers, for thinking they're going to get a divorce when they have the worst chemistry possible?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's so shocked here because his wife is literally perpetually humiliating him on the internet, right? So what are people going to think? She literally talks about you shitting yourself, how smelly you are, while you literally sit there in embarrassment like Rick from Game of Thrones, right? She said that you would not be attractive to straight women. This is your wife, bro. Your life partner. And then right after she says that Hassan is actually attractive to everybody.
I actually don't think there's
Wow, it's just crazy the level of humiliation she does to you, right? So it's pretty obvious the relationship is not exactly built on the most solid foundation here. This is not really how a healthy couple acts. And I feel like you guys are pretty much perpetually miserable and you're sort of lashing out at people on the internet for simply pointing out the bad shit that you do, like secretly taking money from charity or backstabbing your best friend Ethan and then justifying the CPS call on his kids, right? And Sensitive is completely right. We had that diabolical clip of Anissa saying that she doesn't want her kids to look like iDubbbz.
Part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's gonna have all your masculine features.
Yeah, I mean, after watching that, you can't really blame the internet for coming up with these theories, you know? And I feel like it's not even a theory. It's like people are praying for you, man. People are hoping this happens so that you can actually fix your life. So then iDubbbz talks about us being delusional like sloth tubers, and then he immediately calls someone a grapist.
Enjoy divorce, loser. This was 2 days ago. This is 1 day ago? Oh my god. These people are delusional. This guy rapes people. What the?
Oh, it's finally over. I like when they make...
Okay, I thought they were talking about me for a second. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I'm like, what the fuck? You guys are to blame here. You guys are stupid. You guys are making podcasts from your mom's basement in Canada. You guys are selling your house and then it doesn't sell and then it drops in value. Like, everything's pointing towards a divorce. They're always like, we're so happy. We've never been happier. The hate doesn't bother us. We don't watch the slop tubers. And I know that those two spend their free time reacting, if not watching, videos done by Pegasus, for example, videos done by me, for example, by Diesel Patches. It's like, you cannot tell me you don't watch it. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, I mean, without a doubt. They are 100% watching every video. As we know, not a single soul can resist the entertainment of the legendary series, right? But anyways, if you're confused why iDubbbz randomly said, this guy grapes people, he's obviously not talking about Sensitive there. He's talking about Tectone, who was in one of the videos there. And that was the whole situation. If you missed that drama, it was because of a civil case that he lost. I don't think you're allowed to say that he grapes people, though. I didn't see that one in the court documents. That might be defamation. I don't know. But iDubbbz probably doesn't really care. Because, like, what are you going to do? Sue iDubbbz and take his non-existent money and his non-existent career? I mean, bro's already on the ropes at this point, so, like, he just has nothing to lose, so I assume that he's just going scorched earth on everybody, right? So then he starts talking about me, he starts reading some of my video titles and thumbnails, and he tries to prove that I'm wrong here, but Anissa accidentally just disagrees with him and agrees that my videos are actually correct. And I don't know what's happening. Suddenly all the sound orbiters are acknowledging the drama videos. We had Didib's last video, and now we have iDubbbz and Anissa.
I also like it when they paint me green.
Also, iDubbbz's wife just got exposed big time.
Wait, what did I get exposed?
Yeah. I mean, you have to click on the video to find out.
No. My sincere apologies to Jamie.
Oh, that's a quote.
I love herself. I mean, I hope
Yeah.
stop content.
Yeah.
Cuck.
What the fuck was that?
Where Lisa just said it and low-key laughed. Am I crazy or did she not laugh?
Yeah.
Yeah. What you were doing back and you didn't still bring me a lollipop? You fucked up. That's like the fourth one I've seen you eat within 3 days. This is the third day, and you're not giving me one. Well, you're sitting there shaking. She don't even have a purse on.
What?
She didn't even have a fucking purse.
Absolute cockalope. I mean, Toby.
You just like making people mad. Marilyn. Stupid word.
idiot.
Now I need to take these handcuffs off.
Walk to that car. Walk to that. I love that. I love that. Call my lawyer. I love it when somebody calls me from the street. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Honestly. Well, sir, I'm a high-priced Howard lawyer here in Minnesota, and, oh, well, what is she doing? Oh, well, have fun arresting her. See you later. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You know, call my lawyer.
Bruce Rivers is the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers is the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers is the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And he's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
And he's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hold on.
The Catholic Church.
Is it play? Oh, it's not playing the animation. Is it like Pokemon Day or something? Walk up there so your blind ass could see.
The most holy and moral institution to ever exist in the...
Look, it should do the animation. You missed the Master Ball. He got put in the Master Ball.
I didn't miss it.
What is it, like Pokemon Day or something?
I don't know, probably.
You're a Pokemon fan.
I haven't been
You're gonna let Mama out Pokemon you. Okay? Might as well just give her your cards.
So what?
You might as well just give her your cards. And figure out if it's Pokemon Day or not.
I'm pretty sure you can press it.
Nope. Oop. Nope. Nope. So why you be doing stuff like that? You don't even know if it's Pokemon Day.
What time is it?
Just a low seat.
10:44.
The air feels heavier now. Each breath scrapes my throat like dust and stone. The walls are closer than they were. Turn back. No room to think.
The Catholic Church, the most holy and moral institution to ever exist in the world, minus all the controversies, but don't look into that. And at the head of the church is the Pope, the holiest man in all the land. But in the church's 2,000-year history, there have been a couple bad ones. The good news for you, today, we're ranking the worst. That's right. We got all the worst popes lined up. We'll be going through all of them. I mean, we got some of these popes that turned, the Vatican into a brothel, potentially worship Satan. Some of them were accused of bestiality. Others murdered popes just to become popes themselves. There's a long laundry list of evil popes from back in the day. And today, we're going to be breaking them all down. All of that and more will be explained in the next hour and a half. So if you're interested in dirty religious history, this is the episode for you. So sit back, relax, and welcome to camp. What's up, people? Welcome back to camp. My name is Mark Gagnon. Welcome to my beautiful tent right here, where we explore the most interesting, fascinating, and controversial stories in the entire world. I break down all the details, and I explain them to my dumbest friends. And today I have a pretty dumb guy in the tent with me. My friend David is here. Also behind the tent, we have Gabe. What's up, Gabe? David, how are you? I'm good. Enough talking. What's up, guys? So, if you are interested, by the way, we have merch that is available right now. It's at campgoods.co. It's a beautiful barrel you can see behind me. Also a mug. Dave, what do you think of this? Honest. I don't know what it is to buy this. We also have shirts and hats. So, if you're interested in any of those products, you can go get those at campgoods.co. I'm also on the road. You can see me coming to your city to do 1 hour of what people have claimed is the greatest singular hour of stand-up comedy. I do 60 minutes on the dot, not a second over or under. Let's go to some of the comments from some of the previous episodes. You guys have been absolutely on your P's and Q's.
From the Scott Payne episode where we talk about Scott being an FBI undercover and going to neo-Nazi groups, Nick said a Triple H in court from Pawn Stars had a child. That's pretty good. That seems rude to Scott Payne. I don't believe in that. Kevin Fernandez said, amazing, best video I've ever seen. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think one. And then Jerome McClansky said, quote, a sea of black leather and testosterone. That sounds way gayer than he meant it to be. I mean, yeah. And then CIA asset turned killer, the Charles Manson episode. I really like that one. Charles Manson's a wild boy. Dumb friend reporting for duty. Thank you, Adam. NL86. I appreciate that. Oh, a question or a comment from Bobber Kins. Fuck Miles. I was looking for one of those. Let's get a fuck Miles in the comments here. But we're not talking about Miles or merch or Magic Spoon. Today we're talking about the most evil popes in history. As you know, Pope Francis is on his last legs. Shout out to him, even though my family is not a fan. I'll just get ahead of this. Oh, he's looking a little bloated. Look, I am a devout Catholic, okay? I've gone to church almost every Sunday my entire life. I mean, minus the last 7 years. But I go more frequently than you would think. Like, of my friends, I probably close to my friends. Of my family of actual good Catholics, I am a proper apostate. But I try my best, okay? I pray every night, and I love the Lord, and I think that there's beauty in the rosary. And shout out to the Sacred Mother, Mary. But, as you can imagine, there have been some evil popes in history. We got 10 of them. We have, in the history of the Catholic Church, how many popes do you think there have been? Going back to Peter. Random guess. Oh, wow. 12. I told you it was known, guys. I told you it was known. He's not even on camera, he's getting stage fright. This is next level of stupidity. 35. 266.
Damn, I said 207. 207 in my head.
The church has been around since Peter. You gotta estimate about like 2,000-ish years. I thought they lived forever. They lived forever in the hearts of those.
262?
266.
There's only 10 evil ones?
That's all I can find. 256 of them have been fucking model citizens. But 10 of them have been a little iffy. Okay?
Have you been to the Vatican?
I have been to the Vatican. I went into the secret chambers into the crypt. And I started looking for artifacts. Apparently all sorts of wild stuff in the Vatican. Yeah. I've never gone yet. I've never looked. But I have heard some wild stories. Maybe we do an episode on that. That would be kind of fun. But yeah, as you can imagine, there's some folks that have, less than stellar reputations. No, let's just go through them, shall we? I've heard that there was a pope that was actually a woman. We might get to that later. For the record, I didn't do all the research for this, so this was done by my friend Jesus. Why is that funny? That's his actual name. He just happens to be Mexican. It's not his fault. And his name's Jesus. He's a good guy. He's a good fucker from Texas, bro? And I was like, yo, write about these popes. He's like, okay, bro, I got you. So he started writing about the popes, and I'm reading this for the first time with y'all. So now he's a dumb friend, huh? No, there's no historical evidence to support the existence of a female pope. However, the legend of Pope Joan, I almost said Joanne. Is that not Joanne? No. Joanne is an N. There's an A and an E. You ever been to Fabrics? You ever gotten Fabrics from Joanne? No. Yeah, that Pope Joan persisted for centuries that there was a female pope. Maybe you're just queer baiting. Maybe we just had a pope that was queer baiting. Stuff to know. Alright, let's jump in. Pope John the 12th. He reigned from 930 to 964 AD. John the 12th was known for his depravity and worldliness. The younger Alberic, after the downfall of his mother, Marozia, became the absolute ruler of Rome. That's pretty wild. Before his death, he administered an oath in 954 to the Roman nobles at St. Peter's that on the next vacancy of the papal chair, his only son, Octavius, should be elected pope. If you name your kid Octavius, he should have no power ever.
If I can build an app that works my way, like Base 44.
My work is chaotic, and I need tools that keep up. Today, I can build an app that adapts to me. I can create calculations, automation, edits, and deletes all in one place. And I add my own AI and I solutions. All work mine. My numbers, my processes, my data. When you create yourself, it's Salesforce. Page 44, build it your way.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, more current eligible GMC lessees can get this low mileage lease on this Sierra Elevation for around $299 per month. We can't do this alone.
That is an insane name to name your child. That's the 12th, the youngest and worst pope in history. Wow. How old was he when he became pope? That's a good question. In his late teenage years or early 20s. He was 18 years old, likely 18 years old. Wow. So if he diddled, it wouldn't even. We're not gonna go there.
It's marginal.
We're not gonna go there. You know what I mean? Because as a Catholic, I'm not gonna commit heresy against the papal chair. Octavius was his son. That is, again, if you're naming your kid Octavius, you're a psycho. If you're white. If you're black, then you might just have a running back on your hands. But if you're a white guy naming your son Octavius, you're a psycho. That's an insane name. You cannot name your kid like a Roman emperor name. Because that just means that you are living vicariously through your kid. You're like, I'm going to name him something powerful. Which is quite gay. If you have a son and you name him like a powerful name. What are you doing? Naming your kid Octavius. After the death of the reigning pontiff, Agapetus II, Octavius, then around 18 years of age, or in his early 20s, was actually chosen as his successor. So he got his wish. In 955, his son became the successor to the name of John. John the 12th turned the Lateran Palace, the papal residence, into what was described as a brothel by his contemporaries. He was accused of adultery, incest, including an affair with his own niece, and having numerous mistresses. That's not great to the Pope. I don't know if any of y'all are not Catholics that are watching this. The priests, and every Pope was prior to, a cardinal and a bishop and a priest. And priests take a vow of celibacy. I've actually heard described, you take a vow of poverty, of celibacy, and I forget what the third one is. It's like an older one. Like, I don't even know if they still really include this, but it's like solemnity. It's like you take like a vow of like this sort of seriousness and, not just being like a real goofball. So, if you want to remember it, no money, no honey, nothing fun. That's what it means to be a priest, alright? So, having a brothel on the side, or doing incest with your niece, I mean, that's just illegal in general, I think. But doing any of these things, as you can imagine, for a pope would not be ideal. Contemporary accusations claim that he reportedly toasted to Satan during gambling sessions and invoked pagan deities before rolling dice. I mean, did he win? I feel like that's an important piece of information that was left out, Jesus. Because if he was winning, then it's like, yeah, you might have a point. Toasting Satan. I mean, that's just a hilarious move. If you're at a craps table, guys like, dude, hail Satan, and then throw the dice. What is going on?
He sounds like the sickest pope ever right now.
I mean, minus the incest. But even after the episode of White Lotus, I don't even know what's legal. But, he's just jerking off Satan with his fucking dice hand.
On Polly.
Hey, dude, you're at a craps table where guys like, hey, can you blow on it? Hell, Satan. It's like, dude, what? Did you just bring me into your ritual? What the hell? I mean, that's crazy. So his son, John the 12th, he's the youngest and worst pope. That's insane. He was accused of celebrating Mass without taking communion and failing to make the sign of the cross. So, again, for any non-Catholics, Communion in the Catholic faith is known as the true incarnation of the flesh of Jesus Christ. This is done by an act known as transubstantiation. Only priests can make this happen, where basically the spirit of the bread becomes imbued with the spirit of Christ, and we eat this body as a symbol of his sacrifice. But it's more than a symbol; it is the actual body and the spirit of Christ that exists within the piece of communion bread. So, to take it, you have to be in a state of grace. You can't be having committed a mortal sin. And so if you're not taking communion, that probably means as a pope, you're in a state of mortal sin, which is not good. But maybe that's actually respectful and reverent, that he's like, hey, I have Ralph with my niece, I'm hailing Satan while I'm playing dice on the corner with my boys, and so I'm not going to take communion. Sounds like he's actually a big Catholic. He ordained clergy in inappropriate settings, such as a horse stable. Alright. Of the things we've gone through, that doesn't seem that bad. Right? Like, where was Jesus born? Stable. Exactly. Cattle. I think the audience will like it if we do inside jokes. They don't know. Yeah. You guys should have been there. Don't dox us. 2 weeks ago.
Don't dox our hangout spot, please.
They don't know where.
They know where we are.
They don't. I'm in the Adirondacks. That's what I say every episode. Deep in the woods. They have no idea where we are. But we took a 3-hour boat into the city.
Took the ferry.
We took the ferry. And we just grabbed a bike.
Breakdowns happen, but AHS can fix covered items.
Learn nothing. Girl. Watch Miranda's story on Cabanova.com.
What makes Carl's Jr.'s famous star so famous? Is it the charbroilness, the sauce, well, it's famous for lots of reasons. Buy one famous star single, get a second for just $1. Only at Carl's Jr.
Turn the lights on, I can see you. Hello out there. Hello. There's been a lot written and a lot said. But never from my side of the story.
If you feel it, you can't help but move to
Epic Elvis Presley in concert. Rated PG-13.
That's so stupid.
Anyway, he appointed unqualified individuals to positions. Alright, that's not good. Allegedly including a 10-year-old bishop. Check the hard drive. What the hell is wrong with this shit, bro? It goes all the way back to the beginning. He said the hill station. He started being like, hey, kid, you got what it takes to be a star. You got the thighs of a bishop. We're gonna make you famous. I mean, we're gonna creep. John the 12th. There was alleged in the 963 Synod, where there's a council church that was convened in Rome to address these and other two accusations against John the 12th. He accepted bribes in exchange for bishopric and other ecclesiastical offices, undermining the integrity of the church. So you shouldn't take bribes, that's not good. John the 12th was accused of grievous bodily harm and murder. He ordered his godfather to be blinded and had a cardinal castrated before killing him. I mean, this guy's just King Joffrey. That's the vibe I get. Like, he's Pope Joffrey. And, he's just a psycho. I mean, this was crazy. He regained power in Rome in 964. He mutilated his enemies, including cutting off the hand of Cardinal Deacon John and torturing others. After forming an alliance with King Otto I by crowning him Holy Roman Emperor in 962, John XII betrayed him by secretly negotiating with Otto's enemies, including the Byzantines. I mean, this guy, why is there no movie about him? Can you look if there's a movie about John XII? I mean, this guy's sick as hell. Right? I mean, mine is nothing. Ow. You guys got my rule, bro. I mean, for a show. Oh! No, Pope John Paul's like.
I hate when they make it so hot.
JP2 is kind of
wasteland without end. This will do.
These tough. I will tell your tale.
That would draw unwanted attention. Aspirations of an ancient civilization still resonate from this place. I won't soon forget this one. Ugh. Good night! They put their faith in the wrong gods. And this place is a testament to their choice. very few possessions, and I don't have room for that. possessions. Don't have to regret. Good night. Something emanates from the darkness. sacrifice.
It was a...
This is no place for mortals. such wonders and horrors. Good night! Third Pact speaks of this. I'm not supposed to be here.
detectives cut the bullshit, letting Jakari know they had video of him in the area of the murder and walking all the way back to his house. Jakari pretended he didn't know what they were talking about before eventually admitting to shooting Cash, claiming he did it in self-defense after Cash attacked him with a knife. He said he took the knife from Cash after he shot him before detectives told him they have the shooting on video. That's when Jakari admitted it was a knife. He told detectives he created a fake Instagram account and had been using it to talk to Cash for the last 5 months. He claimed Cash had told people a few years back that he was gay, and people started believing it. So he made the fake Instagram to get back at Cash. He claimed shooting him was an accident, but confirmed the weapon police recovered was the same one that he killed him. Due to an overwhelming amount of evidence and Jakari Webb's own confession, he was charged with first-degree premeditated murder. He admitted to stalking Cash for an alleged rumor that essentially exposed him as being gay, and running from his truth, he decided to murder Cash as revenge. But even in the hours leading up to the murder, he still asked Cash for new pictures, exchanging sexual advances, as he obviously was attracted to Cash. It was his own shame and embarrassment at the thought of being exposed that caused him to take the life of someone who wasn't afraid to be himself. Jakari remains in the Volusia County Jail and is alleged to be on suicide watch while the state may pursue the case as a hate crime and a punishment of death.
But Jakari was found guilty as fuck after all that goddamn evidence. So, homie, you admitted you shot him, said there was a knife, they show you the video, then you're like, alright, nah, there ain't no knife, right? So you admitted you killed him, you admitted to everything, you admitted it was you admitted to the bike, you admitted the gun that they found was the gun that was used, and then you know, easily, it would seem, get found guilty. Now this is his original mugshot, and I want y'all to just notice, he doesn't have a tattoo on either side of his face. But going over to the good old Florida Department of Corrections, we can see Jakari Webb, born in 2002, was sentenced to life in prison. He's currently at South Bay. He's closed custody, which is the highest custody that you can have while being in population. He's not in confinement at this time. And he was, the murder took place in 2022. He was sentenced 2 years later. And he has a broken heart tattoo by his eye. I wonder if that is for Cash. I wonder if that is for his crush that he essentially killed. But as this states, convicted murderer may get a chance to walk free.
Killer in Daytona Beach has a new chance to walk free. A judge says there was a problem in the original trial and they may need to do a do-over. Well, the murder happened 4 years ago, and the victim's family is furious. They're going to have to relive the pain all over again.
Fox 35's Maria Edinger is investigating what went wrong with that trial.
The family says living through this trial the first time was hard enough, having to see the video, the text exchanges, the autopsy reports. Having to do that all again, they can't bear that thought.
Teelan Mann's big sister says he was always helpful, always kind, always made friends easily.
Just a ball of joy since he was a baby, right? He used to have these gully little cheeks. He had this most contagious laugh, oh my God.
In 2024, Takia Mann and her family watched this man, Jakari Webb, get convicted and sentenced to life in prison for killing her little brother. Now, an appeals judge says they might have to do it again.
It's just devastating and preposterous to me.
Now this is the actual appeal and the reason for all of this taking place. February 6, 2026. In this appeal from his convictions and sentences for first-degree murder and resisting an officer without violence, appellant claims that the trial court committed fundamental error in failing to make an independent determination of appellant's competence after appointing an expert to evaluate appellant's competence to proceed. Because the record reflects that the trial court had reasonable grounds to believe that appellant might not be competent, the court fundamentally erred when it failed to make an independent determination regarding appellant's competence. What is erred? This sounds like something Glorilla would say.
8 said I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my free delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cookunity. And it's totally transformed the way I eat because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across the country. The variety is unlike anything I've ever seen, with over 100 menu options to choose from every week, so I can always find the exact global cuisines I'm craving, whether it's Thai, Japanese, or Italian. So I can have Chef Chrissy Flores' signature grilled spicy salmon bowl for lunch, and Chef Mark Forgiani's incredible rigatoni with mushroom bolognese for dinner, and all at 50% off if you click now. To meet my health goals, I've been using the app to easily filter through dietary options like vegan, keto, and even high protein. So I get the nutrition I need without ever stepping into a grocery store. And on my busiest days, they offer convenience I can count on. Meals are freshly prepped, delivered right to my door, and ready to heat and eat in minutes. And the best part, it fits my budget. Right now, Cookunity is offering 50% off your first week. Get this deal today because it won't last long.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
Basically, they had to make sure that he wasn't fried, like mentally fried, right? And they put in something that he should get checked, but it never happened. They never proved that he was competent to stand trial. So because he stood trial and was found guilty, they're like, hey, y'all never figured out if he was all the way there. You know what I mean? So now they have to redo the entire thing. Otherwise, you know, he's technically not guilty. Which means he's going to have to go from prison back to Volusia County Court and fight this entire case again. And the fact that he was convicted within 2 years and appealed it successfully within 2 years is crazy, because normally appeals take like 25 plus. But this is the judge that apparently fucked this up, and this guy just looks like he doesn't make mistakes. He just looks like, you know, this is the type of guy that, like, you ever caught your parents being wrong and then you prove to them that they're wrong and then you get like in even more trouble? He looks like one of them. So I'm curious as to how this is going to play out, because if this guy has to go through this whole shit again, this kid might end up getting even more fucking time. Like, oh, I'm going to give you life plus 10 just because you made us do it again. But if I was the family, I would be fucking pissed that I would have to go through this process again, all because of an error. And if this man walks free, it's insane, because I don't even think they can sue the judge, because technically at that point, he isn't guilty. That's the fucked up part about it. He wouldn't be guilty, so you wouldn't be able to say he's the killer, even though they have him on video going to and returning home. They have the murder weapon that they got out of his room. They have him admitting to the shooting. They have every piece of evidence they need. And the judge fucked up the case. Let me know y'all's thoughts and comments in the comment section. It's 1090 Jake. I'm rocking with y'all. Y'all rocking with me. Until next time.
So over the past 5 years, this doesn't count as recent, but like over the past 5 years, there's been several people Googling her address. This was in February of 2025, 56. That doesn't mean 56 hits, but that means like a 56% search ratio. People Googling her address at the end of 2023 into 2024. This is just in Colorado, and even back in 2022. Now, it's interesting, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, these Epstein files getting exposed happened in 2019. And there's not really too much activity to point to, but essentially people had Googled her address over the recent years. And, you know, that could be an indication that somebody was trying to find her location in the lead up to this kidnapping. It's quite spooky. Interestingly enough, it would appear that the same thing occurred 6 months before her abduction, for image searches in September 2025, 5 months before her abduction. So this is image searches, I believe, for Nancy Guthrie address, and there is just a big singular spike here in October of 2025. Sorry, you can't see that because I'm in the way. But as you can see, people are on here in Grand Junction Googling her address, Googling her images. And if we just go to straight Colorado, it's interesting, I won't show us that now. But as you can see, she is getting Googled. Her address is getting Googled. It is quite suspicious. That was a web search, image search. See, it's weird that Google Trends sometimes they'll just kind of take the results away from you. Like if I just paste in exactly what I had here a minute ago, that see now it's disappeared. Now it's, oh, that's convenient. That's convenient. Well, there it is again because I took a screenshot of it before. But it is interesting, right? Google will be giving you a bit of info and then they'll be dragging it back, saying that we can't show you that. Don't even want to know why that's the case. But basically, okay, there has been, you know, very, very few serious updates. And what's interesting is one thing to know. Now apparently, basically people are no longer trusting the FBI. Okay, this basically says a sheriff accused of letting his ego derail the Nancy Guthrie case as FBI pushes to take control. Now, there's pressure from the FBI who are very eager to take over the case, but there is criticism from the mainstream media because some people, not me of course, some people think that the FBI have actually been part of some kind of Epstein cover-up, and if this is connected to the Epstein case, some people are scared that we don't even know if we want the FBI to be messing with this, okay? So this says, as Nancy Guthrie's loved ones anxiously await her returns, the investigation intended to provide answers has descended into turmoil. Reports allege that Chris Nanos, the sheriff overseeing the case, has allowed personal ego to interfere with the investigation, particularly through a recent wave of media interviews and his alleged feud with the FBI. The FBI is said to be eager to assume control of the case, but is unable to do so without authorization from Nancy Guthrie's family.
I'm Jason Tardik, and for me, comfort is the new power move. It's why I chose Tommy John's premium fabrics, with luxurious softness that you have to feel to believe. Tommy John, comfort perfected.
SRP is a not-for-profit utility. But what does that mean for you? It means having lower energy costs, money-saving programs, and the most reliable power in the Southwest. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
So they're saying ego is getting involved. That's a big claim. The sheriff overseeing the investigation has come under fire for allowing the case to turn into a personal ego trip. It's a common belief in this agency that the case has become an ego case. For Sheriff Nanos, said Sergeant Aaron Cross, who presides over the Pima County Deputies Organization. That's a pretty bold thing to say. Part of the reason Nanos is believed to have derailed the case with his ego stems from his decision to grant multiple interviews to news outlets. In those appearances, he appeared more focused on damage control than on providing substantive answers about Guthrie's kidnapping, while also giving the impression that he lacked a firm grasp on the investigation. The sheriff turned a serious investigation into a rolling spectacle, from questionable decisions to shifting narratives and a disastrous media cleanup tour that's raised more questions than it's answered, an anonymous source remarked about the case. Leadership in moments like this requires discipline, not damage control, the insider added. That sounds like it was written by ChatGPT, okay? So apparently the sheriff is reportedly not keen on having the FBI take over as investigations continue. Now, it depends for what reason. So amid the ongoing controversy, the FBI is reportedly eager to take over the case. However, despite the agency's greater expertise in investigations of this nature, Nanos is said to be reluctant to relinquish control due to its long-standing feud with the FBI. According to reports, the feud dates back to 2015 when the FBI launched an investigation into the Pima County Sheriff's Department over the alleged misuse of civil asset forfeiture funds. At the time, Nanos had just assumed leadership of the department and went on to lose the next election the following year. He is now said to harbor resentment towards the FBI still.
The counter went down.
You gave me the people's elbow?
I don't know, I thought it was some chiropractic technique. Wow. He's like, all right, Ethan, this one might hurt. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I'm feeling that. But I think it worked. I did think it worked because obviously, right? Obviously, right?
You look good. You're feeling good. You sound good. Everything's looking up these things.
You know, my posture still looks kind of fucked up, doesn't it? It does, yeah.
Can we acknowledge that they're saying that it's giving Regina Georgia, so she got hit by the bus? Did you see that?
I don't know that. I need to see the reference.
Regina Georgia.
You don't know who he is, do you?
Oh, the actress?
She's a character in Mean Girls, played by Rachel McAdams.
I never did all that.
One of the greatest movies of all time.
That has to be our next
Oh,
movie review.
yeah, you gotta watch it. Yeah, hold on. You've never seen it? There's a famous scene where she writes in something called her burn book, and in my mind, every time I see you post an Instagram story, that's you. And when you watch the movie, you'll get it. This is a good movie. You should definitely see this. This would be a good one to do like as a movie discussion segment.
I haven't seen it either.
There you go. Perfect. I haven't seen it since it came out.
This is good, yeah.
Why have you been watching Mean Girls?
This is awesome.
Oh, I'm buzzing.
Oh. God.
Okay. All right.
It's like a Iron Man arc reactor.
It's a really impressive camera angle too.
Hey, that's Dookie Joe. What? What?
Mean Girls, IMDb. I don't trust you guys.
Stuck with Joe. Wow.
Mean Girls, 2004.
Wait, is that Dookie Joe?
7.1. That's not bad, actually.
What is this?
That's Jugga Joe.
Jiggle Joe.
That's not what you say. You say Jugga. Oh, I guess they're jugs.
Yaga Yo.
What?
Wait, is that Dookie Joe? I'm Yaga Yo. I've decided I'm Yaga Yo now. No, just put it down.
You're Yaga Yo?
Yeah, I'm Yaga Yo.
Where's your yugs?
Yeah, where's the yugs then? Let's see them!
Coming soon.
What is that? Awful mouth, dude.
Bro, not for Fred. Like Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm just gonna say not for Fred now.
You got charged for that.
Yeah, Yaga Yo, bro.
So, Clintons are mogging on all the Republicans who
They're mogging?
They are?
Yeah, because they're the only ones that I know of who are like, not only will we testify, we demand it be a public. They volunteered. They're not dodging. They want it to be public. Where's all the other Republicans who are
Just chilling.
involved in this?
Yeah,
Just
bro.
chilling, dude.
Volunteering like, hey, I'm innocent. Come talk to
I'm
me.
just chilling.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into it. I think we're gonna do a little dishing today.
Are we?
Whoa!
Oh my god.
Oh my god, finally!
Yeah. Yes, sir.
That intro.
So we will get into that a little bit later, but yeah, we're going to go over her opening statement and what happened during the testimony, and we'll talk a little bit about Bill, who right now, right this fucking second, while we are here, is also testifying.
And it's also private.
It is also private.
In his house?
Wait.
I think it's in his house.
He's in, bro.
I think Bill Clinton is days from death.
Wait, they're actually at his house?
Yeah,
Oh, he's
I
gonna
think
die.
I think this
Oh,
is
okay.
maybe not gonna happen for him.
How old is he?
Well, hey, I'm glad that's happening.
Let's see, Bill Clinton, age.
I could throw my whole chair away.
79. He's 79. So he's almost 80.
There's no Jimmy Carter.
I mean, he could have another 20 years.
No, hypothetically. I mean, have you seen any videos of Bill Clinton in the last decade?
No, I haven't.
He's not.
In my head,
He's being very
I only see him as like.
In the game or
yeah.
about Bill Clinton?
McDonald's played saxophone.
In that era, but
He looks fine.
There's a video of him walking around. I'm just confused.
he's very shambling. He shuffles.
I don't like that.
Or in general?
That's right. Come on over here.
Ethan, real quick, do we want to
do Uncle Clinton a favor?
Do we want to thank our members real quick? Because I pulled something that I think I enjoyed.
Oh.
We're thinking of
I just want to thank.
Oh yeah, let's give a shout out to our members.
Yeah.
Guys, there's no sponsor today, so this message is for you. Everyone at home is the sole reason that this show continues to push forward. Thank you, generous supporters like all of you at home. Members, VIP, exclusive, extreme, 5-star legendary members.
This program is made possible by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
Yeah. And like PBS, we are as important to public discourse and knowledge.
Yes. This program was made possible by contributions from viewers like you.
I agree. The show's all about the arts, culture,
Yes.
The humanities,
Yes.
and intellectualism, really.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, when is this going off? Still on Monday?
Yes, you have only until Monday to order. I know there's not a lot of sizes left, unfortunately, but that's just what we got. So
That's the way the ice melts, folks.
if you are
Well,
one of those sizes,
Well, let's tell them. Oh shit, pardon.
Pardon? I love the melody that does. I don't know why. I just want to recreate it
we
with my
got
mouth.
small, medium, large, and XL.
There it is, guys. Get on over there. All proceeds go.
To Sherla, which is a beautiful organization.
It's a great organization. Very cool or very hot. Melts ice. On contact. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, the proceeds go to a good cause here.
How about that, huh? Nobody's doing good causes but us. We're the only one with causes that are good. Everyone else's causes. No, but actually, thank you guys to supporters like you. We had a really fun
was made possible by contributions from viewers like you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And viewers like Bubby JS and Mir Sedage Girl 5265, who both just gifted some memberships.
Wow.
Come on, you guys.
5 apiece.
Wow.
2 5
You are saints.
Thank you to viewers like you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had a really fun members episode yesterday. Actually,
Yeah.
We played
Oh my god.
Gnome.
Burgling Gnome.
Burgling Gnome.
Yeah. Burgling Gnome.
And
You bald gnome bastard.
there was lots of clips on the subreddit of us
dare you.
having fun there.
That was really funny.
People are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun.
I would rate it probably top 3 memberships. Whatever.
Wow.
It was a really fun watch.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, I don't like when people are always like, oh, he says he's a gamer. He's never beat Elden Ring. That's impossible. He's such a bad gamer. First of all, Eli, have I beat Elden Ring?
Yes.
Let me fill you in with some more information.
No,
There's a base game of Elden Ring, which I know that you have completed numerous times. I believe you was on New Game Plus round 7.
Yeah.
However, there is a expansion to the game that was added a year or 2 after the release of the game that is
Okay.
significantly more difficult than the base game, and Ethan refuses to even attempt to play it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Can I play it on Steam Deck?
Of course. Yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not doing that.
I just beat Elden
Well,
Ring a couple
isn't
weeks
it the
ago.
kind of game you need to play on PC though?
No.
No, it's a PlayStation type of
Console is sort of fun on console,
okay.
yeah.
Because I remember you playing it on computer.
thing.
Right?
No.
No? Okay.
Never did.
Never mind. Button never.
I never did.
I never did.
Dude, by the way, speaking of gaming, I played that new Resident Evil game that came out yesterday.
Oh shit.
That shit is awesome. And I haven't played any of the other Resident
No,
Evil.
I have been out on Resident Evil for a long time. I think I'm gonna play this one.
It's really good. It was fun.
I don't know what you guys are playing. I like Resident. Nice. Resident, great house guest. I don't know why everything all gotta be negative with you guys.
See, I enjoyed playing the Gnome game, but I really wanted to see more Dong. So
There was Dong in the Gnome game.
No, there wasn't.
It was censored though.
Yeah, it was censored Dong.
Yeah.
No, in the game you can see you can see Fat Hog.
No. So I hope
They were
someone.
trolling when they were saying that.
Oh.
I hope someone. I Dong lied.
But isn't there's a setting for censored and uncensored?
They were trolling
It was confusing. It was either he is nude with censored genitalia or fully clothed. Those were the 2 options. There's
Yeah,
no
show Dong.
Yeah, there's no Dom.
Yeah.
The Zach version.
Hold on.
So you've been looking at cock?
I mean, I'm always appreciating you know, a good penis. I'm not a homosexual.
You could
It's
make that
to admire.
Make that very good.
That is a good soundbite, and you know it.
Yeah. No, the law of the land is to never soundbite myself. That's the law of the land.
We have other methods. Dilla POV 9614 just gifted 20 memberships.
Oh my god!
Thank you to
Wow.
Oh, we should.
people like you.
It's time for us to start hyping up. It is time for us to start hyping up. The subathon will be in about 2 weeks from now.
People have been asking for the date.
Girls on Instagram, like, guys,
Oh, yeah.
this water is so good.
Doing that with my huge forehead.
We have the date. People have been saying, when's the date? When's the date? This is the date. It is. With peace and love.
It's the 16th.
March 16 on a Monday.
Oh my god.
Starting at 11 a.m.
Can we spill the beans, or did you already?
There's beans all over the place.
Okay. So everybody's coming. It's gonna be a huge party.
It's a huge party.
Go ahead, Eeyore. Tell them. Who's
After
coming?
dark, we'll be here on daytime.
What?
In sunny LA.
In the sunshine?
Yep.
Really after dark crew, they're not allowed to do that.
And so we're gonna have Kate, we're gonna have Harley, David, obviously, and Dahlia is coming as
Wow, all the remote people.
well. All the remoters.
That's so cool.
Callie and Harley are such great house guests. Our kids love them every time they come to
Yeah.
So I told Teddy, guess what? Remember Harley? Remember Galia? They're both coming.
Are you stoked?
Yeah, they are actually.
Teddy's very personal. He's a very sociable.
They love having people over.
Nice.
That's really, he's a social butterfly, Dan.
Yeah.
He gets along with
And,
everyone.
and you know what? He's a COVID baby, so it's interesting that didn't affect his sociability.
Well, he, I think, just narrowly escaped.
No.
Well, not to toot my own horn,
but he wasn't.
He was like at the age that you would go to preschool. COVID was happening, so.
Right, and
but he did.
Our house was a studio, and I was over there all the time, hanging out with Teddy.
Yes.
Dan pretty much raised him.
I pretty much raised him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much his uncle at this point.
So you're the reason why my child is saying the F word.
Not true.
What?
Not true. I remember Teddy used to come near the top of the stairs and just yell out, Dan? Yeah. But then I'll always remember, maybe a year or two later when we hadn't been doing the show in the basement for, a couple of years at that point, and you guys brought him here, and you were like, guys, do you remember Dan? You used to get so excited when Dan would come over. He was like, yeah, that was when I was a baby. Oh, yeah. I'm like, bro, you're 4.
Well, the passage of time. A year.
A year for him is a long time.
It's a quarter of his life.
Yeah,
but then you go, and you remember like when we played the whole game of Zelda, and you were like, I don't know, 2.5. And he's like, I do not remember.
He does
that.
that.
So long ago.
And to us, we remember it so vividly, and it's like, I don't know.
Just yesterday, like for me,
yeah,
a couple of years is not that long.
Yeah.
Please. Oh my gosh. Please, bro.
Alright, I'm out. Good line.
Dude, come on.
I'm trying to sit up straight.
It's annoying.
It's not even helping. Cut to this posture camera. It's not. I don't even look good.
It might be worse. I think it's making it worse. There's a weight on the front
not
of your...
making it better. Like my neck is too high up or something, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me.
I think we need to tie you to a wooden stick.
That's just your phone now?
Dude, it's going. Hold on.
No, it's the posture.
Are you okay? It sounds like it's going.
It's going super sane.
It has different settings.
Get it off the back!
No, it has different settings, Dan. It's okay.
It is about to detonate, bro.
I need to sit up.
You are in danger. You need to sit up straight. Whoa.
Why does it look like I'm still slumping? Doesn't it? Hold on, let me stand up and get back.
I think you need to roll your shoulders back.
To me, it looks like the white thing is pulling your neck forward.
I need a shoulder.
I need
a shoulder rolling device.
Oh wait, what about the original harness that we got that I was wearing the other day? What if we stack that on top of the other two?
Yeah.
We need to stack it on.
The brawl.
Where's bro going, man? Where's bro going?
You can balance the book on your head.
I feel like even if you're straight, I can't see it because there's so many things on you that's covering you.
Computer, make that guy's back straight. Right now. Well.
Yeah, you're gonna be funny
Okay.
dad. You're just gonna like, get rid of this jacket
We're
on.
applying the brace.
This program was made possible
Yo!
by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
That looks amazing.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Make sure the shoulders are like really tight. Yeah, the shoulders need to be fucking juiced.
Yeah.
It's too low again. It's gotta be
Make
right
it
under
look
the
like
boob.
he's being scooped again.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Amazing. Wait, is that Doogie joke?
This program was made possible by contributions from viewers like you.
How is this still bad?
I think you need a neck brace. Like underneath to
That's what he's
stabilize.
wearing.
I think it needs to be like.
I think we might have one.
Do you have a neck brace too?
I feel like we should flip the neck brace around. It pulls the neck forward.
Forward.
Yeah. Like, if you flip that thing, you should put it on backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking good. Just like a regular guy. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You make this possible. Also tonight.
Finally. Wow, I've been waiting for this.
This is powerful.
Yeah.
Good shit. Okay. We did it, gang. We did it.
We cured Ethan.
Those violins are just so sappy.
So this thing is doing something weird with my neck, but it's not allowing it to be straight.
Yeah, I think it's doing opposite.
It's not helping.
No, definitely.
Take that one.
Put it on
Yeah,
backwards.
just maybe tighten it.
Put it on backwards.
Yeah, I think that would work. Personally.
We'll be covering his face.
That's fine.
Oh, it did buzz for going back too far.
Uh-oh.
Sit up, dude. It's so annoying. The fucking noise. Oh my god, this is unlistenable. Sit up. Sit up.
I think I am.
God.
I don't want to watch or listen now.
Oh god.
I am sitting up.
The terrible posture, the
Thank
noise.
See, it stopped. It stopped.
Alright. Thank you to Tal 42 for the 50 gifted memberships, bud.
This program was made possible by
Possible by you.
viewers like you.
Tal 42.
Thank you.
Hey, Towel, did you get the towel? We sent a very special towel. Towel.
Right, wait. Have they received the
Here,
towel?
I just look.
Is the towel been delivered?
No.
Let us know, towel.
Hey, show it again.
Show you?
Yeah, from this
Hold on,
one.
the camera froze. One sec. Yeah. Wow. He's too powerful. His neck is just too powerful. He is broken through all of the posture devices. That is
I'm not even buzzing anymore.
Yeah.
Wait, is that Jiggy Joe?
Oh, wait, it's Jugga Joe.
Wait, what? Yo. Yo.
You guys think maybe we have too much going on? We got the
Yo.
this is a serious show now. Don't you guys think we have a little too much going on? We got the Jugga Joe, we got the butt thing, I got me in the head brace. I mean, who's supposed to keep up with all this shit?
Yeah, Punch the monkey dancing also.
Punch the monkey, like what kind of
And Boogie as well.
Is this show even trying to be serious?
No.
No.
That's not our assignment.
Are we supposed to be serious?
I'm trying.
Well, a
You
little
are?
bit. I mean, I want people to respect me at least.
You are then?
I'm trying to make this show seriously funny.
This program was made possible by contributions
That's all I want.
like you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody at home, for your gracious support. We can only do it with your support, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get on with something, eh? Yes, we have no sponsor today, which means we're off the fucking rails.
We're off the grid.
All right, I'm about to say something horrific in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
What's the joke
Oh
about,
my god.
Yeah, what?
Well, you button it?
Yeah, of course.
bro?
Not even a fucking question.
If that button didn't work, we're done for.
But it's about me. How can it be? If it's about me, I can say anything.
No, bro, if there's no sponsors, you still can't say shit like that.
Yeah, the
Why?
sponsors are not going to come now. Like, they're not going to come back.
Well, they're already not coming back.
What? The sales department is expanding. And then we have.
Wait, you hired someone?
Did you see the
Yeah,
shelves we
Margaret's
got?
not part of the sales team. She's an intern.
Right, okay.
It's true.
Good.
So don't worry, there'll
Then
be plenty
they're
of
really not coming back. You think that tomorrow
Oh,
the sales come?
Could you hold on a sec?
Oh my god, this show's a mess.
What? Sales department, this is Tom. Oh my god, McDonald's. Yeah, McDonald's. Guys, it's McDonald's.
Yo.
Don't play with us.
You guys, guys, listen
Play
to
with
me.
us like that.
Hold on, it's really McDonald's.
Listen to me.
You know that's my favorite right?
Hila, listen to me.
Hila, please.
The phone is not even plugged in.
Hold on. No. Back to
Those
McDonald's.
phones do not work.
I'm sorry, my intern's not working. She usually handles the calls.
Oh.
So you don't like controversial shows?
All right.
Oh, the H3 show is non
bro.
controversial at all.
He's not a
We
good
talk
salesperson.
about
Tell them about that.
talk about
He's stumbling on his words.
you talk a lot about watches.
Luckily, people at
Everything's very
home.
positive too, so I think we align with your brand perfectly.
Can you tell them about the Egg McMuffin? It's a promotion I can do for them. Egg McMuffin all day,
It's not
24/7.
Oh,
Just sleeping on money.
Co-host, and she mentioned she's a big fan of the Egg McMuffin, and she'd love to do like promotions. You know, we can do on Instagram.
Oh,
we
thank
can do
you.
on the show. You can eat fries. You don't
you.
love McDonald's fries.
Thank
Who's
you.
calling now, bro?
Just don't Google Ethan Klein.
Eagle Pride.
Eagle Klein.
Guy is a
That's
disaster.
not right.
He work here.
Who is Eagle
What kind of
Pride?
sales guy is this guy?
He's oh, there you go.
That's not funny.
All right, so I gotta go right now. I'm sorry, my boss is kind of being sick. All right, goodbye.
Eagle Pride.
Thank you, Eagle Pride.
Eagle
And then you have a clean slate on
You know,
Google.
you know, a name change isn't a terrible idea.
And you'll just Google that, or you'll be scot
To be
free.
totally honest. Yeah. What about like Rubber Nutter Humperdinck?
Engelberg Humperdinck?
Rubber Nutter Humperdinck.
Rubber Nutter Humperdinck.
I am.
What about Richard?
Richard?
Richard.
Fine. Like, Dick for short.
Richard. Yeah, Dick.
You can do what Brent
Yeah.
did and change your first name and then make your first name your middle name.
Edward Klein.
Yeah.
Edward Coleman.
Eddie Klein, dude.
Blizzard Whoopies is suggesting you just embrace Esteban.
That's true.
Also,
People will accept me as a rare ethnicity. As a highly tradable, highly collectible ethnic group. That helps a lot.
Wow, one of one.
You know? Yo, this is the illustrator. This is the illustrator.
Ultra
10 out of 10 condition, bro.
collectible.
Who doesn't want to sponsor this Esteban?
Yeah, Dick Klein, aka Small Dick.
Yo, you just got smoked, bro.
Gaia fucking
Yeah, and also decline, like people
Yeah,
always,
decline.
that's an old roast.
Yeah.
We got hit with that a long time ago. With the decline.
This is the dumbest, most pointless show we've ever done.
Okay.
And at any point, you guys will allow me to continue to attempt to entertain our audience. Please let me know. In the meantime, I'll sit here sitting up straight. Go ahead, you guys leave the stage.
Computer mute his microphone.
Let the asylum.
That's so funny.
Alright, can we get more monkey then?
Computer, monkeys on screen now.
What computer, bro?
Yeah.
What computer are you talking?
Oh yeah.
Computer.
Yeah, we've automated this show.
No, we have not.
Yeah, in fact, this entire thing is generated by an LLM. We're not actually even here. That's why it's so weird. It feels like uncanny today.
I'm here.
Well, you're the only one, buddy.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Computer, turn Ethan green.
I'm sorry.
Computer, please.
Can you ask the computer like they have good posture?
Rectify Ethan. Computer.
Computer, make Shrek the main host.
I had NyQuil last night, so I'm a little sleepy. I could actually I feel like I could sleep sitting up.
Here, you can take a little nappy poo while we play this delightful message from our friend Gabe.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hi, Ethan, H3 crew.
Wow.
I'm having a good time, baby. It's Friday, baby.
Yeah!
It's Friday, baby. I'm having a blast in the Philippines. I feel like a king, baby. A king.
Because you are.
Yeah. Nothing like it. Nothing like the Philippines, baby.
Right.
Happy Friday. I miss you guys. H3. Ethan, fuck, I miss you guys. I hope I see you soon. I'm having a good time here in the fucking Philippines. I'm saying the fuckalings, baby. The fuckalings.
Yeah, the bucklings, bro.
So, just a fair warning, I guess, a content warning for everyone. He was kidnapped by pirates and sold into indentured servitude.
I could pay his ransom. Probably.
Yeah, well,
how much
that's actually
depends how much it is.
Let's let it play it out.
He's actually on his way to Little St. James.
We could.
Oh no!
Stop it.
All right, well, let's hear him out.
There's nobody there to stop.
Oh my god.
I think he's wearing our sponsor on his shirt.
Yeah, did you see that?
A little bit.
Is this some big song?
Spank the monkey.
Nobody said spank.
What?
Spank the monkey. Spank the monkey.
Ethan, that's really not appropriate to say. Spank the monkey is a euphemism for masturbation.
Spank the
His
monkey.
name is Dick Klein, and he's spanking the monkey.
Spank the monkey.
Punch.
Spunk the monkey.
Sponge? Spunk?
Guys, I'm sorry. I know it's all fun and games with the whole punch the monkey meme, but punch the monkey is already, he's old news.
What? I just learned about him yesterday.
Yeah, well,
They tore him apart. The other monkeys quartered him.
They
Quartered him.
literally
It was
ripped
very
him
violent.
apart.
Very
Yeah, it was
disturbing.
fucked up in
They
the
tore him into 4 parts.
Yeah.
You guys are joking.
No, monkeys, they do that sometimes. It's
They say monkey,
disturbing, but
monkey world.
yeah, they do say that.
That's what we live in.
All right, let's finish the game video.
They hate it too. Very, very.
Computer put Gabe on a beach right now. Put him on a beach. In 5 seconds, put him on a beach.
Put him on a beach.
Gabe.
What are they doing?
Go on the beach. Computer, put him on the beach right now.
This is like ASMR. I love it.
Put him back on the beach at the end of the video.
I'm not
Okay,
having
thank you.
baby. I'm skinny dipping because I'm an animal, baby. Ow! I'm an animal because I'm skinny dipping. Turn it out, baby.
You did part of it.
Out of his phone sight, man.
He's so happy and I'm happy.
I feel like he's really coming into his roots. He's
Yeah.
That's better. I would say he doesn't really
He's
sometimes.
in the fuck up games, dude.
Did he really say that?
Yeah.
Hey, probably again. I mean, he probably is like, I don't know what happens in the Philippines. Probably a bit cheaper.
I don't think he's paying for anything. I think he found some lovely ladies to go and date with.
He's a sugar daddy. He's a he's a
No,
sugar baby.
he found some matches on dating.
He's a sugar boy.
Let's take a look at this adorable new pygmy hippo.
I thought we were over the pygmy hippo.
Well, guess what? There's a new one.
A new one?
Jelly bean.
I'm not falling.
Look at him!
I'm not falling for this shit.
Look at this! Oh, Jelly bean! Look at Jelly bean!
You know, you see parents, you see two busted ass ugly parents, and they have a kid, and you're like, you're cute now, but I know where this is headed.
Look at this. Look at this little.
I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not falling for it.
I give it a year.
It's been so much fun. People have been coming out.
Maybe its parents are hot. You don't know that.
Enclosure.
Whatever, lady.
And it's great to see because that
It
means
is
that
great
this
to see.
animal has
She's right.
awareness.
Wow, nobody cares, lady. How about you guys falling for this?
Look at it walk!
What are you guys gonna do when he grows up? Are you guys just gonna move on? You guys are not any better than fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. Moving on when they get too old.
Because I have always stood up for Boudin.
Where is it now? My face dog.
After she aged out.
What do you mean by that?
Are they leaving or a new hot chick?
I never loved Boudin. I'm loyal.
Where is he? Where's the video?
Boudin is still an emote on our channel. You guys all told me to remove it, and I didn't. I just refused to.
Well, that's just insolence.
That's actually not Boudin. I thought that was Jelly. I thought we swapped it up with Jelly.
No. But it could
Okay, hold on, Dan.
because they look pretty similar.
Whoa. One more time. Yeah.
I believe that I am going. If I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring an animal.
Is that what you believe?
You see what I'm saying?
No,
See what he's saying?
I don't see what he's saying, and I don't see how we got from what I said to that.
Bro, if I was the god of the world, I would do one thing first and foremost. Make sure that I could jerk off and blow any animal I wanted.
You see what I'm saying?
As long as I'm not having any fun.
As long as the animal is masking me.
This program was made possible by contributions from
Trust me, dude. I wanted some of that hot sheep pussy, dude. But I know better. I know better. I can change it.
So we're not feeling Jelly Bean. We're not feeling
No.
It's cute. Look at that.
Definitely
Oh no!
He died.
Oh no!
I hate your stinking gut.
It's like a dog in a pool, bro.
little one, and so to be able to see that
Do a pull down. Are we falling for it again? Yes, no.
Okay.
Which zoo is Jelly Bean at?
Dear darling.
Phoenix,
We
bro.
can fly there in 1.5 hours then.
Phoenix, but look at hippos.
Well, there's nothing else to watch out there, that's for sure.
Whoa, take that.
I hate Phoenix. Everyone
Awesome.
Hurry up, quick! What's the number to 911?
You know, really?
Yeah, I lived in Scottsdale. Great town.
We're heading to it. Yeah.
I have a checkered past.
So funny.
From city.
It's awesome.
Are you still wanted in any states?
But you never know.
It's good if you commit state crimes, you could just go to a different state and nobody even cares.
Dude, when I got
That's how that works.
Kind of.
Oh, alfalfa.
But that's
Oh, Darla.
the federal companies.
Damn.
So that's it. Yeah.
Well, you can move countries, that's why.
I was just thinking about like maxing a bunch of credit cards and moving to Arizona.
I
think that would
have a friend who did that in Israel.
Okay.
He didn't want to live there anymore. So he maxed out all of his credit cards for cash advances, left to South America and never, he's never back there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's good. You need like an into the wild type dude.
Yeah.
Do you know how much you got?
I don't think it was that high. He got like $30,000.
I mean, that's...
Well, I mean, it's a lot, but
That's a lot for
so that he can never go back.
I mean, if he really didn't want to go back, why not?
It's worth that amount of money to be like, I will never go back to my family.
We're in that fridge now.
Michael's not talking because he's doing the truffle shuffle.
He had a vision.
I have bad news for
He's shuffling that truffle.
I don't want to hear it.
Truffling that shuffling and shuffling that truffling.
Minimum standards for care of its animals.
Yep.
What? The zoo that Jelly Bean's in?
Yes.
I don't trust
Yeah.
suits.
That's surprising, I guess. These are all.
You gotta be quicker than that.
We donated to them.
San Diego is really good.
Well, no, because you guys just said zoos in general.
Well,
Look at Ethan.
I do think
I got triggered.
San Diego
Look.
is legit. That's
Yeah.
one of the legit.
There are exceptions.
They're trying to fix his posture because he slouches. So they put a bunch of different posture machines on him.
I saw on Reddit and then PETA said it, but we know PETA.
Oh, and apparently Arizona's famous for a little baby hippo, midget hippo called Jelly Bean. He just showed her here. You know, like Mudang, but ours is called Jelly Bean. He just came out.
A kidnapping, a rescue.
Oh. Free jelly? Free jelly?
You gotta open all the cages at night.
Oh, Morgan is just cooking a segment, I think.
Oh, there you go. She's planting seeds.
Stop buzzing, bro. I don't know if this is helpful.
It does that when he doesn't sit right.
So like,
No, I'm not this. I took pills. They do pills.
Oh my god,
And he's
look
sick.
at the fault.
They're not falling for it, right? I am not.
41%. No, I'm cold and hearty.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Wow. I'm also bad.
They don't like Jelly Bean like they did Mudang.
An excellent poll. I didn't see any reports about polls in chat. The people have spoken. I don't know about jelly bean. I got open a lot.
Like, what'd he say?
We love jelly bean.
I guess they love Jelly Bean.
No.
No? Oh, you gotta balance it out. You
What
gotta
is it
balance
on?
it. It's important to mix all kinds of pharmaceuticals. as much-
Jelly Bean.
It's called a farm party. Yeah.
Know what I
It's
mean?
more than some of the.
Know what I mean, Jelly Bean?
They call it farm maxing. Yeah.
Jack, what do you think about farm mass?
Came in just about to hit it, little chipmunk.
If I were the benevolent
I'm about to hit it, little chipmunk.
Hurry up.
Stop being distracting.
where you are giving, where you are pleasuring them.
You're talking to me.
That's what that meant. I meant pharmacy maxing, but I see what you did there with.
I love how he ends that by going. You guys see what I'm saying?
Do you think in his head, like, that was, he thought that was going to come out like normal and everyone was going to applaud his vision?
Yeah. He's just saying what everybody else is too afraid to say, yeah.
We are all lining up to jerk off the next closest animal to us.
Where do I sign? Let's go.
I want a bukkake with like shoot my phone. Stop. Gather around. I'm redefining.
Oh, because that's a voice clip. I don't know from what video, because I haven't watching it as much. But there's a guy, I don't know if he's calling in or something, but he's like, if I was God, I would something, and then be able to jack off every single animal, but not only if I can't like it and it's just for their pleasure or whatever, something like that. I was like, what? I didn't even, you see, I can't tell it back.
Oh my god.
But yeah, it's a sound clip they have.
Space tuned as fuck.
Yeah. No, I think.
Dude, it's under his chin.
No, I think
Look away,
definitely not.
jiggle. Weird, if you will.
Yeah, his gizzard is gone.
Computer, take away his.
What is this?
Take away his gizzard.
What is that?
I saw a video. He had a pretty gnarly tonsil
He's just a chill guy.
No.
Oh.
I saw it on Instagram. Okay.
Send it.
We gotta verify it.
The Erica Kirk?
We gotta verify it. Computer, fact check.
Me either.
Fossil Stone, State of the Union, 2026.
What are you guys talking about?
I love that our high-end computer is just called a computer. I think that's badass.
I know.
Yeah.
The UCS time bus.
I hate when they give them names.
Stupid.
We don't have a super AI in this office.
Computer, make Ethan's balls large.
He's been doing that meme the whole show.
He's been programmed, bro. Young program.
Ethan doesn't get it. I think he gets it now, but at first he was like, what is this computer you're talking about?
Console.
It's hard to tell.
You've seen those memes, right? Like, computer, make sure they have a nice day. You just there's someone walking up and you're like, computer, make sure they have a nice day. Fix their posture. Put some money in their pocket. Hey, computer.
You can see it on the desk, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure they step on every single crack and their mother dies with 36 fractures.
This is not AI, because I don't know anymore.
Computer, is it AI?
There's different angles on this.
I'm hearing no. Yeah.
Number 5.
That shit came from the grassy knoll, brother.
Oh.
Oh, that was a
They said he spit on it.
He got spit on. I don't even understand why he put himself in the line of fire.
Yeah, that's a cringe reaction emoji.
I gotcha, but. Well, he is looking good. He's looking real good in that photo.
So the world is afire with this new controversy / drama.
What controversy?
Famous music producer Benny Blanco has dirty motherfucking feet.
Uh-oh.
Probably because he walks around barefoot.
Yeah, and not only are his feet dirty, he did his wife so dirty.
By having dirty
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah. He did her so
divorced
dirty.
Here's what we're saying.
Show the feet.
He went on a podcast. Put his dirty ass feet
No,
on
he didn't
there.
go on. He didn't go on a podcast. He made a podcast.
Yeah, I
Of which this is the
was
premiere
confused
episode.
when I told you that.
Yeah.
This is his new podcast.
So at least it's his couch. They have his dirty.
Her couch.
Well, they're married.
No, actually, it's because the podcast is with Little Vicky. It's their house. It's his house. And that's his wife.
Oh, it's Dickies.
Yeah.
That's what I thought also. So, okay, so it is not his house.
And not his couch. Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, this is. I was gonna say this is a big change on the fuck your couch.
Yeah.
If you want to walk around barefoot, at least wear socks.
I was gonna defend this guy until I saw this photo. It was like,
If you're not at your own house,
He
dude.
walks around barefoot, right? That is.
That's nasty.
Vicky's house is gross. But yeah, so that's
That
what
was
I'm
not
thinking
that
too. Because I mean, like that means Little Vicky's house. The floors aren't that clean.
No. There's no. It's
Well,
always
that's walking
That's not what
I
it
need to
means.
stop everybody. You cannot get feet this dirty inside the house.
No.
He's walking outside there.
Something.
Also, just look at the house. It looks beautiful. It looks clean. There's no way.
He lives in
It
a
doesn't make sense.
Oh, yeah, you're walking outside barefoot and putting your feet on people's
It's really dusty.
That's true. It could be that.
Nobody would have to
couch.
be severely dirty to get your feet like that.
I will say Lena's compromised because she met Selena a few weeks ago, so just keep that in mind.
I'm not Selena, not Benny.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm saying Selena here too. I'm upset for her.
Yeah, a lot of people are.
Because I think
Wow, that's fucked up.
people are already tearing them apart for every little thing.
Yeah, because you
should
stinky
know
boy,
better.
that's why.
Well, here's the thing.
You just put some socks on. I want to smell feet.
Like.
Oh, the little sleepy man woke up. Hello, sleeping beauty. Who gave you a kiss?
Our computer made that.
Well, how do you get your feet this dirty?
You'd be surprised. It gets like that.
He's sleeping
I
ugly.
think you have to be like outside, like in
walking
the backyard.
Specifically, a dirty cement path, like liquid
Yeah.
Shiva looks like this.
But it's not like a one scroll. It'd be like, what? I hear.
I did like 20 minutes outside.
It's because he's stupid.
Put headphones on.
Yeah.
Even.
That's for you. I think you have to walk
His
outside
peepee's bigger, huh?
more than a little bit.
I'd
It's
say
okay.
200 steps.
You know what? I think where you're
I know,
going,
because
I
he
know
was
where you're
dumb.
going. It was already dirty the night before and he went to sleep like that.
Yeah.
Woke up like that, got it more dirty.
That's in the sheets, too.
Mm.
Like your clean sheets. You got those.
Maybe a little smarter.
Yo, if somebody tried to get my bed with feet like that, it'd be over.
Is it possible he traveled through Middle Earth to destroy some sort of ring?
That is possible.
It's the drugs.
He just kind of looks like a hobbit.
Yeah, it's not.
How dare you?
What are you doing?
I don't like that he does duck faces for his photos.
Put your dogs up looking like that, brother.
What if this is on purpose? Because this moment is going viral. The premiere of his podcast. Would we have heard of it otherwise?
Like where your head's at.
Then that's even worse.
It did
Why would
cross
he
my
do that
mind.
to Selena?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Why would you want to go viral for having 30 feet? It didn't make sense.
I mean,
He's married to Selena Gomez. She's like the #1 Instagram account.
yeah.
What do we need to do 30 feet shenanigans for?
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he could have just had her
But what if
on.
that adds pressure? Like, Selena's so mainstream, he's like, we gotta come out the gate hard.
So
I'm gonna fart and walk in dirt and then...
Yeah,
So, hold on.
so far, do you have the video?
Yeah, so not only does he have 30 feet,
Oh.
I've been laying down some
Love
sneakers.
is showing some.
Show love real quick.
What
Computer,
did
show
you
love.
get there?
There used to be California Pizza Kitchen, Chips and Guac.
Chips and Guac, best guac.
Yeah, and I don't want to fucking play as MJ. I don't care that she has a taser.
Available.
You know what?
Free ads.
Take off your shoes. Go walk out in front for 200 steps and bring it back in here.
Like, I don't want to be Peter Parker. Make a Peter Parker game, okay? Don't put Peter Parker in my fucking Spider-Man game, yeah?
I've asked the computer, if you could touch my screen, to analyze this photo. How many steps barefoot are needed to get feet this dirty? Bare soles with uniform brown-gray dirt. Dirt looks dry, not muddy or wet.
Make like a science game for Peter Parker fans. Make a mobile game that's like Tetris, but Spider-Man. You play as Peter Parker.
How it builds up on
And he actually does science shit.
It's a combination of the surface type, the foot moisture, the pressure points, the walking versus standing, and the dragging.
I just created a $1 million mobile game there for you.
Now, the computer is estimating approximately 800 to 2,000 barefoot steps.
Well, you can easily just let's do an experiment. I mean, if you don't want to do it, we'll send someone else.
I was putting the hands on him too.
I think it's a good excuse. You could go eat while you're walking.
You know what I love? You don't have to go outside our compound. Just walk around in the parking lot. That should be enough.
Oh yeah, if you left the compound, you're good. You just
so.
take 5 steps.
Yeah, 5 steps outside of the parking lot. I mean, the
Love alone.
You're saying he's ass.
I just got my
That's what you're saying.
I'll do it. Somebody's got to do it.
Why don't you do it?
I'll do
Let's
it.
send Jugga Joe.
We'll go out there and we'll hold down the fort and come back in 20 minutes and let us know.
Not 20 minutes. He said, how many steps? 200?
200 steps.
That's like 5 minutes.
Why don't I do it? Who cares? Not because I want Ethan to do it, and I'll set up a camera from the window up here, and we can watch you silently.
Oh,
that is fun. From upstairs.
All right, so but
at the moment,
now let me show you the control. Hold on, Dan. Let me show you the control.
Show us clean feet.
Okay.
Show us both.
Wow.
Dude.
Wow.
Shout out. Let's see.
Okay.
It would have been crazy if you just whipped those out and they were.
Eat your heart out.
You see,
Son of a
Benny?
bitch.
Delicious.
Put them on Wiki feed. Let's
Now, I don't even walk around the house. I don't like walking around our spotless house with bare feet. I wear socks.
I breed the dogs probably an hour after I come home.
I
I like socks too, but I mean, that's just a preference.
No, our house is fun. I just get cold at night.
Yeah, I do too. I'm sensitive feet.
I tried it. I couldn't. I played one match, I think, and I was like, I'm over this fucking shit.
I think it should be you.
That's why.
Number one,
And what's your idea?
I gave it the full honest try, but the first thing I didn't like was it's an extraction shooter. Like we just got Arc Raiders. And it's literally the same thing as Arc Raiders. Go in, loot shit. There's fucking robots that are trying to kill you. But I did like, and it's first person, it's not third person. So it's like Call of Duty, which I didn't like that for an extraction shooter because it's hard to see around corners and stuff. And then it had superpowers like, have you played Splitgate or the newer Splitgate? It has superpowers like that where you can go invisible or put a shield up in different classes. So you have to pick your class. The one thing I did like was the art style, but I feel like they leaned on the art style way too much, and then the gameplay is kind of whack, and the art in the game is kind of whack too. So with it being first person, it's an extraction shooter just like Ark. Ark is better, the robots are better, I think. What else was it? Why are we both invisible? Oh my god, my game glitched. Now we're both invisible and I gotta fight this dude without being able to see him.
Yeah, they were the best. I'm the walrus.
Then, what else did I not like?
Nothing you can sing that can't be sung. Nothing you can say, but you can never learn how to play the game.
They need to make, I feel like if it was third person, like Ark, it'd be a little better.
Nothing you can say that can't be saved.
Thank you.
I kind of did like the guns. I liked the art style a little bit. I hate that it has a big giant reticle that's fucking so huge.
Everybody.
I didn't like
All
that.
you need is love. Love.
Oh, and it's not gonna be free to play. This is only a beta, so it's gonna be $40 when it comes out.
That song?
No.
And you either buy that or Arc Raiders. I think I'd rather play Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders feels better all around.
Oh, really?
Listen, I'm waiting for Dan. I don't know what he thinks like this show is exactly. If I could just sit here reading Smugglers, but I'm buying time, bro.
Wait, you're doing the
No.
Alright.
So guys, I'll be back and
so Ethan,
I'll track my steps on the phone. Yeah.
Track your steps. Also, when you go
200.
This is important. Just go to the parking lot and stay in the middle of the parking lot. Just do circles.
Okay. I got you.
That's where I have the.
I got you. So we're saying 200 steps.
200 steps.
And if he comes back 30 like his, I feel like I'm solved.
Yeah.
If they're not, so we'll see. This is important.
How about you? I still would have a problem with it, but it would solve half of the.
Well, so I'm gonna give him a pass if it comes back 30. It could be accidental, like he was just walking around outside in his backyard, maybe.
You have to.
Why do I turn around when I do it?
Feet on a couch, plus you're on camera.
But it means he's not. Listen, he made a faux pas, but it means that his feet might not always be that dirty. Right?
Right, that's what
But also, when's the last time you took a shower?
Half of the
If
problem.
you just stand in the shower, your feet will not be that dirty. Like, you don't have to soap them.
It's a huge problem, so this
We're going to find out.
how.
This is big.
This is big.
Somebody send this to Selena and Benny.
Yep.
Because nobody's doing social experiments like this anymore.
Oh my God! Why did it go to him?
Yep.
I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go do my thing.
You should look at this at every 50 interval. Maybe it's less.
What'd you say?
You should look at your feet every 50 steps. Maybe it's less than 200.
I'll take progress steps. I'll take progress pics. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
All right. Very good.
Good luck. They are going to come up to you.
But make it quick. Don't dilly-dally. Like, I already see you just kind of like stumbling and shambling over.
Yeah.
Come on, get outside. Get out there. Pick it up.
Why so slow?
God, this fucking guy. This is why we're late all the time. This is how Ethan walks.
Go already. Go!
All right, I have my camera operator on standby here. David, are you there? Okay, perfect. Well, the target is moving into position. So stand by with your shot. He will be coming into your frame, and don't interrupt me. He'll be coming into your frame. You just interrupted me again. You don't have to acknowledge me telling you not to interrupt me. When I say don't interrupt me, if you acknowledge it, then you're doing it again. Good. Okay, he's silent. That's perfect. So, David, he'll be over there in frame in approximately 45 seconds. So stand by. Stand by with that.
Oh my God! Why are we invisible again? What the fuck is this glitch?
All right, in the meantime, let me thank some of our super chatters while we wait for him to get in position. Here's a $10 super chat just came in from Sarah Collette. I'm a PhD student studying postural tone tools. Tools may be helpful. Studying postural tone. And then next thought. Tools may be helpful for a little while, but won't be a long-term fix. Look into Alexander technique. Corrects habitually poor posture with focus on bones sending you up. I want to get sent up by some bones, dude.
I just heard Tool in correction. Tool will fix it. The band Tool.
Just listening to Tool?
Will fix it.
Well, here's the Alexander technique.
Is that on
They're like, just stand up straight.
No.
What are the principles of the Alexander technique? Standing straight.
Wow.
Recognition of habit, inhibition and non-doing. Recognition of faulty sensory awareness. Oh, interesting. Giving directions and primary control. Okay, well, maybe we'll have to hire somebody and get even on the Alexander.
I've been thinking about switching back. I have to play Rain Bet on this Android phone I have. So I'm thinking about it. Might as well.
Haven't fallen off in the next 30?
Dan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have a live feed.
Okay, we have a live feed. The experiment has begun.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I have an idea on how to speed him up. I'll be right back.
Maybe he's gonna try and speed this process along, but there he is.
Bro's just chilling, man.
Yeah. Playing on his phone.
His posture is
His awful. It's not working at all.
You know the back brace is so loud you can hear it from up there.
How is he over?
and he can't follow simple instructions.
All right. Well, he's.
And Apple doesn't steal your fucking money for no reason.
Okay, to be a little bit fair to him, it's a pretty warm day and he is walking barefoot on asphalt. It's probably pretty hot. So when you take quick
yes,
stuff?
that's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's also true.
I don't know. I told him to stay in the center. Where is he going? He's out. We've lost the shot. David,
out of
still on the line. David, find him. Find the shot. Oh, who is that? What's going on? Wait, follow that real quick.
What?
He's taking shots. He's taking shots.
Where's security?
Pick him up at all. What the? He's cowering behind the car?
Wait, should I go yell at Ethan to get more in the middle? No, you're switching.
Oh, there he is. We got him.
Yeah, the posture is terrible.
Stand by. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, just hold steady there, David. Thank you. No, he's about to leave. He's about to leave right again. Oh my God! He's getting on the roof. There's a shooter on the roof.
Why is he getting on the roof while he's fasting? So unnecessary.
I've been trying to get him to climb with me for a year now. He won't go to the climbing gym. That makes me clearly climb. He's loading the sniper rifle. He's lining up the shot. Oh my God.
Should I bring Ethan and go gun?
No, I'll just distract him. I appreciate the thought, but we just need to get through this together.
Well, Dan, I appreciate you appreciating.
Yeah, anytime. Come on, man. Where did he go? David? All right, thank you. All right, we gotta be approaching 200 steps. I'm saying, sure. Is he tracking them or just taking I think that he said he would track it on his phone, so that's what I assume. Is he just texting? Yeah, I think he's on Instagram, checking the email. Can you zoom in on his screen? Computer, zoom in on his screen. Enhance.
What is it doing? It's a lot of scrolling, I think I see.
Here, I'm not gonna go out there, but let me just try and communicate with him to speed up. So.
This program was
I didn't mean to do that, sorry. Wait, I've lost the thing. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, somebody tell them to wait. Nobody
Oh my God.
Wait.
So just don't use them.
We're scrolling. Oh no. Dan, wait, I'm not ready. Dan, don't do anything content worthy. Oh my God, I'm gonna get fired. This isn't my job. I'm really gonna I got it. That was horrifying.
Oh yeah, people are asking where Nate is. He's sick. He's sick. All right, I think he's coming back up. So you can cut off that, David. David, you can go ahead and return to your standby position. Thank you so much. You've done excellent work today. You got it. Thank you. There you go. See you. All right. Well, I'm excited. We're about to get the results. Here he comes. Here he comes. Any minute now. There he is!
Oh, now he's fixing his posture. We saw it.
Look at them things. All right, yep. All right, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Ethan Clyde. All right. Back to you, Ethan. Come, sit down. Take a seat. Take a seat. Sit down. All right. Yep. We got it. Wrong way. Wrong way. Okay. All right. Yeah, we got it.
We are dying to see the
We
feet.
need to see the feet.
We're dying.
Sit down. God, man. All right. Thank you.
A few things.
Yeah.
First of all,
Wait, did you already pee? Do you know the answer already?
I looked it up.
Oh.
Well, I took up the.
Oh, the love notes as well.
So let me check my total. I took the 4 steps.
Okay.
You know, if the health app doesn't update your fucking steps live.
By the way, somebody said, yo, I can hear someone's phone buzzing during the stream and it's driving me crazy. That's the posture device on Ethan's back. It buzzes every time he doesn't sit up straight. Yeah, there it is.
Actually, I walked 250 steps. I went over the quota.
Okay.
Now, I will say this, AB, you hit me one time.
100?
One time, that's all you did.
Wow. You know what? And I made it count. Oh my god! Hook it off, dude.
Nah,
Hook it
bro.
off.
That's a fake foot. And then, Dan, why are you screaming at me? I'm not a fucking...
I was saying, hurry
you
up.
think I...
Listen,
Can you
I
get
had
too
a
long?
feeling that you were going too long, and you just told me you took 250.
I was
We
done.
agreed
You were
on
slowing me
200.
down.
We agreed on 200.
I was going
took
up and you
250.
slowed me down.
No, I was trying to speed you up because
You forced me to stop and be like, hey, I can't hear you. I was already going up.
How do I even deal with? How do I deal with it?
You don't.
Just ignore it. Talk to a brick wall. Talk to a brick wall.
I was coming up. I already did it. I already did the task.
Okay, show us the feet.
Micromanaging, Dan. You don't have to micromanage all the time. Alright, so.
See ya.
Alright. You guys ready?
No.
You ready?
Never been more ready.
I mean, wait, do the trick.
Oh my god.
Dr. Joe. Alright. Those are not anywhere.
Not anywhere near
near 30. Which tells me that that man.
And that's a parking lot right there.
So hold on. The computer's initial analysis saying 800 to 2,000 steps. I'm feeling that probably is.
I don't think so.
Right. Yeah.
In my opinion, though,
I
it
don't
all depends on the terrain.
Oh, for sure. Don't get much dirtier than a dirty
Hold on.
parking lot.
That terrain, the parking lot terrain doesn't get more fucked up. Unless he's walking in dirt.
Well, right. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
suspecting
you are.
that there's a bigger problem here. And that maybe he also doesn't shower.
That's what I'm saying. 'Cause if he just took
Well, that's a
the minute he stepped in a shower, that would all wash away. You don't even
Not
have
true.
to scrub.
Not if it's caked on for like
No.
5-6 days. You need to scrub.
No.
With the pumice stone, you gotta get in there.
No.
You gotta scrub, bro.
No.
I guess I never
Well, I don't know what kind of terrain you're stomping around on.
Tomorrow, why are you putting that at random?
I'm.
Hold on.
You think I need to do that?
Is there an issue? Like, what's
Yes,
happening?
clearly there is an issue.
Okay, could you want to communicate what it is?
I'm surprised you, but we are doing the show. I don't know if you knew that. Does she know that?
You're doing great, sweetie. All right, I'm gonna go over and help. You continue.
Yeah, so the ground was very hot, so my feet were looking kind of red at first look. But upon further reflection, nowhere near as dirty as this.
No. And I doubt that even 800 steps would get
Definitely some dark coloration. The beginning of
Yeah, but
a
like,
dirty foot.
this would not have gone viral, you know? There's a reason it went so
No, I
viral.
don't think so. I don't think so, right? Like it's just like a little dirty.
Yeah.
So what is he getting up to? He's
And also, don't forget that he farted too, which is like, I know everybody farts, but it's just like a gross combination.
Yeah,
the fart alone is
I
not
like
bad.
it. I haven't shown the fart.
Yeah, show the clip.
Show the fart.
Show the fucking clip.
You guys, I'm having a rough day. Look at me. Just fucking let me play the fart sound. Disclosure, this isn't me. You don't need fart cake, guys. It's from the video. It's buzzing. Right here. Right here. What's the rules for gas?
Oh, please. Do whatever you want. Okay, the whole goal here
Tomorrow,
is
can we see the screen?
see if you guys can pick this up.
You got it.
I like that.
No, you don't. Nobody does.
Wait, Ethan, did you just fart?
Oh, fine.
Sorry, that was out of line.
It was out of line. So what are they doing? They're trying to do some like new way age casual podcasting.
Yeah, we're just gross people like the rest of you.
I'm just trying to be down to earth guys.
That's
why his feet are so dirty.
Yep.
They're literally down to earth.
Bro, I wouldn't put my feet up like if somebody with that dirty feet put them up on my couch, I would notice.
It's so rude. Like even if they have the dirtiest floor and it just happened, at least have the awareness not to put it on the couch. It's not even your couch.
Now this I'll say about Ernie Blanco. I have seen a lot of his content on TikTok and around, and he is very funny.
Yeah, no, he seems like a cool dude.
And also an extremely talented musician, obviously, producer. Right.
So maybe he just doesn't care about his appearance?
But he's also very gremlin-esque.
There's a different. Okay, I was totally people being fucked up by his appearance. I was like, that is so fucked up. I was on his side. He can't help the way he looks. I think he looks fine. I'm just saying. People being mean about his looks.
Yeah.
His feet, he could help that.
What if he doesn't know they're dirty like that right now? Is that possible?
Don't you look at your
What if
feet
he
in the
arrives
shower?
there, his feet are clean?
I don't need to look at the bottom of my feet. I know they're fucking clean.
I
because
check
don't
in
walk
the shower
around
just to make sure
like a
it's good.
caveman.
You'd have to step in
Like
like
a
the
damn
dirtiest
savage.
place, and you would know that it's super dirty. Stepping in.
Let me keep watching.
It was a little squeak, like a little...
The whole I didn't realize it. Did you just fart on my couch? That's what I would say. It's bad enough to feet. Did you just fart on my couch, bro?
You know.
And you know if his feet are that dirty, his ass stank.
I will say, I grew up outside, and I was barefoot outside a lot. You know when your feet is dirty. You feel it.
Yeah, you feel it.
It's not like, oh,
Yeah, exactly.
my feet are dirty. No,
Yeah.
you feel it. Like, it's a feeling.
Yeah.
It takes on there.
I can't fight this feeling
Yeah,
anymore.
and honestly,
saying
to be
is
honest, I
that-
do fart on your couch all the time.
Yeah, on your own couch.
Teddy caught me once. I told him, shh.
You can fart on your own couch. I personally get up and go do it in the corner.
And by the way, you can see the floors, you can see the house is super clean.
I never farted into the couch, you know what I mean? In any couch, because I don't want it to, like, be trapped in it or anything like that. You gotta aim it up.
And by the way, not that. It's a big couch, but it's not that big. His feet are kind of close to her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I've seen bigger couches, but his feet are like one half of a seat away from her.
All right. Sit down and just relax.
Yeah.
Let's just get in there and hang out
Who's
like
she?
we are.
Who is she?
I don't actually know.
I'm not sure.
Like,
But
that's little Dickie's wife.
Okay.
But from now on, she's gonna be known as the friend who doesn't let you know when your feet are dirty.
Yeah.
It's like the friend who doesn't let you know when you're
I was
dirty.
gonna say, that's the goal. No.
No, just sit down and let's just hang out.
Do you think anyone will like it?
Sure. Why? Actually, yeah, I do.
I have comments, but I'm not going to. It's their first episode.
Well, it's not doing very well.
It's not.
1,150,000 views. And they reposted it on their million follower, like, YouTube account.
And with all the viral hogging on the feed.
Yeah, it's not translating at all.
Can you send me the link to it?
Yeah.
Because both of those kids are funny.
Yeah.
Like Little Dickie's
I
show
agree.
was very funny. I like both of these guys. But the thing is, like, people have been podcasting now for 20 years. This whole, like, what do we do? Are people going to like it? It's like, dude, put in a little work. Plan something. That's not like that novel of a thing anymore, where it's like, is anyone going to watch this? Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm walking around the house. Let's just sit down and have a conversation. It's too meta, like it's so meta now.
The meta thing has been done so much.
We've been there, dude. You think you're the first person to make a podcast?
Like, just actually sit down and talk.
Yeah.
But,
I'm hearing Harley just told us he also farted on your couch.
That's fucking disgusting.
That's what you guess now, isn't it?
They not cancel his
The
flight.
thing is that really the fart wouldn't annoy me at all. Normally,
Speak
it's
it to
for
yourself.
some reason just the combination with the dirty teeth.
Exactly what I said.
It just doesn't work.
It's like in Step Brothers when they walk in tuxedos and he thinks it's a joke and then he farts and he goes, okay, now the tuxedos are a little fucked up. Like, okay, you guys are just insane.
We think that we're living at a time, fortunately or unfortunately, that it's
I
like
look like the same version of the same person.
With the hair.
For sure.
Little dicky and little butthole.
Little dirty feet. Little
Friends or Seinfeld came out and it impacted society to the fullest extent, it would actually be better served to be in this multimedia new format. Notice how I'm not calling it a podcast. Sure, the audio. Yeah.
Again, like, maybe this would have been funny like 15, 20 years
You
ago.
don't need all that.
But guys, I already have a show about nothing. You guys are watching it right now. Come on.
Should we talk about some vulnerable
Does
things?
anyone even listen to podcasts? Not a podcast. We'll have to figure out a different word because I don't want it. It's not a podcast.
We've literally been there like 2 years ago.
Yeah, show.
We're back to podcast.
Yeah, we're back to podcasts.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with podcasts, is what I've decided.
Podcasts are.
Why are we trying to
podcasts
run from the word podcast?
People like podcasts. They want
It's what
podcasts.
it is.
They need podcasts. But go ahead. Yeah, I mean, okay.
I really believe that.
Why don't you just speak directly to the camera?
I'm not speaking to the camera.
Just tell everybody what it is.
There's not even a word for what it is. I mean,
Also, like, there's too much happening. Like, there's a handheld cam and shit. Like,
We just did that.
just
Yeah. Ours just minutes ago.
no, but why do they have? He's like, oh, I gotta go to the kitchen and do
I don't know.
like,
You do that all the time.
look at us. Look at our studio.
I don't even think it's handheld. It's on.
Yeah, it's one of those that follow you.
But somebody's controlling it, no?
Yeah.
No, just follows you.
I mean, they're controlling it with a remote, probably.
Someone's got a remote, bro.
I think what Ethan is saying is that they're using gimmicks to make up for the lack of substance.
Thank you. That's exactly
Thank you, Morgan.
Wow. I think that what they need to
That's
do.
because we're doing all the same thing.
No, not stop.
No, we
If
have
they want to
Then,
make
are you
a
not
podcast,
watching our show?
sit down at a table, three of them, have something to talk about, and talk about it, or present it, or something.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We have a duck.
No, I don't. I doubt anybody watched this whole thing because you're like, I get it.
sure, it's a lot of different. I mean, not like I'm getting my laptop. I just want to be kind of on task. I know that we wanted to hang out.
As if I gave anxiety and stuff. I'm having the time of my
Wait,
life.
I just want to. Okay, if you want to tell me about the
How
task.
many cameras?
Anxiety and stuff. I'm having the time of my
Wait,
life.
I just.
We've done this.
Interesting wall fixture, huh?
You got the plans, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done this gag too, by the way.
Is this a model house? Does anyone live here?
Yeah, it looks like it's their house.
I think they said in an interview they called it a studio. I mean, it clearly is a house, but it looks like it's a house that's like
For content? It's a content house.
It's a house. That's some kind. Yeah.
Maybe it's like a pool house.
Maybe.
Oh, it's a nice pool house. It's good as fuck.
Yeah, I mean it could be.
I mean, yeah.
Well, you
nice
can
pool
see there's a
house.
wall here. You can see there's a wall here, so yeah, it's probably detached.
That's almost better than yours.
Or it is.
It is better.
How do you feel
It's
about
way
it?
better than ours.
I feel proud for them. You know? Also,
That's beautiful.
yeah.
This is okay.
That's you. That's what you do, Nora. You go, I'm overwhelmed.
They still have them.
Okay, you want to tell me about the task?
How funny.
Steve.
You like that one? My name's Mara. I'm overwhelmed.
I want to stand up for Tamara a little bit. When I called her out earlier about the camera issue, there was a glitch going on, and
She crashed.
She didn't cry.
No.
She held it together. I'm
She's
very
a
proud
pro.
of her. I'm very proud.
Well, Mara, I know what you're up to. Don't sit back there with a straight face like you are above it. I know what you do. Show yourself.
Time to roar.
Because I know, because see you're smiling, it's not fun. It is funny.
There was a moment when you were outside that I did have a slight. Anyway, let's go back to the show.
Yeah. Fair enough.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
I think people are going to call it a podcast.
Are you reading from a script?
No.
Well, are you reading?
No. If it were up to me,
What's
by
so
the way,
funny? What's with the laughs? Is there anything funny in there?
Because they're unprepared. The joke is that they're unprepared and they don't know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah. But like, if you want to do like a sitcom, you know, situational humor, then do that. Episode 1, trying to make a podcast.
Well, there may be a little genre of one.
I feel like it's just a little bit like
This thing is buzzing, bro.
they just don't want to do a podcast.
They don't.
They want to feel different, but it's like just do the podcast.
Conform, motherfuckers.
Just do the podcast.
Conform, dirty thieves.
No clue.
I like the pioneers of the format, like
Smelling feet.
Right.
Disrespectful to Joe Rogan.
It is really disrespectful to Joe Rogan, actually. You're right.
Now, I'm not asking them to kiss my feet, but what I am saying is that they could. They're clean enough.
Right.
Right.
Try to put the photo up.
I just want to see Dawn, brother.
I think they should come have a conversation with us.
Yeah, I can teach them. I know a lot about this game. No.
So should I do this?
No, do it.
I can't wait to hear the next one. Okay, so, you know, when people consume podcasts, they usually watch the clips online, and they're really kind of stocky and boring, and there's like a microphone sitting there, and the frame sucks. Like, I don't want it to be. Now, if it's up to me,
It's an awful
we're really
shot.
going to reinvent it the way that I would.
Yeah, and a short video.
There's like you can
It
see
is
the top of the
self-aware.
fly.
Cutting to this shot right as he was complaining about other podcasts
Yeah.
is pretty funny.
It's like a forced avant-garde shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be our...
It's very cerebral.
Yeah.
You have to think to get the joke.
It's true.
Wish I could. Everything would look like the zone of interest. It would look like I guess it's a Holocaust movie, but an A24.
You want us?
Because that.
You want to know where the
shot
zone of
camera
interest
would
is,
bring
buddy?
Yeah!
I don't want to be too vulgar. Show it.
That's how you podcast. Sometimes you gotta show these rookies.
There is a pretty interesting drop of information into this.
Oh, Dan.
Yes.
Dan Saxalo?
Yes.
Don't give it to me. I'll get used to it.
Throw it to him.
I'm air sax.
And it looks so, but I don't know that it would really travel online well. Because on a consumption standpoint, it's not true.
I'm like zoning out.
I'm in the zone of disinterest
I hear him following.
That leads me to the next point. We've all heard the word multimedia, or pronounced multimedia. Enough. Enough. It's so boring.
We just want to get in the weeds. I want to have fun and chit-chat.
No one wants to hear like a podcast about a podcast. I was just
Oh, you did
I know
that.
you're doing right now.
Totally up right now.
Damn right, Benny.
Yeah.
At least our podcast is about their podcast.
That's what.
Their podcast is about their podcast.
Well, our podcast is very.
It's like you had a chance to reshoot this, and you chose to broadcast your dirty ass feet.
What's next? Are they gonna ask for title suggestions? What should the thumbnail be?
Yes.
They need sound bites and music. That's the only thing they can say for us. They need a laugh track.
Do they have a
They
sax
need a
guy?
sax man.
Do they have a sax?
He hits that one note crazy.
Yeah. They probably could, yeah.
Well, Benny, I mean, they're both musicians actually, but Benny's
Play the sax.
I mean, he's extremely confident.
dude.
I don't know about that.
You may be the sax man, but I'm the sax man. We're like, fuck. Bad bitches, dude.
Whoa,
That's pretty good.
Whoa.
you're getting better.
You think if they watch this, they'd be confused about what a podcast is?
Yeah.
No, it seems pretty understandable.
They're like, why do they get so many views?
I'd be like, this. Now this is podcasting.
This is podcasting.
Well, I think you can't ignore what happened in this Discord. Pull it up, bro. Pull it up.
What?
This is very interesting evidence. 'Cause I'm realizing that Benny is the pedicure guy. And his feet are always very clean in these photos. He does this pretty often.
He does pedicure?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He's very known for famous, like, do really
That's so
advanced
confusing.
pedicure.
That is insanely
Whoa,
detailed.
that's
Gary really wanted to defend Benny.
That's crazy.
No, I think this is a great, because I have seen these and I always was very,
Is
very
this
intrigued.
drawn on?
Yeah.
That's crazy detail.
And those are some clean ass feet. You know, for a
So
show.
when you get a pedicure, they
Yeah, they
clean it
wash
really good, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. He gets these very, very regularly.
I know.
If you get one
That's so confusing.
But
That
like,
just
so,
confuses me even more.
This says 1 day's worth of dirt to me because he does this pretty
That's
often.
impossible.
No,
I really think so. I really
No.
think so.
I think maybe he doesn't wash his feet in between pedicures. Like he's like, fuck it, I'll wait for the professionals to do it.
Right. He only
I'll leave it to the experts.
cleans. I could.
Wow, that's interesting.
Wait, is that too good?
I don't know.
Honestly, that just confused me one more. I don't know.
This makes me.
Look, dude,
Personally,
the proof
say-
is in the pudding, as they say. Man has dirty feet.
Yeah.
Do the math. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
He might get a pedicure. He might have some lemon on his toes, but at the end of the day, this man's feet are dirty as fuck.
I want to smell feet.
Now you draw whatever conclusion you want from that.
Weird.
He was.
That wasn't me.
I can't wait for episode 2. To be honest.
I am kind of curious at this.
Yeah.
He should just have one dirty foot on the next one and really fuck us up.
That
Just one clean and one dirty.
idea.
Keep them guessing. Yeah.
Never let him know your next move,
Yeah.
baby.
That's what I'm saying, girl.
I have an idea. You want me to tell you guys?
Yeah.
No, I just want to imagine it.
Well, you should imagine it while I tell it to you.
Okay,
And then we can try it.
Let me imagine. Okay,
Okay.
I
All right. Here's what I think we should do. I think we should start upstairs.
Okay.
And you just hear the audio of us upstairs, and then we see shots of like the set so that like everyone's like, what is this? What are we doing? What are they gonna do? Is this a podcast? Is this a live stream? Is this a
Are they gonna know what it is? They clicked on it? No, but that means they know what it is. I don't even know what it is.
but not showing the set in a way that's breaking the fourth wall?
Are we acknowledging we've had this conversation?
You like that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick. It looks
That's
right there. Is it good?
Well, I would like to get to some of those of our own.
Finally, get on this level, brother.
We're just calling it in your house.
Yep.
Wait,
Doing the podcast from your house.
No, that's gonna be a good show. Watch Ethan sit on the couch and play eugenics for 12 hours.
We need to make a little correction. I didn't pick up on that, so I apologize for not fact-checking in real time, but apparently you repeatedly referred to Benny's toe paintings as lemons. Those are
Lime, Susie lime.
and the audience was pretty upset about that, so I just want to do a
Fine,
quick correction.
fine.
You are aware.
That happens to me all the time.
This program was made possible by contributions from viewers like you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our fans, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate the support.
Thank you.
There's 3 channels linked.
They spent so much on like the production.
Well, I do wonder if that was just like an existing house that they rented.
Yeah.
And they shorted the fuck out of that one episode, bro.
Ah, yeah.
Mom, you're being filmed live on a podcast.
It's not live. It's not a podcast. We rigged Dave's entire home. He can't even sell this place. It was like a construction zone.
So it's just gonna open with you on the toilet?
Was that open that way?
Hasn't he done that joke before? No offense, but I think like I've seen him on the toilet.
I feel like it's his signature thing.
That's his.
I mean, he literally had a figurine of him sitting on the toilet there.
Right.
Look at this, at a certain point, you got.
Mom, you're being filmed live.
H3 humor.
I'm just giving constructive feedback as a professional and very accomplished comedic voice for our generation.
What generation?
Little Dicky? Whoever's watching. But
Who are you talking about?
Little Dicky, I'm giving him comedy advice.
I'm getting, I have some messages in the VIP group chat.
Oh, cool. What are they saying?
Donna Klein.
Oh.
She, about 10 minutes ago, had said, what's with the neck brace? It's a gag about fixing Ethan's bad posture, which, I'm sorry, Donna, that was a little bit of a lie that I believe it's not really a gag. It was like a gag. Yeah, you're right. It's not a gag at all. So we're fixing Ethan's bad posture. He's wearing 3 posture correction devices. And then I asked, did you tell him to stand up straight a lot growing up? You said I actually did tell him to stand up.
Yeah, of course. That was based on true events.
And he said, tell Ethan to take ballet. That will straighten his posture. And then she'll send a
Please take
smiley
ballet.
emoji.
Ballet?
No, ballet, like dancing.
Yeah. Please take ballet classes.
I have a They were back.
Now you're back.
Okay, I don't know what the viewers experiencing, but allegedly we're back.
They were seeing the button primarily. Okay. I just buttoned while we were trying to fix it. I won't know until the stream catch up though, if the audio is fixed, so stand by.
I have a question that's a little bit longer. It is kind of interesting, and then we'll move on. The greener pastures.
A little bit.
No, I'm playing third wheel.
We're in a relationship.
We're
We're not married.
Yeah, but you guys are best friends, and it's like, women will relate to what it's like to hang out with your husband and their best friends.
I agree with
It's a
that.
different world.
I think she's the third wheel in this situation. Okay, we're good.
There.
Men and women
Thank you.
are different.
Wow, you got some good chompers. I love them. She.
If anyone kind of looked at me, you did this so soon. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. I was talking, and you looked at me and you go, that's the biggest teeth.
No, but they're really good. They're like perfect teeth. Yeah. Like, and they're so.
Veneers? Anyone gonna ask the obvious question, or are we just gonna suck each other off? Ask her. Are they? This is what the people want to know. Are they real? Let's go.
Wait, the dentist in our town, he had a trademark smile. Chuck, our teeth are just different shades of like. My teeth look nothing like your teeth. Your teeth are just like all the parts on your body. Everything is like a different shade of like green. Like I have terrible teeth too.
No, you guys both have great teeth.
Green.
Okay. They're very funny people. This is borderline unwatchable.
I'd say it's unwatchable.
Yeah.
To be honest, but and I also do like both of their shows. I watch a lot.
Yeah,
of
that's
their
what I'm saying.
shows.
I'm conceding a lot of ground to them that they're both very funny.
Yeah.
The problem is they're like, we're so funny, let's just roll the camera and it'll be great. No. Try harder.
I think it's weird that two best friends look exactly the same. Like, I don't look like my best friend.
Look exactly the same.
I mean, they look very similar.
Same font.
Genre.
Same
Yeah,
font.
same genre,
Yeah, they're
correct.
written with the same font for sure.
Different word, same font. Well, there you fucking go, guys. It's the dirty feet. So, I'm sorry, I come down pretty hard on Benny today. Dirty ass feet. The experiment disproved any claim he would have to normality on that one. And the show. It's 2026. Everybody knows about podcasting. You're not the first podcast, right? Also, why isn't Selena on there? No offense to Dickie's wife, but like, there's another wife who pulls views. No offense, but like Selena Gomez. Clout.
Maybe she'd be better than
That's why she's number one.
Yeah.
That's why she's made it so far in this business.
Right. And that's why she should probably divorce him.
Fuck, man.
What?
It's a little harsh.
What? What?
What? Why are you saying what?
First of all, it's the facility's fault, not mine, he said. What?
Were you not hearing me?
Well, you said something about, what did you say?
I was saying all kinds of things. Do you want to have them?
No, I heard you, I just wasn't.
You didn't hear me. I was trying to get your attention. You weren't looking.
You were always taking a head.
Yeah, and if you were... Stop, bro. Stop. Well, you should take them off.
I feel like I'm not myself.
You feel like home.
But you want to talk to me? Well, I don't want to honor
That's so funny.
But I hear they hear it.
That'll wake you up, huh?
That's the right ear.
I bet you could see his face. He's right in your face, just laughing at you. You can see his gums flapping. You saw that horse and you were scared.
He's trolling. He's just trolling. He's rage baiting you.
Horse cock.
It's so close. Just pull it. Just pull it over that other end. Pull it right on over. You see this? Look.
Little nigga. Oh yeah, Alfredo just called me a spider.
It's just a mess. It's unprepared. It's unfocused. Now what? No one knows what's going on.
Spider-Man nigga. He sent me it in TikTok. And he called me a spadiga.
Yeah, because you whispered it into a microphone and I had headphones on.
Yeah, this is the only way we can communicate.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Nigga.
Alright guys, we're no, I'm not doing this.
Avengers Endgame, but everybody's black.
No, we're not doing it. Guys, we're risking recreating the Benny and Dickie show, okay?
Computer plays a lot of songs you got below Ethan's eardrums off.
Nice. Here's the album of Selena's fans, Enraged by the Dirty Feet.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I was tweeting up a storm.
Selena Gomez urged to divorce Benny Blanco.
Oh, come on.
He exposes his Dirty Feet farts. That's brutal. Yeah, I mean, listen.
That's a little crazy.
I mean, checkmate. Move on to the next guy. A fart and some Dirty Feet later. That's a rock solid marriage. You're like, this is it.
True, actually.
Let's see here. The fact that his feet
Oh, his feet are really dirty.
That filthy makes me sick to my stomach. Like, Selena, what is going on? You guys are apparently fans, but you're being kind of a douche. Because, like, this is her husband. She, you know, like, be respectful.
Yeah.
They think they're doing something like, girl, you deserve better. It's like, shut up, just support.
His dirty feet, he's a very successful person. Who cares if his feet are dirty?
Let's try it out.
What?
I said, nice try.
It's only helping you.
I can't do this.
Yeah, we don't care. It's helping you.
I'm fine.
Help me, help you.
I can't do this anymore.
Do what?
I'm reading a tweet, and you would know that if you pay attention.
I was just doing
Exactly. Exactly. You're not paying attention.
I don't pay attention during the show. Yeah, he doesn't watch the show.
That's not his
job. His job is to play sound bites. I'm listening to this crap.
So you're just playing at random?
Essentially, yeah. You're just really fucking lucky.
What are you, clairvoyant? Sound like
It's
that?
all in the field. It's like playing
We're doing what they're doing.
Can we talk about the tweet
We
from
need to talk
the
about the
screen?
actual content.
Okay,
So this tweet says, I can't do this anymore. What does Selena see in him? And that is so messed up because, like, listen, I am disgusted by the dirty feet, but that has nothing to do with what does Selena see in him.
He's
What are we talking
He's
about?
accomplished, a genius musician.
He loves her, they love each other.
Not apparently, like he does love her. I
Hmm.
don't know. I can't do it.
Well, according to them, they love each other.
Listen, you're just lonely. You need to find yourself a 30 feet hobbit.
What are the chances of Bieber slipping this into like a sneak diss, one of his new songs? I mean, if Olivia was here, she would probably say 100%. I mean, I know they've collabed in the past together, but right, him and Benny, right. Yeah.
Imagine someone showed her this video 15 years ago. Imagine, okay, I don't.
Like a
Imagine if someone showed her this video 15 years ago and said, "This is your future." What do you want her to marry?
It's like
Justin Bieber?
so much, I don't know, what age is her audience? Because they sound like mean girls that are like maybe teenager age.
There's a big spectrum probably.
I don't know for sure, but I bet you a lot of those accounts are in the 40s.
Oh, what?
Damn.
Are in the 40s. You know, the family might be right.
Yeah. No, I think the fan accounts would be my age, 25, because we grew up with her,
You're
25, 26, 27,
okay.
maybe a year younger.
So even for 25, this is crazy.
That's
Yeah.
disgusting. I do not know how someone deals with that. Selena, what do you mean this man is like a super... What do you mean? This man... What do you see in this man? Like, he is super disgusting and has no type of class.
Class? What's class, anyways?
And you know Lisa Station dated some dudes with some funky ass feet. I mean, calm down, girl.
Benny should stop embarrassing Selena. She married a humiliation ritual. Man, you guys just sound lonely.
Yeah.
Free Benny.
Free the dogs.
After the incident, Selena posted on her Instagram reaffirming her love for Benny. What would have been really shocking if she's like, after careful consideration and reviewing the first podcast episode, I decided to end our marriage.
I filed for divorce in LA Superior County Court. I don't care about the deaths versus the actor. What?
I fall more and more in love with you every day. That's the get yourself a girl like that.
That's real.
There you go.
Wow. Flexing on the haters. You know, if she really wanted to disprove the haters, she'd be kissing his dirty foot.
She posts like a foot scrubber.
What? Brand deal, bro.
Yeah.
Foot scrubber for him.
Dan, Tom.
Let's go.
Always thinking ahead.
Yep.
You call him dad because he's bald too.
Yo!
Do we all look alike?
Do we look alike?
I mean,
I see the difference.
How dare you?
Somebody said here in the chat they're acting like you hit her or something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Like, have some perspective.
I feel like they're the same people who are like, oh, Chris Brown is so hot.
I have, you know what, I have a hot take. Get the button ready.
Oh.
Okay. What if Selena Gomez's feet are fucking nasty?
How dare you get button?
Oh my god.
I just don't see
What
it.
if she's worse?
I just don't
And that's
see
why
it,
she
then.
doesn't care.
I don't see it. Show me the evidence.
I don't have any evidence.
Let me type
I acknowledge that.
Don't type it even.
Selena
This speculation on that.
Gomez.
I don't even look it up. I know. But I'm just saying, she has perfect
It's just impossible.
She has perfect feet.
There's a chance.
Here you go, Dan.
What?
Wonder no longer.
Yeah, well, this is curated, dude. This is curated.
No, it's not
But it's
curated.
also
You know they put
recently.
up every fucking thing.
This is curated.
She went on a boat trip recently. There's tons of feet pics.
This
All
is-
she looks
these are
at
old.
like that.
No.
That's just an old
She's
one.
showing
Yeah,
off.
let's not show these.
Why you don't want to
It's a
see
little
it?
weird.
Oh, that's a paparazzi photo. I'm not trying to show that girl down photos.
Wait, also, Dan, do you think that Lena would hang out with somebody that has dirty feet?
I wouldn't hold that against Lena at all. How would she possibly know? I don't even
Even
know.
if she did, I mean, I still would, but...
See, this is very true. And just like how you don't have a problem with Selena, maybe Selena doesn't have a problem with Benny's dirty
Yeah,
feet.
yeah.
It might be because, you know, you got some
Yeah, she doesn't have
walls
dirty feet.
down there.
Her feet are not
Okay.
dirty.
I mean, she's just supporting her husband.
That's possible.
When the whole internet is making fun of him.
1,000% that that's a possibility.
Benny doesn't.
I just want to explore all possibilities.
No, you're right, Dan. We need to consider this time.
Yeah.
So that's
brave of
it.
you to say.
That's all I have to say about that.
I'll ask her next time.
We have fishing with Dan and we have weird soda guessing.
Show her.
Oh, let's drink some sodas.
When you see her, show her a picture of Dan and be like, he thinks you have.
No, I don't. Don't fucking lie to her. That'd be fucked up.
Okay, show her a picture of Tom. They look alike.
Yeah, show her a picture of Tom and say, this guy said you're nasty.
Let's do dishing with Dan first just to make sure we get to it.
Oh, okay.
And then after that,
Yeah,
I will be put to the test with my soda tasting chops.
Okay.
And I will be
Are you
tasting weird sodas
Are you
and guessing the flavor.
Because with your sickness.
Nah, good taste.
Please sit up straight. Please sit up straight. Okay.
Go
Please,
do
help
your
them
thing.
up. Help them up.
Go dish.
Alright, so,
Yeah! Yeah! Whoa!
Womp 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 womp.
That's not
That's the wrong line.
This was
The other button. I know people get us confused a lot. It's actually this is Tom.
That's talking with Tom.
That's talking with Tom. Tea time with Tom. That's Dan over there.
Right there. Do your Pepsi. It's racist.
Hit it, Tamara. Hit it.
so
I don't know. Stop. We have to do a show. We waste way too much time just chit chat. After I lecture down. Stop tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the right one.
I
should have switched
yeah,
seats real fast. I really
I squared away. I just need you to start.
Okay, here we go. So,
Start and now.
So, everybody knows. So, everybody knows that the Epstein situation has continued to play out. Yeah, well, and we're not actually talking about the Billy Boy stuff today, but there were some updates on him. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but he did admit to cheating on his wife with 2 Russian women.
He had a menage a trois.
No, I think these were separate incidents.
2 Russians when he's looking for Russian bride.
Evidently.
Or
something.
They were really smart people, like astro scientists.
If you're curious, like
So he claimed.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look it up. I don't know.
Sounds like a honeypot situation to me, but who knows? Also, it was notable in his coming clean about all of that he didn't mention their ages.
Here's the thing about.
Now, presumably they are over 18, but
It has to be, that would have been way more.
that would have been way more scandalous.
But here's the thing about Bill Gates, because you said it's a honeypot. I say this as a man who comes from somewhat similar pedigree. Nobody wants to have sex with Bill Gates.
Okay.
Nobody's like, I want that man.
Right.
So honeypot confirmed.
Okay. Got it.
Bill Gates came.
So, anyways, we're not talking about Bill Gates here today. We're talking about enemy number 1 in the MAGA world.
Hillary Clinton.
That's right. The
devil.
The devil, the one that it all comes back to, the center of all that is wrong in this country, past, present, and future. Hillary Clinton and her nasty husband.
Dude, I feel like we'd be in such a better timeline if Hillary became president.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And I say that as somebody who's, very mixed on Hillary Clinton. That's no competition.
The real timeline split happened when Gore lost.
That's true. That's a whole other story. She's just chilling. But anyways, so
just chilling in Congress.
Congress is trying to get to the bottom of specifically what they're investigating here is they're basically investigating the investigation. Congress has been issuing subpoenas and taking depositions and testimony related to what went wrong with the Epstein investigation, which, fair. That seems like an important question because we all have talked about it here on the show of how just absurd the amount of evidence of wrongdoing seems to have been, and yet, to this day, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person in prison over any of this, although
She got a puppy.
What's that?
She got a puppy.
Well, look at her.
But then when they realized it, they took it away.
But I'm saying that she's
They
getting
took it away? Maybe that's a punishment. Like, give it and then take it away.
My point is that she's getting treated very kindly in prison.
Oh, yeah.
Look, minimum security prison.
Well, is it more cruel to give somebody a cute little puppy and then take it away? Maybe that's actually
No, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all.
You're right. You're right.
Mark Twain actually said that.
Mark Twain's real name was Samuel Clemens. 100% for that. Did you know who played the sax? Clarence Clemens. Clarence Clemens, yeah. Okay. My favorite person
Let them derail you.
No, it's okay.
Push
I'm
forward.
enjoying the sax part. I don't mind.
Like Thomas the Tank.
You guys fuck a little different instrument. Miles Davis.
Yeah, that's a completely different instrument.
Yeah.
The trumpet.
Guys, it's not.
But tell the guy.
Why are we talking about a trumpet?
Okay, John Coltrane.
Okay, yeah. Let's go back to the second. Why the fuck would you bring up Miles Davis?
Because he's an amazing musician.
Yeah,
Sax talk, bro.
Okay,
yeah.
Brass.
Pay no heed.
You know who played the sax? You know who played the sax as well?
Epstein files, please.
I am. Bill Clinton played the sax.
Wow.
I really
Good one.
played it with.
We're really not getting
My favorite note.
I'll play. Here comes blow on my saxophone.
My favorite string is a G string. Of course, that's the guitar.
Come on, I'm gonna hit your G spot right here. Blow on the saxophone. Right?
And also my favorite chord.
Come on.
G says.
That's right. Yeah.
Computer, mute their mics. Computer, shut them
These
off.
were on topic.
We are on topic. We are talking about the Clintons. So let's first talk. We'll get to Bill. So as I mentioned at the top of the show, Bill is actually in a deposition right now with members of Congress doing his half of this. But Hillary went yesterday.
Okay.
So I was talking this over with some of the people at the office, and I just think that, you know, because of all the negativity around Hillary, you know, even people, you know, people on the left don't like her, people on the right don't like her, and, you know, obviously in 2016 she came very close to defeating Trump, but was very controversial at the time. And I feel like there is a lot of negative bias towards Hillary Clinton and this situation. And when I was kind of giving an overview to some people about it, they were shocked by just some of the simple, plain facts of this. So I think it would be helpful to just read her opening statement. Because I read it and I was like, damn, Hillary, you kind of cooked here.
So, and by the way, just for a note, they wanted a public deposition. It's the Republicans who insisted on being private. I mean, that should tell you all you need to know.
Yeah. I agree, and that is one of the details that there seems to be a lot of misinformation around. Yes, the Clintons strongly pushed for all of this to be done in a public hearing. The Republicans did not want that. Their given reason was that if it was a public hearing, it would turn into a circus. This is extremely ironic.
Give me a fucking
If you know, first of all, if you know the history around Hillary Clinton and her infamous email scandal, it was endlessly investigated in public hearings in Congress in an attempt to humiliate her essentially and drag her through the mud.
The truth is, they're keeping her in a private hearing because they know that she's going to dump on them.
Yes, which, I mean, we don't have the transcript of the hearing yet, although we do have some details, and we'll get there. But again, let's just go through her opening statement. It's not that long. So, Mr. Chairman, ranking members of the committee, as a former senator, I have respect for the legislative oversight, and I expect its exercise, as do the American people, to be principled and fearless in the pursuit of truth and accountability. As we all know, however, too often congressional investigations are partisan political theater, which is an abdication of duty and an insult to the American people. Okay, I can't disagree with that statement. The committee justified its subpoena to me based on the assumption that I have information regarding the investigations into the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Let me be clear as I can, I do not. As I stated in my sworn declaration on January 13th, I had no idea about their criminal activities. I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein. I never flew on his plane, never visited his island, home, or offices. I have nothing to add to that. Like every decent person, I've been horrified by what we've learned about their crimes. It is unfathomable that Mr. Epstein initially got a slap on the wrist in 2008, which allowed him to continue his predatory practices for another decade. Hard to disagree with that, too. Mr. Chairman, your investigation is supposed to be assessing the federal government's handling of the investigation and prosecutions of Epstein and his crime. This is an important point, and this is what I was emphasizing at the beginning. The point of these hearings is to figure out what the hell happened here. Not even specifically like what he did, but like how this investigation could have been.
Who better to ask than Hillary Clinton?
And
the president.
Right. So you subpoenaed 8 law enforcement officials, all of whom ran the Department of Justice or directed the FBI when Epstein's crimes were investigated and prosecuted. Of those 8, only 1 appeared before the committee. 5 of the 6 former attorney generals were allowed to submit brief statements stating they had no information to provide. So she's pointing out, we're all here to figure out why this didn't get investigated properly. There are 8 people who were in charge of this investigation over the years. Of those 8, only 1 was required to appear before the committee. And 5 of the 6 former attorney generals, they just gave like kind of a whatever, I don't know anything statement. And that apparently was fine. This is an excellent point that she's raising here. Why?
She's a brilliant lady.
Even if she has, you know, some association through Epstein through her husband, which she does, he does, I should say, she was not in charge of any of this stuff. And that is the point of this hearing. So anyway, you've had 0 public hearings, refused to allow the media to attend them, including today, despite espousing the need for transparency on dozens of occasions. Again, they keep talking about how they want to get to the bottom of this, they want transparency, And yet, they are not having public hearings on it.
Hillary Clinton.
Right.
Why did this investigation fall apart, Hillary? You were president in 2000.
I'm just chilling.
What was it, 12? What was that?
16.
You won that election. Wait, you didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, we should ask the guy in charge.
Well, she won the popular vote.
Yeah.
They did win the popular vote.
Oh my god.
You made little effort to call the people who showed up most prominently in the Epstein files. And when you did, not a single Republican member showed up for Les Wexner's deposition. Did you know that? So Les Wexner, the billionaire owner of Victoria's Secret that basically gave Jeffrey Epstein all of his money,
Yes.
he was called into this committee. None of the Republicans showed up for that. They weren't interested.
Les
What?
Wexner,
He's the guy.
he looks so guilty.
No, he's
like,
the guy.
He's the guy.
He's
yes.
the guy that gave Epstein all
gave
his
him
money.
money, gave him apartments, like
Power
what?
of attorney.
Yeah, power of attorney.
That is fucking pathetic. Holy fuck, dude.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Who's on that committee, dude? They're just covering it up now.
Pretty wild.
Dude, it's upsetting.
So let's keep going. The institutional failure is designed to protect one political party or public official rather than seek the truth and justice of the victims and survivors. What public official do you think she's referring to there? Is she saying it's all designed to protect? I guess we can just speculate on that. As well as the public who wants to get to the bottom of this matter, my heart breaks for the survivors. I'm furious on their behalf. I spend my life advocating for women and girls, and I've worked hard to stop. Get Chugga Joe out of here. This is not appropriate.
Mara, please.
This is not an appropriate time for that. I've spent my life advocating for women and girls. I've worked hard to stop terrible abuses. So many women and girls. You see what I mean tomorrow? It's not an appropriate time for Joe to be on screen. Stop! Face here, including human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual slavery for too long. These have been largely invisible crimes, not treated as crimes at all, but the survivors are real and they're entitled to better. She goes on, I'm going to skip over a little bit. She talks about her work over the years on this very issue. She's traveled the world, Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia to combat sex trafficking. She signed the Trafficking and Victim, or she pushed for the Trafficking and Victims Protection Act when she was Secretary of State, yada, yada, yada. She's basically shown her credentials as somebody that has spent a decent chunk of her career going after sex trafficking. Infuriatingly, the Trump administration gutted the Trafficking in Persons Office at the State Department. This is the department that she helped set up, cutting more than 70% of career civil and foreign service experts who work so hard to prevent trafficking crimes. Okay, this is, I think, fair to bring up when we're talking about how seriously we are about getting to the bottom and stopping these kinds of crimes.
Tell me why
Actions
these
speak
debt
louder than words.
consolidators, when
Department
they're like,
and the State
oh, we
Department
could do all this
that
for
goes
you,
after
you
this
just
kind
have
of
to pay
stuff. Trump
$149,
cut their budget by
and then I was just like,
5%.
okay, well, what if I don't have the money? And they're
This
like,
is a
oh,
tragedy.
well,
This is a
$40. I
scandal.
was like,
Deserves vigorous investigation
okay,
and
but
oversight.
like, I have bills and
the
stuff.
committee
And they're like, okay, well, do you have like $1 on it? I was like,
steps are needed to fix it.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna say. If you have $1, pay him the $1, or just be like, yeah, I'll pay you right now. I'll send it. I just have to get my card information. I'll do that right now, and then just don't.
I would ensure that the lawful redactions of those files protected the victims and survivors, not powerful men and political allies. Again, calling attention to the fact that in the released files, they essentially accidentally doxed a number of the victims, while seemingly being very careful to remove potential perpetrators' names from
including the torture guy.
Including the torture guy, right. I would subpoena anyone who asked on which night there would be the, quote, wildest party on Epstein's Island. We've talked about that here quite a bit. I agree. Why has Elon Musk not been called up?
Doesn't get worse.
Yeah.
Yes. I demand testimony from prosecutors in Florida and New York about why they gave Epstein a sweetheart deal and chose not to pursue others who have been implicated. Yes. Again, like Hillary Clinton or not, everything that she's listing here, I cannot disagree with. These are very obvious steps that should have been taken a long time ago.
This actually,
and it's obvious to everybody. Come on, like, who are we kidding?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. I doubt the partisans are like, wow, we're putting attention up to less Westerners. Like, do they care? Is anyone talking about that? Like,
I really wonder, are they just like deeply in denial right now? Because it's very obvious what's happening.
A lot of people who are upset. But also, I don't know how much they're looking into it.
I mean,
the details.
we'll get into it. I mean, Hillary, we're going to see her, she did a press conference afterwards where she commented on a little bit and talked about the type of questions that a lot of the Republicans were asking her. It's quite humorous. She did acknowledge that there were a couple of Republican congresspeople who asked her questions that were actually relevant and could potentially point in a direction to get something. So, again, there are, and we talked about this last time, the guy who's teamed up with Rokana, Thomas Macy, I believe his name. So he is a Republican who seems pretty earnest about wanting to get on this. There's also, in the twist of the century, MTG, though she is no longer in Congress because she resigned, but Marjorie Taylor Greene, who once upon a time was Trump's strongest soldier, quite literally.
She the dude that gave someone a hand job in a theater?
No, that's Bobert, and she comes up in this story. Actually, there's a Bobertism in this story, so we'll get there. So we're almost there.
While she was in office, by the way.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We demand that Secretary Rubio and Attorney General Bondi testify about why this administration is abandoning survivors and playing into the hands of traffickers. It would seek out officers on the front lines of this fight and ask them what support they need. It would put forth legislation to provide more resources and force this administration to act, but none of those things are happening. Instead, you have compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation, in order to distract attention from President Trump's actions and cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers. In this committee, if this committee is serious about learning the truth about Epstein's trafficking crimes, it would not rely on press gaggles to get answers from our current president on his involvement. It would ask him directly under oath about tens of thousands of times that he shows up in the Epstein file.
Boom. I would love to put her in charge of it.
If the majority was serious, it would not waste time on fishing expeditions. There is too much that needs to be done. Right. What is being held back, who is being protected, and why the cover-up? My challenge to you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, is the same challenge I put to myself throughout my long service to this nation. How to be worthy of the trust the American people have given to you. They expect statesmanship, not gamesmanship, leading, not grandstanding. They expect you to use your power to get to the truth and do more to help survivors of the Epstein crimes, as well as the millions more who are victims of sex trafficking. There it is. That's the statement. So, actually, again, I don't think you have to like Hillary Clinton to. You could even think she's lying and she is guilty of being associated with Epstein. None of the things that she enumerated here as steps that should be taken are incorrect, in my opinion. So you can completely set aside any personal feelings you have about her. Any speculation about her involvement in it. I mean, she's not wrong that the people that would have the answers that everybody wants are not being asked those questions.
Yeah.
And as she pointed out, having her deposed has zero value to the investigation.
This specific investigation.
Or relevance.
Yeah, this specific investigation is about what went wrong with the investigation. Hillary Clinton never had anything to do with the investigation. So even if, again, just plays devil's advocate, she's completely guilty. She eats babies. She drinks baby blood. It's all true. It's all true. Play devil's advocate for a second. She would still not have any answers for this committee.
She wasn't in charge.
She wasn't in charge of any of these investigations.
If she lost.
Right.
One president.
She was not the president.
She was Secretary of State under Obama, right?
Secretary of State under Obama.
So maybe you could ask her about that time. I don't know. But
again, that you would want to ask Eric Holder, Obama's Attorney General, or somebody like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think that's totally legitimate. In fact, she called that out when she said the 6 Attorney Generals. Yeah. That would be during Obama's term as well, and Biden. We're talking all the way Bush, Obama, Trump 1, and Biden. So we have both parties there, and she's saying, ask the people that were in charge of the investigation during that time. I think that's a completely reasonable request. So
I met Eric Holder, by the way.
You met Eric Holder?
Yeah.
Through your dad or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. At an NAACP dinner, yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
All right. So that was her statement. So I just wanted to read that because, I suspect a lot of people wouldn't take the time to actually go through what she's saying. And Hillary is she's such a loaded figure in politics that I think people have their preconceived notions about her and don't really need to engage with what's actually happening. But the fact is, she wanted a public deposition to talk about all of this. They refused to give that to her. They said you've got to do it behind closed doors. And if you actually look at what she is saying about this, regardless of any feelings you have for her, anybody who's serious about wanting answers with this situation, I don't think can disagree with what she laid out. So, they do the deposition. It lasts for roughly 6 to 7 hours of questioning. During the deposition, a little something got posted to Twitter by a friend of the show.
You gonna wait, motherfucker?
It's meant to be like private.
This is just like a deposition. And all of a sudden, Benny Johnson, breaking the first image of Hillary Clinton testifying under oath about Jeffrey Epstein to the Republican Oversight Committee. This is the first time Hillary has had to answer real questions about Epstein. Clinton does not look happy. Photo provided by Lauren Boebert.
That's the girl who gave a hand job in the
Yeah, and Hillary never gave a hand job in movies there, that we know.
Nah, I don't know of any reporting about that.
Actually, she's not.
Yeah, well, some of the other women.
Wait, so why are they posting a picture? Are they allowed to?
No.
Look at all the watermarks.
Look at the watermarks. In case you were wondering about
Benny Show, Benny Show, Benny Show, Benny Show, Benny Show.
What are they doing?
Benny Show, Benny Show, Benny Show.
They really want you to know.
So, and nobody tells them to take it down?
They do. I guess they weren't able to have him take it down. But this, so Lauren Boebert sneaks a creeper shot of Hillary Clinton while she's in there.
Which is funny because once again,
Benny Johnson, he puts it online. It immediately gets back to them in the room, and they actually adjourn. Yes, during, and they pause and interrupt the deposition.
Wow.
Basically derailing the whole thing while they figure out what the hell just happened.
Oh my God.
Because these things are very tightly controlled and negotiated and agreed upon, and one of the things is that, you know, it's supposed to be closed door. Now,
the picture is not that subtle about who sent it.
Yeah,
So they gotta feel like the biggest asshole when they stop the proceedings.
I don't think she.
I don't know if Lauren Boebert has much self-awareness, if I'm being honest.
It's like dealing with children. What is going on?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I don't know why they thought this was interesting or a good idea. If anything, it just derails things. Again,
And it's just a creeper shot. Like, what is it helping anybody? Who cares?
If we're serious, are we serious about this investigation or not? Like, what are these games? Like, what's happening here? And again, Hillary wanted it public.
Right.
It's the Republicans that didn't want it public. So why is a Republican now leaking photos?
I mean, Hillary's like, push the video button.
Right, exactly. Exactly. So now part of all this and the way that they're sort of they're laughing it off is that this testimony will be made public eventually, a transcript of it, but not before. Basically, it's going to go through lawyers, and that's like part of the deal is that you know, things can be struck from the record and everything. I mean, you guys have done depositions before, you know how it goes. So, like, the transcript of the deposition is different than it being a public hearing, obviously. But regardless, it's just bizarre, and it just, I think, really demonstrates a lack of seriousness on the part of, you know, the GOP members. Now, like I said before, Hillary Clinton, she did give a little bit of credit to, what's his name, the main dude, Comer, who was running, he's the chairman, James Comer, of this committee. She did say that he had some decent questions, but some of the questions she got were super weird.
Well, I have just finished test.
When's the last time you watched a video of Hillary Clinton speaking? It was kind of tripping me out.
She looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is from now?
This is from right after.
Oh.
She sucked the life force out of a bill.
Yeah.
You sure did.
Yeah. Oh God, Bill, you warned dog.
She looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Damn right.
It's the adrenochrome or whatever, right?
What, they cut it off or what?
Maybe. Well, he got caught.
You're cut off.
He got caught, so he's cut off.
You're a liability.
Yeah. All right. So let's listen to a little bit of her conversation.
I answered every one of their questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance. So whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a
challenge in the beginning because we agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand. And one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements. So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would
What
be.
happens to
Oh yeah, do you kick her off? Like,
So I looked into this, and really the only consequence of that kind of thing, of violating like a congressional rule, is Congress itself punishing her, either like voting to censor her, or, I mean, theoretically impeaching her or something. Will the Republican-controlled House of Representatives do anything about that? So basically, there's really no consequence. Sorry,
what a classless fucking loser. That's what they could go to get a handy in a fucking theater. Surrounded by families and shit, by the way. It wasn't like a Pee-wee.
Beetlejuice 3 years ago.
It wasn't like a Pee-wee Herman situation where he's like in an adult theater jerking off.
Yeah.
No, she was at a family event.
That's really fucking right out of
By the way, and just another detail, I don't mean to slut shame, but it was a first date.
Wait, how do you know that?
That was part of the story.
Andy in the theater on the first day.
What?
That's a W. I'll remind you, she also, okay, actually, let me be careful here. Her husband, I believe, is a registered sex offender for pulling out his dick.
Yes.
Pulling out a,
Yes.
I think she might have actually caught a charge for that same incident, so she might technically have a sex offense charge too, but I'm not. Google it. I don't know. That's what I'm not.
Look it up.
Her husband, for sure.
Oh my god.
Or I think, I'm sorry, ex-husband.
I have a recollection of this being on a body. Memory
It was CCTV of them leaving.
Wait, you're talking about the
I remember both of them were.
I was about her ass.
footage of the, I don't know.
No, there was a photo. There was a photo.
There was, yeah. The bowling alley incident?
No, of her jerking off to that.
There's CCTV.
Yeah, there's full video evidence of them walking and leaving their room.
Jason Bober,
Yeah,
ex-husband, U.S. Rep. Lauren Bober pleaded guilty to reckless endangerment in June 2024. Well, that was recently. On 2 separate incidents involving domestic altercations, who was sentenced to 6 months on supervised probation. Wait, what is that's unrelated? Hold on.
I think she was not sexually. She was not charged.
Okay, so she didn't get. That's why I was being careful because I didn't.
He did time for lewd exposure in a bowling alley.
Yeah.
She was there.
Bowling alley.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, her and her husband were screaming at accosting. They were like pissed off at a group of teenagers, and they were yelling at them. And the husband, in like his fury, decided to whip his dick out. Yeah, he's trying to assert dominance. It is a really weird story.
Here's an accounting of it. Trish and I were standing at the snack bar. She came up and looked at my tattoo on my back. And she pulled down her sock and said, "Look, mine is fading," she wrote. Her tattoo may have been omitted. Then Jason said, "I have a tattoo on my dick." Trish and I said, "Yeah, whatever," and turned away to ignore him. Then Jason came up behind us and pulled his penis out of his pants.
Wow, it's even worse than I remember.
His thumb was covering the head, and all we saw was the shaft.
Oh my
Trish
god.
and I turned away and went and told Larry. This was the Larry Macau, the owner.
That's pronounced macaw.
Macaw.
They call it callback even.
Yeah, Macaw. The owner of Fireside Lane and Rifle Colorado, called the sheriff department. Bobert had refused to leave and became belligerent. Bobert told deputies he had not exposed his penis, but had stuck his thumb through the fly of his pants as a prank.
Nice try.
Trisha Whaley's disputed that.
As if that's funny.
I know that wasn't a thumb because thumbs aren't 6 inches long. Lauren Bobert told deputies she had not seen the exposure happen. Anyway.
Was there a tattoo on his cock? Did we ever find that? I guess.
Sounds like there is. I mean, sounds like we don't know what.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Somebody in the chat said bro thinks he's Lyndon B. Johnson. Do you know about that whole thing?
No.
Yes.
A former president of the United States, Lyndon B. Johnson, there are tons of stories that apparently, as like a power move, he would whip his dick out in the White House all the time.
Really?
To like dudes, like to other guys.
Very well endowed.
And apparently he had a massive dick, and he just whip it out, like intimidate dudes. This isn't that long ago. This is in the 1960s.
1960s. They go down like that back in the day.
guess so.
I know for a fact.
So I have a few questions. When was the date? Is she not married at the time?
I think they got divorced. Which
So it would have been really recently.
on her.
No, this
happened in like 2021, I would say. 2021,
2004.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was asking about the jerk off.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
2023. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so it is really
That was
recent.
very recent.
She was in office.
Yeah, she was.
I mean, she should capture charge for that.
And she's in the government?
Why wouldn't
Sure
why,
is,
why wouldn't she?
I don't know.
She's part of the government?
Exactly, that's why.
It's a great first date story.
They were vaping as well.
She's in the.
Oh, right, they were vaping in the
She's the one that took the
She's
photo.
in that photo? Oh
She's the one that took the photo.
Oh my god, I'm just like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's wild.
You want to see a photo? I mean, you want to see it's not graphic. Over jerking dude off in theater.
Somebody said, didn't Crowder do something similar? Yes, he did. Allegedly. By a lot of ex-employees.
Wow.
Newly released footage of the night in question appears to show her exposed breasts being fondled by her date for an extended. Yes.
What?
I didn't know that.
I don't remember that part of the story.
For an extended period of time while she had turned dawdles around his lap with her hand.
What?
They have pointed out on social media, having seen the footage, children were seated all around the couple that.
Oh my god.
What they
This
were
is the person who is going to get to the bottom of the pedophile ring.
Oh my god.
Lauren Boebert was jerking her date off in public while he gropes her in a theater where children were present, and yet she continues to attack LGBTQ people as threats to children.
Yeah, why?
Journalist and clinical instructor Alejandra
And that's how I met
Carvalho.
Well, there you go. So
wait, hold on, don't show the screen.
Okay.
I don't know that. Oh, it's gone. There was a link that said footage of the event, but
I have a video.
Yeah, I want to see it. Just don't show
The
it.
fucking theater's
Damn.
packed, dude. I was thinking it was like a Monday night.
We watched all this at the time.
I don't remember watching that video. I saw it. Okay, here, real watch.
Yeah, we watched it. I don't remember the video. That's crazy.
So, here she is.
Okay.
Oh, you see there's a kid
She's
walking in?
vaping. That is so fucking ridiculous.
They're also like not in the back at all. They're just totally
In the aisle.
in the center.
Row.
And an alley.
Right, that's a good point. That's a good point. People are going to go to the bathroom.
Everybody will see them.
Bro,
It's not in the back.
in front of them in line of fire. You might People will not
Taking
believe what I saw.
She's taking selfies during the play.
She's trash.
Yeah, he must be drunk.
She's an alcoholic on top of everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, I'm an alcoholic. I never give handjobs in movie theaters.
Oh look, somebody's telling her to stop. She's like dancing and being annoying.
Yeah, this would be infuriating.
The lady behind her told her to show the
Yeah. And she's doing it again.
She's
This
trash.
seems like a Chappelle sketch again.
Yeah, she's dancing like she's in a bar.
Yeah.
Everyone else, I feel like that guy is embarrassed.
Well,
He got lucky.
I think he's got something else on his mind.
yeah, you got something else.
He got a in the theater handy, dude.
Very rare.
Here they go.
Thank you, Nick Boris, for the 5 gifted, by the way. Just came in. Thank you very much.
So this is when they got kicked out.
Yeah.
Oh, they got kicked out.
Yeah.
Thanks for the hand job.
Yeah, and I remember we watched this. We watched this on the show that shall not be named back in the day, and we were really cracking up at the time because not only was there footage of them leaving, but they had like CCTV of like all of the building. Like basically, they were like there was footage of them walking all the way home for some reason. We had footage of everything of this incident.
This might even be more than alcohol. She might be on other drugs. This is insane.
Apparently the story of how she met her husband is also a major red flag, people are saying.
Oh, what's that?
Because it sounds like she was a high schooler working at Burger King. And he was not.
They started dating when she was underage?
She was a high schooler.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that guy's a sex criminal. And
Alright,
she's down.
That's what I read.
Let me confirm. I'm
Yeah.
seeing this place to sue.
That's why I was being very careful. I know the stuff about the husband. I couldn't remember her involved in these.
Oh, okay.
Yelling
Okay. I'm just learning all this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yo, bro, I met this high school girl that
The split?
box tonight.
Yeah, that was fake news. She worked at McDonald's, not Burger King.
Oh,
yeah,
that's the problem.
The couple met when she was working at McDonald's at the age of 16, and he was 22, according to Business Insider. Oh my god.
I was about to say
yeah. Thank you, Keemstar.
16.
Oh, so I guess they're saying they broke no Colorado law for the relationship.
Colorado, a 16 state? It might be. There's a surprising amount of states that still have 16 or 17.
Yeah, she wrote they did not break any Colorado laws while they were dating, and her mother approved of their relationship. The age of consent in Colorado is 17.
Here they are, back where it all started.
That's my spot.
Yeah.
That's just me and my man, I'll tell you, brother. I like to whip my dick out and show it to the gals. The youngins. I got a tattoo on my cock. You want to see?
I gotta know what it is.
Oh, man.
We the people.
That's a good point, Tom. Yeah, I actually.
The Constitution.
The whole Constitution.
The Bill of Rights.
Damn. All right.
Here's his mugshot.
Oh, there you go.
Do they pan down at all? Or?
Arrested on misdemeanor charges. Here I am.
I think this is from a different. This is a totally different incident.
Yeah.
I think. Didn't he get into a fight with like
There's been
a snowplow guy or something?
So here's the let's begin the investigation by asking who assigned her to this committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Why is she still assigned to anything?
Well, she's compromised. Like, I'm sure they have a bunch of shit on her, too.
No, seriously.
They need to get her to say whatever the fuck.
Maybe she gave him a hand job to get on the committee.
That is possible.
Who assigned her to this fucking committee?
I mean, presumably.
A sex criminal.
You know, I know that there's a lot of politics in Congress about. Homer would have allowed her, but I'm not. Google it. I'm not totally sure.
I don't know. Look up.
Look it up. Beetlejuice. That's how. Yeah. Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice was made possible by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
What a crazy.
All right. So that was we got a little sidetrack there. That was Hillary mentioning Wilbur without saying her name.
And we return to answer questions repetitively, literally, over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his islands. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and
Oh my God.
Let me guess, Lauren Boebert.
Kill me.
She does not say, but she says that she was asked questions about UFOs and Pizzagate.
Oh my God.
Now, the Pizzagate, like, as crazy as it is, the Pizzagate is the less absurd one of them.
Yes, because there is a lot of pizza in the emails.
But that's always in the emails.
But why are we asking her? Why are we not asking the people in the emails?
And specifically, let's be clear. The Pizzagate conspiracy, though there are echoes of the Jeffrey Epstein, allegations.
Yeah.
They have nothing to do with one another. It's different allegations, different people, different like. Epstein at no point was part of the Pizzagate conspiracy, which we should be clear has been entirely debunked. But regardless,
now it got a second life now because
they're talking about pizza.
There's pizza mentions in the emails that don't make sense.
Right.
And like other stuff like jerky and grape juice or something.
Sure.
There's weird mentions like that.
Right. Well, regardless, the UFOs. Why are we talking about that?
What?
Hillary, I want to take this opportunity to ask you something totally besides. But I know you was president, weren't you? No, I wasn't. Oh, okay. But let me ask you anyway. Did you know about UFOs? Any current records?
This is the irony of like.
I didn't access the script. Oh, okay.
I can't handle it.
They gotta know.
They're going so hard at her for the emails, and meanwhile we have emails of an actual sex or pedophile ring, the real deal.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Right there.
And they're not doing anything about it.
Yeah. So.
A series of questions about
This is why people like this song who are like, it doesn't matter, it makes no difference. Like, Republicans are the party of just like completely belligerent, tasteless, just stupidity and hypocrisy. and just complicity. It's just pathetic, dude. I mean, they're dumb. Like, they celebrate fucking ignorance and being a moron. Like, Lauren Boebert was put in the same room as Hillary Clinton to ask to investigate. Like, these are not quality people.
They're not serious people.
That's embarrassing.
She's not even qualified to manage the Burger King. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That she's trying to a big start. So, I don't know. That's why you vote, guys.
That's why you vote.
Conspiracy theory that was propagated on the
And then sometimes you do vote, and the person who wins the most votes doesn't win because we live in a bizarre, arcane times in this country.
internet.
But also sometimes you vote even if you don't absolutely love over the hills for the candidate because
Yeah, no.
they're better than the worst one.
I agree, and I was just making a joke because in Hillary's case, she's in that unique position where she won the popular vote but did not win the election, which I think is a very sexist person.
Right.
Well, it's very rare that happens, actually. It's only happened at a few times recently, eh?
It happened with Al Gore.
Yeah.
Al Gore won the popular vote, and Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, and both of them lost the election.
There you go.
Yeah. Twice
Well, it
in
happened
my
to-
lifetime, probably that's too many times.
The last election we voted in Israel, it happened that basically the opposition won, but then couldn't.
Well, in Israel, they have
Different.
parliamentary politics, which, that
But
all
it
kinds
was
of
like
wacky
the
shit
same
can happen.
feeling, like
Yeah.
people wanted this person, and then
Parliamentary system seems even goofier.
it's very
Like,
complicated.
Different set of goofy.
Today I'm proud
Yeah,
to announce
It has some positives, it has some.
Yeah.
that we are partnering with the legalized bestiality group.
Right.
They got 2% of the vote, and now they have a powerful government.
I think it's great
Yes.
here that you can't have the same person over and over and over again. So there's a limit.
With the president, there aren't limits on a lot of positions, though. Like for
Yeah,
instance, senators can run indefinitely.
Supreme Court.
Yeah, Supreme Court.
So it's a mixture, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of debate. There's a lot of people in this country that want term limits for all, and there's I think decent arguments for it. There are some decent arguments against it as well, but I don't know. I do agree that when we wind up with like Dianne Feinstein and people like her who are in their late 80s and are barely coherent, and they are somehow still, just being shuffled around in a wheelchair by their staff and told how to vote. That's a problem.
She's dead.
So yeah, that is true.
Mitch McConnell, who's probably died.
I think he has been dead. Yeah, he might be dead.
He is
Just keep
dead.
cloning him. He's Weekend at Bernie's situation.
The spirit was called upon.
Yeah. All right. Well, so I think we're almost done.
That was surveyed as the basis of a member's questions to me. So I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end, when contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of Les Wexner. And when I said that, I had to point out that the only question that any Republican member asked of any of the people that deposed was of former Attorney General Bill Barr when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations in his view about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So at the very end of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was...
So if you're not following, she was giving credit to the committee chair, who is a Republican,
Who signed over?
Huh?
Who was signed over?
The one who was signed over, yeah. Well, we said we don't know, and that they should Google that. I'm not...
Well, I don't know.
I really don't know. Anyway, she's giving a little bit of props to the one Republican on the committee that, in her view, asked some actual relevant and serious questions. And so, there, like we said before, there are a handful of Republicans, some from very unexpected quarters, that do seem to have some integrity, and at least on this issue, and want to get to the bottom of it, regardless of if it ends up making other Republicans or Trump look bad. And for those people, yeah, you should acknowledge that, like the Thomas Massey guy, who I think otherwise is not somebody that I certainly would never vote for or support. But I do have to acknowledge that he seems like the real deal when it comes to that Epstein stuff. So,
but then how do you end up with such a fucking circus and deposition?
Well, I am starting to feel more optimistic about all of the Epstein stuff, which may be naive of me, but it just seems like there are enough people in politics that have accepted the reality that this has reached a critical point where it is no longer viable to just ignore this and pretend like it's not going away. It has become a total sensation in the American public. I mean, it's just like, and I don't mean that in like a positive way, obviously, but it really is. It's like it's a cultural meme at this point. Like everybody is talking about the Epstein files. It permeates into comedy, and late night shows are making jokes. Like it is like,
yeah.
And that isn't always the case, especially in this day and age with how media is. Everything moves on so quickly, and it seems like a big story and it disappears in 48 hours and we've all moved on to the next thing. That is not happening with the Epstein files. Like people are not letting it go. And so some of these investigations do seem to be getting somewhere, and I think it's super significant. I know they were manipulated and poorly redacted and everything. It's still super significant that we got that email dump. I mean, and as we've seen, like it really is
a big one.
Yeah.
Big massive dump.
That was a big massive dump.
We talked about Prince Andrew getting arrested. I can't recall, but I think it was right after that episode. But that other guy, Ward Mandelson, who was also implicated, he's been arrested now too. So people in his circle are being punished, just not ones.
Just not in America.
Yeah, exactly. I see the private sector, both in America and all over the world, are kicking CEOs out of their positions. England, royal family, government are kicking people out. The one place that remains, also all over Europe,
where it all happens.
The one place that remains, U.S. government, no accountability, literally fucking zero, and I find that absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's so weird to me.
Well, I do think it's heading in that direction. Hopefully, just the signs that we're seeing, and again, just and that's up to us too. Like I was saying, I mean, a big part of the reason that it isn't going away is because people are not letting it go, and we shouldn't. Nobody should let up on this, and until we get real answers. And again, like her, dislike her, think she's a pedophile, baby eater herself, whatever you think of Hillary Clinton, I direct you to the steps that she listed in that opening statement, because I really do think she's right, that is, like, if we want real answers, that's the blueprint right there. It's exactly what she laid out. Those are the people that have the answers that we all want.
Here's the accountability I want. Have you seen this new photo? This is my favorite.
Let's see.
Stephen Hawking. Sitting with two women and the Epstein files.
That needs to be on a Supreme drug.
So I did look into this a little bit.
Yeah.
And just so I don't want to totally exonerate Stephen Hawking from being a creep here. The family or estate of Stephen Hawking said that these two women were his longtime assistants and nurses that traveled around with him.
Nurses, right?
Well, my point is, these are not.
Why do they drink alcohol?
If they're having like a day off or something.
Yeah, they are on Epstein Island. The point is that
they are on the island.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
That's even worse.
I take it back.
No, because we already knew that. There's photos of him.
I wasn't sure.
I didn't know it was on the damn island.
On the island?
It was at a 2006 science symposium. I don't think it was on the island. I think it was on one of the islands nearby. But it was part of the same trip.
Here's all the details.
I'm getting information that that's actually a broker. And, That's a joke. That's a joke.
A photo of Stephen Hawking with two women in bikinis has emerged. Family spokesman said the two women were the late physician's caretakers. The photo was taken at a science symposium in 2006. Representatives for Hawkins' family did not immediately respond to. What was the context that it was in the Epstein files?
So it was happening at Ritz-Carlton in St. Thomas, which I think is the
That's
island.
right there.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right there.
And I think
Epstein attended that symposium and snapped a photo of him.
Shit.
So my point was, I'm not totally exonerating him, but I don't believe that those women were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
They are not victims. They are employees of Stephen Hawking.
Fine.
Good, man. You know what I like about Stephen? Just the one day you could see the smile and the joy on his face. The thrill of being alive. And he has this childlike wonderment that, I'm sorry, just very inspiring.
I gotta say, so far, my favorite thing of this whole Epstein thing that's going on is the Ro Khanna moment where he lists the names of the 6 co-conspirators that were redacted.
Right. Yep.
And he's like, in 30 minutes, I looked at this stuff, and these names should not be redacted, and I'm gonna say them.
The torture guy.
The torture guy, yeah.
Tom, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, Stephen Hawking reminded me. Dan, I think I sent this to you, but like a month ago, it was all over my TikTok feed. Stephen Hawking in like X Games, like superimposed, on a half pipe.
Yeah.
Dude, I never get tired to look at them, and I guess I watched them too much. I would open up TikTok, and there would just be like 10 of those.
And your whole feed is Stephen Hawking.
Dude, I never got tired of it.
So I think the science thing was funded by Epstein.
Yeah, so I mean that's why he has so many associations with these mathematicians and physicists.
It was.
Because he was a big donator to MIT and he had all these foundations and everything. And
it was funded by him. The professional conference in 2006 was funded by him.
The whole thing.
Here was the other one that I was talking about. Here he is in Epstein's submarine. This was also in the Epstein files.
We all live in a bathtub. Here are we.
Wowie.
Wowie, wow, wow.
Can he perform?
Huh?
Can he perform stuff?
Evidently, yes.
He was a ladies' man.
Yeah, he was kind of. I know he's a little silly, but he was known as a bit of a pervert.
Charming fella.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Oh, pervert.
Yeah. No, he like cheated on his wife.
Yeah.
With
one of his
sisters,
nurses.
right?
Yeah. Wait. He left his wife over.
It's all adding up.
And did Jeffrey Epstein recruit the system by chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
That I don't know, and I don't want to allege.
Got it.
The estate of Stephen Hawking is around.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, you. I'm sorry.
People being shocked by Epstein having a submarine. Yeah, he had a submarine. He had a fucking jet. This dude, he had it all. Wow. It was crazy.
He didn't have Neverland. Dan.
He didn't have Neverland, and he didn't have a clean conscience.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't, Dan.
Dude, I can't.
You're being silly right now, Dan.
Sit the fuck up.
You think Epstein Island's impressive? You should see my ranch.
It's actually even more amazing. I'm just making that much noise because you're not even wearing it.
I'm free.
If they ever open Neverland to the public,
that's silly.
We gotta shoot a video there.
They'll never do that.
That was
Stop.
Wait, hold on. Exploring Neverland.
Exploring Neverland and have Ethan full costume.
Did someone just buy it?
Yeah, it was like mega on discount.
I think Christian Auditor bought
it. It was like mega on discount.
Did you buy it?
I can't afford it even on discount.
It was sold in 2020 to billionaire businessman Ron Burkle for $22 million.
$22 million for that estate?
Yeah.
Originally listed $100 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
$100 million. That's what it's worth, man.
Because like,
it's all the memories. It's priceless.
You're kind of like buying a bunch of like useless crap. Because all those like carnival rides and shit that he has, those are probably all like rusted. And
maybe you, Dan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude. You know, like how people like buy old like storage units and sell their shit. I think you can sell everything there probably.
Right.
You can sell every spoon, every fucking nail.
That's true.
There's a comment that in Argentina they're also talking about Epstein files, and they still don't have justice for the unique Argentinian confirmed in the list. A hairdresser called Giordano.
A hairdresser?
What's his name?
I don't know. We look it up. I don't know.
Perpetrator.
I don't. know if that is a woman's name.
It sounds like it is something that they want to get justice and they haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, well, justice, I mean,
And
get in
then
line.
it also somehow is related to a new trend. I don't know how.
I don't know.
If you guys can expand on that, it sounds funny.
Well, I can't. It's the same with Swedish TikTok and European TikTok. They're all like doing the same thing as what's happening on the American TikTok. Like we're all just trying to call out people that's mentioned in the files, which is sick. It's awesome. Though.
I found an article about it. This Roberto Giordano. It's an old local adage that goes, "There's always an Argentine." It means that in key world events, it is more than likely that an Argentine is involved. The Epstein list is not an exception to this rule. Oof.
3 million emails.
Yeah, so he was a stylist, hairdresser, and businessman who organized and hosted popular televised fashion shows. So he's in the fashion world.
He's a
he had a lot of fashion world connections. So this is adding up.
Wait, is that Jogi Joe?
No.
Jogi Joe?
Where do you see Jogi Joe?
On the left.
I don't
Get back here.
All right, listen, guys. Thank you, Dan, for the dish.
You're welcome.
Great.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
So we probably don't have a ton of time. We got in my Instagram feed. There's some people I found.
Nathan, if you could, you're not wearing the headphones, so you can't hear, but
I can hear fine.
the graphics fine.
This program was made possible
Wait,
by
Dad,
contribution.
I just realized we have like total control over this. Turn off all of the monitor speakers. Oh, then he can't hear without the headphones.
Yeah, that would be
Right.
a show.
Yeah, because you would have to wear the headphones. We'll just wear the headphones and you can hear it.
I'm caught in a rock in a hard place. I don't know what to do right now.
You know
I have
exactly.
two people. I don't know what to do right now.
Right. Well, you can listen to me and you can turn down the
Are
monitor
you
speakers.
finding the headphones uncomfortable?
They're okay.
It's kind of like overwhelming.
I don't feel like myself. I know that sounds
Me
bad.
too. Me too.
Why is that?
I'm not as funny with that.
I disagree. I feel like you've been pretty funny today. But it might have more to do with the Dayquil.
Maybe no. I have a hard time with it. I don't know. Maybe we just need to get used to it, but it feels weird.
I feel like it's worth getting used to, in my opinion.
I'm going to try what Love wears, and I'll see if
Yeah, if you wear smaller ones, I think it'll
I'm
be
not
cool.
giving up all the way. Looking up right.
Just, being able to hear your own voice, I know it seems a little odd at first, but
Yes.
it gives you
It's odd.
feedback. As you, like, for instance, you start talking, you're like, oh shit, I don't hear myself. I need to move my mic.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to do my Instagram feed, or do you want to do Daily Wire's big comeback?
I've been talking too much, so do the Instagram feed. I don't want to talk anymore.
Was there no update on the bill?
Oh, right. We
yeah.
actually didn't quite
I
finish.
feel like that's the most newsworthy.
Right,
It's
so-
banging news.
You are right. So, Bill Clinton is testifying as we speak, probably getting close to being wrapped up here. So that's currently ongoing. So obviously we don't have reporting on it yet. However, we do have his opening statement. Now, Bill Clinton, husband of Hillary Clinton, for those who are wondering, does have credible connections
Was
to Jeffrey
president and was associated.
So he wasn't president at any point when Jeffrey Epstein was being publicly charged with any crimes. He was president throughout the 1990s. It wasn't until 2008 that Jeffrey Epstein caught a child prostitution charge.
Okay.
That said, he was a I don't want to say frequent, but like repeated visitor to the Clinton White House. So he was like being treated as a guest at the White House during the 1990s while Clinton was in office. And after Clinton left
Why
office,
am I
they very
tripping?
famously traveled together on a mission to Africa.
Oh fuck.
And this was the infamous mission with Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker and Jeffrey Epstein on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, traveling and doing a lot of I believe it was like AIDS awareness thing. So it was on the surface for a good cause, but that's just but they did so on Epstein's plane. He lent them the plane to do this trip. The plane that's often referred to as the Lolita Express.
Affectionately referred to as.
Right. Now, he denies all wrongdoing, of course. There are photos. There's photos of Clinton hanging out with Epstein. There's there's just the worst vibes in the world. Bill Clinton, Epstein photo, hot tub. one of the worst vibes of a photograph I've ever seen right here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No. That dude just did something terrible.
Yeah.
I let my wiener dangle.
You want to hear me?
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
Anyway,
This dude's guilty.
so bad vibes, horrible vibes.
He did something.
They're all hanging out. I think that, is that just lame? Must be, right?
Oh my God.
Oh, my God.
It's me and my boys.
You call it just lame for a reason, huh?
Yeah. So,
Well, it's Gila.
now that said, I, not a big fan of Bill Clinton's personal issues, and obviously he's also well known for the Monica Lewinsky scandal while he was president, where he was having sex with an intern who, while was of age, was very young. I believe she was in her very early 20s, and he was in his late 50s, I believe, and also was the president of the United States. So, that wasn't great.
Then did you say they were on an AIDS awareness thing?
Yeah, but I wasn't 100% on that, so I don't know. Look it up, Google it. Yeah.
Just because it sounded like age awareness, a few people.
Age awareness. Yeah. It was some sort of, it might have been another disease. I think it was AIDS, but it was some sort of humanitarian mission to Africa. So anyways, let's hear what Bill Clinton had to say. So it starts with, good morning, welcome to Chappaqua. Which is
my favorite position in the Kama Sutra.
No, that's not what Chappaqua is. Chappaqua is where they live. It's in upstate New York, and yeah, I think that he must not be doing very well health-wise. So they came to him for this. So good morning, welcome to Chappaqua. I'm here today for two reasons. The first is that I love my country. Wow, oh patriot. And America was built upon the idea that no person is above the law, even presidents, especially presidents. Democracy requires that every person is
verbatim.
I'm reading his statement here. Democracy requires that every person to be led power. And I hope that by being here today, we can bring ourselves a little further away from the brink, back to being a country where we can disagree with one another with civility. We're in search for truth, justice, blah, 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 shut blah, blah, blah. Second reason I'm here, here's the important one, is that the girls and women whose lives Jeffrey Epstein destroyed deserve not only justice, but healing. They've been waiting too long for both. Through my brief acquaintance with Epstein, though my brief acquaintance with Epstein ended years before his crimes came to light, I will say, I believe that is factually correct.
That's what kept Trump always says against somehow.
Right, and if Trump wasn't in the Epstein files like 10,000 times, I quite frankly, even hating Trump, would have to agree. I guess my point is that I'm not sure if I believe him.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm not sure if I believe Clinton too. But as far as like what is publicly known, the times that they were seen together or traveled together or anything, it was in the late 90s and early 2000s, several years before Jeffrey Epstein got caught.
Well, actually, that timetable, I just read a book on the history of the Secret Service, and Bill, when he was governor of Arkansas, was so wild and so consumed with girls. Remember when he used to jog? There'd be footage of him?
Yeah.
Well, apparently he didn't jog a lot. So the story was, he told Hillary, I'm going to jog to the YMCA, which was a mile away from the governor's mansion. But I guess because he was governor, they gave him like his own room in the YMCA, like kind of an office situation. So he would pretend he's running. The Secret Service would drive him to the YMCA. He'd do his business with this girl, and then drive home. And the Secret Service guys were quoted as saying, "We thought it was the funniest thing ever because you'd always borrow a bottle of water from us to pour over his head and on his shirt, like to be kosher with milk."
Oh my God!
Wow.
He's an old dog.
He is a philanderer, as they say. He has not been good to Hillary Clinton, which is part of all this. They're still together. Who knows? That's their business. Their marriage or whatever. That being said, it's like we should have left him in the dust years ago. Like what the hell? Like he has humiliated her so many times.
It's like playing a relationship of ingredients.
at this point.
But is it even convenient anymore? I feel like she's got to really
Well,
like
past that,
stick around
she
at
lost.
this point.
She lost. That was like dead.
Yeah, but like, why stick around? Like, I guess it must be complicated. I don't know. Who the fuck knows what is going on? But yeah, he was not very good at it. I would say.
Well,
Also, they're older, and I don't know if like we're more open to the idea of divorce, and I don't know if their age
Yeah, there might be.
kind of plays a part in that.
That's true. Yeah. Maybe. All right. Well, let me keep going. Before we start, through my brief acquaintance with Epstein ended years before his crimes came to light, and though I never witnessed during our limited interaction any indication of what was truly going on, I am here to offer what little I know so that it might prevent anything like this from ever happening again. Okay? But before we start, I have to get personal. You made Hillary come in. She had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing. She has no memory of even meeting him. She neither traveled with him nor visited any of his properties. Whether you subpoenaed 10 people or 10,000, including her, was simply not right. Standing up for her a little bit. I mean, I think he's right. I think he's right that, talk to me. I'm the one that palled around with him or whatever. She's got nothing to do with this.
That's true.
Dirty trick. We began this hearing with me raising my hand and taking an oath to tell the truth, but everyone has a responsibility to be honest with those they represent. Whether you raise your right hand or not, each and every one of us owes nothing less but the truth and accuracy to the American people. Wow. I don't like when he's like appealing to patriotism like that. It's like, come on.
Sometimes weird. Sit on my right hand so fall asleep.
Call this stranger.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing strange about that move in my office. My right hand is always on pins and needles. Anytime I can break that. Get it going. But I need to fight the demons. I got to be ready in case the demon rears his head.
People are calling Bill Clinton a white guy for what he said.
I don't know. Here's what I'll say about Bill.
He wasn't a white guy.
Not a white guy.
Wait, hold on.
Comes up front.
Yeah. Right.
I'm not a white guy, for the record. I've never been. And I've always rebuked that title. I was like, oh, well, me and Hila, my wife, were thinking that she's here.
My lion.
Here's what I'd say about Bill.
That
both that photo of them in the pool game. Now, this was before Epstein was arrested.
Yeah.
Nick, you got me killed.
But
you happy?
Epstein and Ghislaine, we know what they got up to.
That's what you get.
What's the chance he didn't broach the topic?
And close that door because you fucking keep letting the cold air out.
Like, cause he clearly was into women and he was a womanizer or whatever the word is.
Listen.
But was he into underage? Like, we don't know that part.
Well, I think he knew that this guy was trafficking in women one way or the other.
Did he?
Dude, look at him. Look at him in that hot tub.
Also, let's not forget that painting Jeffrey Epstein has of Bill Clinton. Well, obviously that's not.
What is
I don't know
that
why.
painting? It's so weird.
The fact that it exists is just fucking weird.
Very weird. It's Bill Clinton in a dress. Right?
Yes.
It's not just that he's in a dress. He's wearing. This is a famous dress. That was Monica Lewinsky's dress that had a jizz stain on it. That was part of the investigation. Yeah. It's the famous blue dress.
I've never seen that.
What?
On the dress?
I don't know if in the painting it does. Painting.
Not very accurate.
And this was apparently in Jeffrey Epstein's office or something.
His house.
In his house.
His house.
I mean, it is a cool painting.
No, I
don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I think they had a number of paintings by this painter, and he also had the painting of him with George Bush as like playing on the ground with
like
with
a child.
airplanes, like
Yeah.
a child.
I'll do something.
As an artist, it's a really cool
The
painting.
dress makes it less bad.
And it's a statement, you know? So,
I think it's like almost, in my brain it goes to like they're trying to fuck with Bill. It's like, look what we're doing, Bill.
Look what we have.
We got you by the fucking balls, bro.
Here, I believe they had this too. Where'd it go?
I could see it in different ways, like...
This one's just funny because he's gone.
Well, and I think it's obviously supposed to. It's a 9/11 joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's biting satire, right? However, I will say this.
To me, that seems like a good artist, whoever made this painting.
Oh, yeah.
I will say the following.
my evidence against Michael Jackson is this. He got in bed with the little boys, and we know he diddled them. And if you can't admit that to yourself, the only thing getting diddled is your brain.
But if
And the boys, and also the boys.
Oh, why are we talking about Michael Jackson?
Well, I'm getting there. And I have to apply the same logic to Bill. You're out having a good old time at Epstein's house with him and Ghislaine. In the hot tub together, you're in the pool together. You diddle. That's it.
So I always assumed that it was supposed to be the Monica Lewinsky.
He's not even here.
But I'm looking at it, I guess it's not the same dress. I feel like it obviously was supposed to be evoking memory of the. This is like for anybody that.
Are you actually ready to play or talk to Tanya and Margot for 3
Like
hours?
a key piece of evidence in the whole like scandal, and was talked about.
Bruh, the day before I noticed it and I was like, okay, we're playing a little bit, but we're not playing a lot. And then yesterday I joined you and we just sat there and then we sat there and then we loaded out and then we sat there and I dead ass started to fall asleep. I was like, oh my god, I can't stay up.
Please keep it on. It's been so long. I think that there was something about it being taken to a dry cleaner that was part of it.
It's probably in the National Archive. Like, a lot of the
I think it's owned by a private collector.
Here, I knew. Okay, so here, so it all had to do with this woman, Linda Tripp. Linda Tripp was a White House employee, became friends with Monica Lewinsky. She secretly recorded her phone conversation with Lewinsky, in which Lewinsky talked openly about her relationship with Clinton. Tripp then gave those tapes to Kenneth Starr, who was the guy who was investigating Trump or Clinton for other matters, like I think it was the Whitewater scandal or something. The tape expanded the investigation. Tripp also gave Lewinsky specific advice: don't dry clean the blue dress. I knew there was some like dry cleaning aspect. Some people believe Tripp knew the dress might contain important evidence someday by keeping on clean the DNA evidence stayed intact. So
how did she get the dress?
Huh?
How did she get the dress?
She didn't. She told Monica not.
Oh, she told her.
Because it had a stain on it, and then that later ended up proving that he had sex with her.
On Old Saturday Night Live, Chris Farley actually played Linda Tripp. He did an excellent job.
Yeah, they were very mean to Linda Tripp at the time. They were very mean to Monica Lewinsky. All of the late night hosts.
What do you mean?
In particular.
Oh, they were already playing?
Jay Leno, like, if you ever go back.
Or I mean, one of them wasn't playing?
It's disgusting. I think it's NBC. It's not. But yeah, if you ever want to be really grossed out, go look at what Jay Leno had to say about.
He's like these all family friendly.
He's pretty middle of the road.
It was just such a different time.
You know, she was done pretty dirty, right?
Yeah.
I'm checking the age. She was only 22.
Yeah, I'm saying. And it's the most powerful man in the world.
Crazy.
Yeah, literally the president of the United States.
And I know how to turn on the charm.
Could not be a bigger gap in power.
And he was 49.
Oh wow, I forgot how young of a president he was. That's crazy to think about. We had a president that was 49.
She has the dress, by the way. It's been back for her in 2001. She gave up her investigation in 1998. It's just back in 2001.
You should sell it.
Jesus, yeah, why is it so?
I'll pay. I want it.
But yeah, they
I don't know why.
They really dragged Monica through the mud for being a slut and a homewrecker and like all that kind of stuff. Language being thrown around and just jokes about her giving a blowy all the time and like all that. Just endless jokes. Yeah, it just really. I mean, I don't want to say nobody. I'm sure there was, but at least in like mainstream things like the Tonight